Chapter 1 of The Girls of St. Wode's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. The Girls of St. Wode's by L.T. Meade. Chapter 1. Preparing for the Young Debutantes. Eileen, Marjorie and Letitia Chetwynd were expected home from school. It was a bright day early in April, and Mrs. Chetwynd was seated in her luxurious London drawing-room conversing with her special friend, Mrs. Acheson. 2 years ago, Mrs. Chetwynd, on the death of her husband, a distinguished Indian officer, had returned to England. She was a fashionable, up-to-date looking lady now. Her widow's dress was carefully chosen, not too depressing, but all that was correct and proper. Mrs. Acheson, also the widow of an Indian officer, was not fashionable in the ordinary acceptance of the word. She was plainly, even shabbily dressed. She wore long weepers to her widow's cap, and her hair was brushed smoothly away from her broad forehead. Her face was large and somewhat sunburnt, her hands well shaped, but with a look about them which showed that they were not unacquainted with manual labour. "Yes," said Mrs. Chetwynd, uttering a sigh as she spoke, "this is a great day for me. The girls are educated and are coming home." "For good?" said Mrs. Acheson. "Well, yes, my dear, I suppose so. You see they are all 18. It is absurd to keep girls at school after 18. They were 18 the end of last year. In these days, when people grow old so terribly fast, girls ought to have their so-called education finished at 18. "My dear Belle would not agree with you," said Mrs. Acheson. Mrs. Chetwynd threw up her hands and slightly raised her arched brows. "Spare me, dear Emily," she cried. "I do not want to hear any of your dear extraordinary clever Belle's theories at present. I sincerely trust, yes, my dear, I must be frank, I sincerely trust the wave of her influence will never come into my house." Mrs. Acheson sighed and sank back in her chair. "On the whole," she said, "I have much to be thankful for. I have enough to live on, and the memory of my dear husband's brilliant career will always be a comfort to me. Belle is also in excellent health. She is, of course, one of the great admirations of my life, but I will admit it, dear," in a whisper, "that she is also one of my trials. But, dear Helen, I had forgotten that you have 3 daughters, and how can they all be 18 at the same time?" "I have not 3 daughters, my dear. I have only 2. Letitia is not my daughter. She is my niece. She is my dear husband's younger brother's child. She happens to have been born within a month of Eileen and Marjorie, who are twins. Consequently, the 3 are practically the same age. They will be home in about an hour and a half. They are all devoted to each other, but I confess it will be something of a handful taking 3 into society at the same time." "Oh, you surely don't mean to introduce the whole 3 the same season?" said Mrs. Acheson. "How can you contemplate anything so appalling?" "But I do contemplate it," said Mrs. Chetwynd, "and I believe I shall manage very well. I have been, of course, in close correspondence with their invaluable teacher, Mrs. Marchland, and have had frequent photographs of the children. Eileen and Marjorie are alike in appearance and strikingly handsome. They will be foils to Letitia, who is as fair as they are dark. Letitia is pretty and fascinating, of the petite order. I should think the 3 would make something of a sensation. You see, my dear, I have large means, for my husband came in for the property of his elder brother, who died 6 months before him. I can do well by the children, and I mean to do so." "You contemplate matrimony as the aim and object of your ambition," said Mrs. Acheson. "Nothing of the kind," replied Mrs. Chetwynd, slightly reddening. "If it comes, well and good. If a really estimable, worthy man takes a fancy to any of my girls, and his affection is returned, I shall look upon marriage as a suitable life for my children, but I do not take them into society for the sole purpose of getting husbands." Mrs. Acheson slowly shook her head. "You will find it difficult to make people believe that," she said. "In all probability the 3 girls will marry," continued Mrs. Chetwynd, in her calm, even voice, which seldom rose to excitement or dropped to melancholy. "Marriage is what Providence intends for all happy women, early marriage and happy homes of their own. But I shall not hurry the matter, nor put myself out about it. I mean the girls to have a good time, and will leave other matters to Providence." "Taking steps meanwhile to accomplish your real object," murmured Mrs. Acheson under her breath. "My dear Emily, do tell me about your Belle," continued Mrs. Chetwynd. "So you have really sent her to St. Wode's College?" Yes, and she is very happy there, and hopes to do well in her tripos. I must frankly say that I hate girls' colleges, said Mrs. Chetwynd. After all, these new-fangled ideas that women have taken hold of are most disastrous. What awful creatures one meets now and then, all womanliness extracted out of them, mere walking intellects with no hearts of any sort. You really do run to the fair with the thing, replied Mrs. Acheson. I am sure, my dear Belle. But Mrs. Chetwynd did not want to hear about dear Belle. Just at that moment there came a welcome interruption in the shape of tea. It was placed on a small table in front of the hostess, who poured it out, helped her friend to rich cream, and offered her hot buttered cake. Mrs. Acheson could only manage plain teas at home, and she enjoyed her friend's meals, she was fond of saying, all the more by contrast. I shall long to hear of your dear girls, and also to see them, she said, as she sipped her tea and stirred it slowly with a small Russian spoon. Well, come over and take a peep at them on Saturday, said Mrs. Chetwynd. Belle is away, is she not? She comes home to-morrow night. She has had a very pleasant tour in Switzerland. May I bring her with me? Mrs. Chetwynd longed to say no. She disliked Belle Acheson. She disliked her manners and her mode of life, and she did not wish her to exercise the smallest influence over Letitia, Eileen, and Marjorie. After a moment's reflection, however, she came to the conclusion that these young ladies could not be injured by any one so plain and unimportant. She therefore bent her head in token of willingness to receive Belle Acheson for a few hours into her house. Let it be Saturday then, she said. Come as early as you can in the afternoon. If all goes well, I mean to have my 3 girls presented this season. I took this house for the purpose. It is in a fashionable locality and close to everything. Yes, after all, 3 young débutantes will in one sense be an advantage. The thing will be out of the common. Nothing is admired so much as the uncommon. I expect I shall enjoy myself, and the girls, whatever happens, shall have a good time. If you are wise, my dear Emily, you will try to introduce Belle. If you dress her well, you might do wonders with her, and—" "Belle in society," said Mrs. Acheson with a laugh. "Ah, I see you do not know her yet. Expect me on Saturday, and I will bring Belle if I can." Mrs. Chetwynd heaved a sigh as her friend left the room. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Girls of St. Wode's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Girls of St. Wode's by L.T. Meade. Chapter 2. In a third-class carriage. 3 girls were travelling in a third-class carriage to King's Cross. The train was not an express. It stopped at nearly every station. The carriage in which they sat was more or less crowded with country people, who carried baskets, babies, feeding bottles, and all sorts of parcels. The girls, looking bright and energetic, occupied corner seats. A woman with a fretful baby on her knee sat near one. "How tired you must be," said this girl. "Do let me hold your baby for a little." As she spoke, all the other passengers turned and stared at her. She was a tall, slim, very plainly dressed girl. Her dark blue serge dress lacked freshness, her sailor hat was decidedly the worse for wear, and her gloves had been mended in many places. The woman whom the girl addressed, glancing first at the shabby clothes, then at the kind, bright, handsome young face, decided that the girl was not very much above herself in the social scale, and agreed to let her hold her baby for a bit. A charming colour came into the girl's face as she received the small atom of humanity on her knee. She held the baby tenderly. Her young arms were strong, the little one nestled down comfortably, and the mother gave her a glance of admiration. "Why, I do declare, my dear," she exclaimed, "one would think you had half a dozen of your own. You handle the little mite that knowingly." "Oh, it is because I love children," replied the girl. "It is kind of you to let me hold your little one. Look, Marjorie, do look. Hasn't it pretty little fingers? And oh, do see its tiny toes." Another tall girl bent forward and began to examine the baby's feet. They were pink and very small. The girl stretched out her palm, and the other girl placed the little foot upon it. "You are not to take the little dear from me," said the first girl. "Oh, my dear Eileen, I would not deprive you of that little treasure for the world," was the quick reply. "I know by your face you are in the 7th heaven." I am," replied the girl addressed as Eileen. "Oh, what a darling! It is so delicious, Marjorie, when it nestles up against you." The train slackened speed, drew up at a great station, and the woman, the baby, and most of the other passengers got out. The three girls now found themselves alone in the carriage. The girl at the distant window, the smallest of the three, turned and eagerly faced her companions. "Well, Eileen," she began. She shook her finger in the face of the bright, tall girl as she spoke. "If you begin that sort of thing just on the very day when you have left school, if you will insist on wearing these disgracefully shabby clothes, going third class and taking us with you, when your mother sends us money to travel first, and finally adopting strange babies who happen to be travelling in the same carriage, you will certainly break Aunt Helen's heart." Eileen shrugged her shoulders. "Not at all," she answered. "Mother may not like it at first, but she will soon learn to know once for all that Marjorie and I mean to follow our own bent. Marjorie and I do not intend to wear gay clothes because we consider finery a sheer waste of money. But as to you, Letty, it is the greatest pity you are not mother's own daughter. How exquisitely neat, how smart you look." "Not smart at all, only suitably dressed," replied Letitia, bridling a little. She was wearing a very correct travelling costume of dark grey. Her bright wavy hair was arranged in the latest and most fashionable manner. Little curls and bits of fluffy downy brightness would get out of their confinement and dance round her small soft face. She was wearing the universal coat and skirt, but a light blue cambric shirt and a white sailor hat with a broad white ribbon gave distinction to her costume. Her gloves were also white, and her little shoes had smart bows and buckles. "My dress is only suitable," she repeated. "Now your dress, Eileen, is not suitable, nor is yours, Marjorie. To wear what is not suitable is the height of vulgarity." "Oh, do listen to her," said Marjorie, bursting into a hearty laugh. "She's trying to scare us with these old bogey words, as if we minded. Think what it all means, Letty, before you condemn us so severely. Mother's money is safe in my purse instead of on my person, and the difference between third and first class means a considerable addition also to my nice heavy little purse. Who knows in what class we are coming up to town? Who cares to know? Mother is certain not to meet us at King's Cross, and old Fowler will not see what class we alight from." "I am glad Aunt Helen has secured Fowler as her coachman," said Letitia. "But all the same," she added hastily, "you both do look disgracefully shabby." "Well, Letty," said Marjorie, "I don't feel shabby, which is the main thing. What can be the matter with this serviceable dress? It is very strong and won't tear, and is the sort which does not crumple much." "It is all over grease," replied Letitia. "Spots of grease here, there, and everywhere. And oh, your gloves! There is absolutely a hole in the thumb of one on your left hand. It is too disgraceful." "My gloves suit my character," replied Marjorie. She looked at her sister. They both sat back in their seats and indulged in hearty girlish laughter. They were very like one another. The same dark, handsome eyes beamed out of each face, the same good arched brows, the same hair, thick and straight, very dark in colour, but cropped to within an inch of their respective heads. They had clear, good complexions, plenty of colour brightened each pair of healthy cheeks. Their lips were beautifully formed, and they had snow-white pearly teeth. And yet these two girls, partly because of their dress, were not looked at twice during that journey, whereas Letitia was the cynosure of many admiring eyes. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Girls of St. Wode's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Girls of St. Wode's by L.T. Meade. Chapter 3 The Torn Dress. King's Cross was reached without adventure, and a moment later Marjorie was eagerly talking to old Fowler, the coachman. "How are you, Fowler? I'm so glad to see you again," she cried. She held out her hand to the old coachman as she spoke. "I'm quite well, I thank you, miss," he replied. He could not help smiling into the beaming dark eyes, and could not help thinking, notwithstanding a certain amount of chagrin, how nice it was to have Miss Marjorie back from school. "Eileen and I have knitted some baby socks for the last addition to your family, Fowler," continued Marjorie. "We'll come round and see Mrs. Fowler and the bairns to-morrow. How old is the last baby, and is it dark or fair?" "It's 6 weeks old, miss, and very dark, but the wife isn't as strong as she ought to be." Fowler coloured all over his face as he spoke. There was a porter standing near, listening to this conversation. "Perhaps, young ladies," said the footman, coming to the rescue, "you wouldn't mind getting into the carriage, for the horses are that fresh Fowler can scarcely keep 'em standing much longer." "But it's quite serious about his wife not being strong," said Eileen in a meditative voice. "Now, if she were to take extract of malt or Fellowes syrup—" "Oh, do get into the carriage!" cried Letitia. "Really, Eileen, you'll be one of the most remarkable women of your day if you keep up your present fads. Can't you see how all those porters are enjoying the scene? And as to poor wretched Fowler, if you think he enjoys talking about his latest baby and the medicines his wife is to take at King's Cross Station, you're vastly mistaken. For goodness' sake, get in." As Letitia spoke, she gave her energetic cousin a push. Eileen scrambled into the carriage almost head foremost, treading on her dress and tearing a piece of braid as she did so. Marjorie followed suit, and Letitia entered last in a dainty and pretty manner. The footman shut the door and got on the box beside the coachman. Poor Fowler's ears were still red from the questions which Eileen had plied him with. "Bless her heart!" he exclaimed to the footman. "She don't know that it's rather awkward to talk about the wife and bairns at a place like King's Cross. But she's the best-natured young lady that ever walked. I knew her when she was a little tot." "All the same, you looked like a fool when she questioned you," replied Hopkins, "and I doubt much if the missus will allow her young ladies to go a-visiting you in Fox Buildings." "Well, all I can say is this," replied the coachman. "If Miss Eileen and Miss Marjorie are like what they used to be when they was young, I don't think the missus will be able to prevent them having their own way." He whipped up his horses as he spoke, and a few minutes later the girls had reached home. Mrs. Chetwynd was standing in the hall to welcome them. "My darlings, here you are at last!" she cried. "Oh, good gracious, Eileen, take care where you're going. See that great piece of braid trailing in front of your dress. My dear child, you'll be on your nose." "Oh, never mind, mother," said Eileen. "I'm quite accustomed to this sort of thing. Marjorie, have you a penknife? I'll cut it off." "Cut it off?" cried Mrs. Chetwynd. "Nothing of the kind. I wonder where your maid is." Here she turned to the footman, who was standing motionless in the hall. "Go, Thomas, and desire Esther to come down immediately. She will mend your braid, my dear Eileen. Well, Letty dear, and how are you?" "Quite well, thank you, Aunt Helen," replied Letitia in her correct, ladylike voice. "I think Marjorie and Eileen are a little overexcited at getting home, and if you will excuse—" "Pray, mother, do nothing of the kind," said Eileen. "We are not a bit ashamed of our dresses. We do not intend to waste money upon raiment. Having sufficient clothes to cover ourselves, that is all that is necessary. My idea is to have one warm dress for the winter and one cool one for the summer, and no more. A felt hat for winter and a sailor one for summer, and no more. When the dresses are completely worn out, they can be given to the poor, who may or may not make something of them, and we can buy a couple of new ones. You're going to give us an allowance, aren't you, mother?" "We will talk of that presently, my dears. Remember, my dear children, I have not seen you for a year. I had a delightful time on the Continent, but I never forgot you, my loves. But now that you have come home for good, there will be much to talk over and arrange. Meantime, we can surely let the subject of dress drop." "But, dear mother, did you say we had come home for good?" cried Marjorie. "You surely don't suppose that our education is finished? We're only just 18. "We will talk of that also by and by," replied Mrs. Chetwynd, a frown knitting her brows and her heart sinking a trifle. Marjorie and Eileen had always been wayward children, difficult to manage, good-tempered and good-hearted, but with a certain stubborn element about them which caused them not to disobey, but to have their desires on almost every point gratified, simply because the trouble of opposing them was immense. Mrs. Chetwynd remembered these traits in her two bride girls as she welcomed them to their home. She was delighted to see them, of course, but it was painful to observe their greasy serge dresses and their hair cropped like boys'. Then, too, their manners were eccentric, and there was nothing so distasteful as eccentricity. Letitia, of course, looked all that was sweet and nice, but she was not Mrs. Chetwynd's own daughter, which made a great difference. Try as she would, the widow could not take the absorbing interest in Letitia that she did in Eileen and Marjorie. "Come upstairs, my darlings," she said. "You must see your charming little rooms. Esther has everything in perfect order for you, fires lighted and all. Come this way." Mrs. Chetwynd conveyed the girls upstairs. The 3 rooms were on the same landing, and communicated one with the other. Mrs. Chetwynd had gone to some expense in having doors broken in the walls to effect this arrangement. When completed, the effect was charming. The rooms were papered with a self-coloured paper of pale blue. There was a deep frieze of hand-painted flowers and birds. The paint on the doors and round the wainscot was creamy white. The furniture was also creamy white, with brass fittings. The carpet on each floor was a square of rich turkey. The windows of the 3 pretty rooms were a little open, and with the cheerful fires burning in the small grates, and the sweet air coming in from the square garden, no rooms could look more tempting. "Delightful! Oh, Aunt Helen, how perfectly sweet of you!" said Laetitia, as she danced into her own little room. "And do you mean to say we are to have one each? Oh, what a darling little bed! And a spring mattress and all! How luxurious we shall be! Oh, and do look at those great roomy cupboards in the wall!" "But what do we want great roomy cupboards for?" cried Eileen. "With one dress for summer and one dress for winter, surely we don't want much room." "I tell you what it is, Eileen," said Marjorie, "I mean to use mine as a dark room for photography. Capital! Excellent! Thank you, mother dear." "You mean to use your dress cupboard as a dark room for photography?" said Mrs. Chetwynd. "My dear child, you will have little time for photography when you are introduced to Her Majesty and are in the full swing of a society career." "But, mother, I never mean to be in such a truly awful position," cried Marjorie. Her mother knitted her brows anxiously. "For goodness' sake, Marjorie, don't worry Aunt Helen the first evening," cried Letty. "Dear Aunt Helen, everything will be right, quite right. The girls have a crank, each of them, but these delightful rooms and you, dear Aunt Helen, ought to cure them in no time. Now, girls, do get off those horrid dresses and get into respectable ones. They have respectable dresses, I assure you, Aunt Helen. If you will leave us, we will all come down to the drawing-room in less than a quarter of an hour." "And here is Esther to wait on you," said Mrs. Chetwynd. "You may as well dress for dinner, now that you are about it, and I will have tea sent up to your rooms. We dine at 7:30. She left the room as she spoke, and Esther, a nice-looking girl, came respectfully forward. She looked with consternation at the torn braid on Eileen's dress. "Oh, please don't bother about me," said Eileen. "I wouldn't have the services of a maid to save my life. I hate to have anyone touch my hair but myself. Besides, as you doubtless observed, my good girl, there is no arrangement necessary. It is only an inch long, and with a couple of brushes, one in each hand, I can push it into any position I like. Letty, if you wish for Esther, please have her. Your neat little head, sunning over with curls, requires plenty of arrangement, but not mine, thank goodness." "Nor mine either," echoed Marjorie. "Oh, what a comfort it is to have short hair! I never mean to let my locks grow." "Which dresses will you wish to wear this evening, young ladies?" asked Esther, who had gaped in astonishment while the girls were speaking. As she spoke, she held out her hand for the keys of their trunks. "Here are the keys," said Marjorie, "but I don't know what evening dresses we have. I'm sure there's nothing fit to be seen. But can't we go downstairs as we are?" "Perhaps you'll mend this braid," said Eileen, "if you prefer that to cutting it off, which is much quicker." "I would suggest, miss, that you let me choose your dress. I will unpack your things and see what are most suitable," said the maid in her prim voice. "All right, lay them on the bed. Anything for a quiet life," sighed Marjorie. Esther proceeded to take the things out of Marjorie's trunk, and Eileen walked to the window and looked out, whistling somewhat loudly and in a thoroughly boyish fashion as she did so. The maid quickly put the contents of the small trunks into the receptacles for their convenience, laid 2 soiled and crumpled evening frocks of pale cream cashmere on the beds, and then retired to expend some of her skill, which was considerable, on Laetitia's pretty person and charming wardrobe. Laetitia was a young lady quite after Esther's own heart. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of The Girls of St. Wode's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
The Girls of St. Wode's by L.T. Meade. Chapter 4. In the Girls' Bedrooms. Marjorie and Eileen, in soiled and much bedraggled school-party frocks, went down to dinner. Letitia, in pale blue silk with lace ruffles, looked neat, pretty, and suitably attired, but the other two girls presented an appearance which caused poor Mrs. Chetwynd to shudder. With their really handsome faces, their wide-open intelligent eyes, their exquisitely formed lips, and pearly rows of teeth, they were nothing but awkward, gauche, and unpresentable. Letitia was as pretty, trim, and agreeable to the eye as a young girl could be, but Eileen and Marjorie, what was to be done? Mrs. Chetwynd felt her heart sinking like lead in her breast, for there was a stubborn build about Marjorie's chin, and about the slight, very slight frown which now and then visited Eileen's intelligent forehead. Mrs. Chetwynd perceived at a glance that if she was to mould these two girls to her ways of thinking, she would have a troublesome task before her. She was rich, and also good-hearted, good-natured, and pleasant. It was in no way her fault if the girls took after their father, who had been not only a brave soldier, but also that strange combination, a scholar, as well, and who had died before the girls' education was complete. He was a man of extraordinary character and determination, and had all his life been the victim of fads. Mrs. Chetwynd felt quite certain that their father was to blame for Marjorie's and Eileen's peculiar appearance. She was thankful that she had not asked any friends to meet the girls on their first evening home from school. She determined to make herself as pleasant as possible, and not to allude to the untidy wardrobes, the gauche appearance, and the cropped heads until the following morning. Dinner passed quickly, for all three girls were hungry, and when they retired to the drawing-room, Mrs. Chetwynd suggested a little music. "Eileen, my darling, you sing, don't you?" she said, turning to the younger of the twins. "Oh dear, no, mother. I've not the ghost of a voice," replied Eileen. "But I thought that your teacher, Miss Fox, spoke highly of your musical talents." "She said I should play well if I practised hard, but I did not think my very moderate gift worth cultivating," replied Eileen, yawning slightly as she spoke. "You see, unless one has genius, there is not the least use in the present day in being musical. Only genius is tolerated, and then I don't ever mean to be ornamental. My vogue in life is the useful. The music of the ordinary schoolgirl, after years of toil, is merely regarded as an accomplishment, and generally as an unpleasant one. Therefore I have let my music drop." "Dear, dear, how extraordinary of Miss Fox not to let me know," said Mrs. Chetwynd. "Well, Marjorie, you at least play," said her mother. "Yes, mother," in a somewhat solemn style. "I can give you one of Bach's fugues, if you like." "Do so, my dear. I have spent a great deal of money on your music, and should like to hear the result." Marjorie rose, went to the piano, sat down, and began to thunder loudly. She had scarcely any taste for music, and she played several wrong notes. Mrs. Chetwynd had a carefully trained ear, and she quite shuddered when Marjorie crashed out some of her terrible discords. Having finished the fugue, which took a considerable time, the young girl rose from the piano amid a profound silence. Eileen had turned away, and was engrossed in a book on cookery, which she had picked up from a side-table. She was muttering to herself half aloud, "Take of flour 1 ounce, butter, cream, 3 eggs, and—" "What are you doing, Eileen?" said the mother. Eileen made no reply. Marjorie seated herself on a chair near her mother. "I hope you liked that fugue," she said. "I took tremendous pains learning it. I got up every morning an hour earlier than the others during the whole of last term, simply because I intended to play that fugue of Bach's to you." "It was a great pity, dear," began Mrs. Chetwynd. Then she sighed and stopped. "A pity, mother? What in the world do you mean?" "Nothing, love. We will talk of all those things to-morrow." "What a terrible day to-morrow promises to be," said Marjorie, glancing towards Eileen. "I can see that mother is going to let the vials of her wrath loose. "Oh, yes, you dear old mammy, you are. You cannot deny it. But we are not such dreadful girls, after all. All we want to do is this: we want to go our own way." "Your own way, Eileen? Your own way?" "Yes, mammy, our own way, and you can go yours. Then we shall get on together like a house on fire. Now, what are you winking at me for, Letitia?" "I was not winking at you," said Letitia. "I was wondering if Aunt Helen would like to hear me sing." "Certainly, my dear, but I never knew before that you had a voice." "I have only a little voice, but I have made the most of my opportunities. I won't sing if you would rather not." "On the contrary, dear, I should like to hear you." "A ballad, I suppose?" said Letitia. "Yes, I am fond of ballads. What do you know?" "All the usual ones, I think," replied Letitia. "I will sing 'Robin Adair,' if that will suit you." "I am fond of 'Robin Adair,'" said the widow, "but few people can render those beautiful words to satisfaction." Letitia volunteered to try. She sat down at the piano. Her accompaniment was fresh and rippling, her voice clear, not particularly strong, but wonderfully true. It had a note of sympathy in it, too, which rang through the old room. Mrs. Chetwynd put down her knitting with a sigh of pleasure. The two girls sat with their hands lying idly in their laps, and gazed at their cousin. When the old ballad came to an end, Mrs. Chetwynd felt tears not far from her eyes. Oh, if only Eileen and Marjorie were like Letitia! Marjorie suddenly jumped to her feet. "Are you crying, mother?" she said, going up to her mother. "Or it's just like that wicked Letty? To hear her sing you would suppose that she was the most sentimental creature in the world, but don't you believe a word of it, mammy. She has not one scrap of sentiment in her composition. She is a most worldly wise little soul that I have ever come across. Now, Letty, don't be a humbug. Sing something in which your real feelings appear. A modern love song, for instance, or something about fine dress, or nothing to wear, or anything else in your real style. It's positively wrong of you to deceive mother in the way you are doing." Letitia looked gently reproachful. She said she did not know any song about nothing to wear, nor any song either about dress, but she would sing Shadowland if Mrs. Chetwynd wished it. This song again brought the widow to the verge of tears. Letty then rose and shut the piano. "You at least, my dear, have derived benefit from your education," she said. "How I wish your dear father and my dear husband were alive to hear you." "Father could always see through humbugs," said Eileen to Marjorie. "Yes," replied Marjorie, "but don't you see, whatever mother is, she is not a humbug." "Only we don't want Letty to twist her round her little finger, do we?" said Eileen. "No, not that it greatly matters. Poor mother! I expect Letty will do very much what we do, but I'm not sure. We must only wait and see." The girls retired to bed, but Mrs. Chetwynd sat up late, wishing much that she had Mrs. Acheson to consult with. What was to be done if Marjorie and Eileen went on in this peculiar manner which they had done that evening? Really, when everything was considered, they were very little better than Belle, and Belle happened to be Mrs. Chetwynd's bête noire. If only pretty, graceful, accomplished Letitia were my own daughter! She is a dear child, and yet I cannot quite cordially take to her, thought the widow. I don't know what is the matter with her. I have no fault whatever to find. I suppose it is because she is not my own. Now, Marjorie and Eileen rub me up the wrong way every time they open their lips, and yet I love them with all my heart and soul. How handsome they are, too! Anything could be done with them if only they would submit to the ordinary regulations of polite society. What terrible times these modern days are! Mothers have little or no influence over their own children. The children take the upper hand and keep it. But I just vow that Marjorie and Eileen shall submit to me in my own house. Poor darlings, they are as loving as possible, but they have been under some dreadful pernicious influence. I could never guess that a school so highly recommended as Miss Marchland's would send back girls in the condition Marjorie and Eileen are in. no manners, disgraceful in appearance, and no accomplishments. What agony I went through while Marjorie was playing that fugue! She must never attempt to play in public. Eileen, who really had a taste for music, will not cultivate it, because forsooth she is not a genius. The two girls mean to be merely useful, with eyes like those, and lips and teeth. My dear, dear ridiculous children, society will soon knock all that nonsense out of your heads. Yes, I must present them both as soon as possible. I shall order their court dresses to-morrow. But that terrible cropped hair, straight too, not a scrap of a curl in it. Oh dear, what is to be done? And they are both on such a large scale. They would make handsome boys. What a pity they are not boys. Dear me, I am an unhappy woman. If Letitia were my daughter, it would be plain sailing. But as it is, I am at my wits' end. By and by Mrs. Chetwynd went upstairs. She hesitated on the second landing, where her own room was. On the next floor were the girls' rooms, luxuriously and beautifully furnished. It occurred to her to go up and look at her darling's sleep. She did so, opening the door of Marjorie's room first. Marjorie was in bed, curled up as her fashion was, with the bedclothes tucked tightly round her. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and the long black lashes looked particularly handsome as they lay against her rosy cheeks. But what a condition the room was in! What was the good of a maid when girls went to bed in such a state of untidiness? Clothes tossed helter-skelter everywhere, one little shoe near the fireplace, one near the wardrobe, petticoats flopped on the nearest chair, the shabby serge dress, which Mrs. Chetwynd considered only fit for the next bag sent from the Kilburn Society, hanging on the brass knob of the bed. Marjorie sighed in her sleep, and Mrs. Chetwynd bent over her. Dear, lovely child! I surely shall be able to mould her to my wishes, she thought, never considering that Marjorie's chin, with its cleft in the middle, was full of obstinacy, and that her lips were as firm as they were beautiful. Mrs. Chetwynd went on to the next room. Eileen was also sound asleep, and her room was also untidy. The girl looked lovely, with her classical features, and her long straight lashes lying upon the soft rounded cheeks. Yes, they were both singularly handsome girls, and very like one another. Of course they would do splendidly yet. Perhaps the world would appreciate them all the more for their little eccentricities. They must appear as débutantes at the very first drawing-room. Yes, to-morrow at an early hour, Madame Coret should put their presentation dresses in hand. Mrs. Chetwynd hesitated a moment before she went into Letitia's room. It would not be very interesting to look at Letitia asleep, but still what she did for her own girls she invariably did for her husband's niece. Letitia's room was in exquisite and perfect order, everything put neatly away, and Letitia herself lying in her little white bed with her arms folded across her chest, and her hair swept back from her pretty brow. Mrs. Chetwynd could not help feeling drawn to her. She bent and kissed her on her forehead. She had not dared to do this to her own girls, fearing to awaken them. Then she went back to her room, to sleep as best she could. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Girls of St. Wode's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Girls of St. Wode's by L.T. Meade. Chapter 5. The Modern View of Life. The girls came home on Wednesday, and on the following Saturday Mrs. Acheson and Belle were coming to tea. In the meantime Mrs. Chetwynd had gone through more than one stormy scene with Marjorie and Eileen. The girls positively declined to be presented to her gracious majesty. "You may get the dresses, mother," said Eileen, "only I sincerely hope you won't, for we cannot wear them. We don't quite know yet what we mean to do with our lives, but fashionable society girls we will not be. Now, mummy, why should we be fashionable girls if we dislike the idea?" Here Marjorie, notwithstanding her rude words, went on her knees, wound her strong young arms round her mother's waist, and looked with such imploring eyes into her face that, notwithstanding her anger, Mrs. Chetwynd was touched in spite of herself. "We should hate it all, you know, dear mammy," said Marjorie. "I speak for Eileen as well as for myself. You agree with me, Eileen, don't you?" "Of course," replied Eileen. "Well, Marjorie, have it out with the dear mammy, for I must go at once to see Fowler's last baby. I am taking it a rattle and some chocolates." "You will kill a young infant if you give it chocolate," said Mrs. Chetwynd, "and I forbid you to go to Fox Buildings. No young ladies from my house must go near such a place." "Dear me, mother, why not?" said Eileen. "Eileen, my dear, I decline to argue with you. Really, when I think of all you two girls are doing to oppose me, and render my life miserable, I could almost wish that you were back at school." "Of course, mother," said Eileen gravely, "if you positively forbid me to go, I will obey you." She sat down in the nearest chair and stared hard at her mother. "I do forbid you, Eileen. Young ladies of 18 are not allowed to go about London alone." "But really, mother, you are mistaken," said Marjorie. "In these days they are. All that dreadful period of bondage in which the girl of 20 years ago was kept has passed away. The English girl of the present day has her freedom. I have read all about it. I know it to be a fact. College girls, too, have told me. You cannot deny us our birthright, mammy, can you?" "College girls? What do you know about college girls? Those awful, underbred, unwomanly creatures," said Mrs. Chetwynd. "You say that, mother, because you do not know them." "Well, I do know one thing," continued Mrs. Chetwynd, her eyes filling with tears. "I cannot imagine what I have done to deserve such girls as you two. I have taken no end of pains with you both. Of course, I was obliged to stay in India during your father's lifetime, which prevented my having as much influence over you as I should otherwise have obtained, but I little thought to come back to such a reward as this. I send you to the best schools I can afford, and have always attended to your wardrobe, and given you plenty of pocket money. I have done all that a mother could do, and now, just when I was beginning to expect my reward, there come back to me a couple of—" "Tomboys, mother darling," said Marjorie. She wound her arms still tighter round her mother's waist, and kissed her on the cheek. "Mammy, you'll get accustomed to us after a bit," she cried. "We are not in the ordinary groove, but there are hundreds of girls like us. There will be more girls like us year after year. All the modern training tends to it, mammy, and you cannot keep us back. We are in the van, and in the van we will stay. Mammy, we decline to go into society. We decline to turn night into day. We decline to spend unnecessary money upon clothes." "And what do you intend to do, Marjorie, if I may venture to ask?" said Mrs. Chetwynd, folding her hands in an attitude of despair. "Having declined so much, is there anything you agree to?" "Oh yes, lots, mother, now you are becoming reasonable and we can talk. First of all, what we want to know is, what allowance will you give us both?" "Your father made an extraordinary will," said Mrs. Chetwynd. "I cannot understand what made him do it, and I think he was wrong." "What was it? Do let us hear," said Eileen. "It was this. By his will, when you leave school and reach the age of 18, you are both entitled to £150 a year, and you are not to be coerced in the way you spend the money." "Hip, hip, hurrah!" cried Eileen. She sprang suddenly to her feet, danced a minute in front of her mother, and then clapped Marjorie on the shoulder. "Then of course everything is plain," she cried. "We won't spend any of that money on dress. Who would waste a precious £150 in stupid things like frocks?" "Well, children, I shall give you each a proper wardrobe to start with," said Mrs. Chetwynd. "You have not brought anything fit to be seen from school. Those dresses you have on now are simply disgusting. They are not even clean. I have ordered the carriage, my dears, and am going to take you at once to Madame Coret's. She will make you 2 or 3 everyday dresses and some evening ones." "But at least not with our money," cried Marjorie, "that we cannot permit to be spent in such wilful waste. Oh, mother, please do allow us to dress as we like. Do let us order our lives in our own way. Do, mammy, do." I must know first of all what is in your own way. We want to be useful members of society, and to spend scarcely any money on clothes. We have told you that we do not intend to be presented to Her Majesty. Well, I hope to get you to change your minds yet, but I will not order the presentation dresses today." "That's a dear. I knew you would submit. She is the best little mother in the whole world," said Eileen, rapturously kissing her parent, and then clasping Marjorie's hand. "Then you will give in all round, mammy dear?" said Marjorie. "Suppose I say no?" answered Mrs. Chetwynd. "Then I am afraid," said Eileen. She glanced at Marjorie, and Marjorie nodded. Mrs. Chetwynd suddenly rose. "Girls," she said, "don't say what you are just about to say. I can guess what it is, and I am not prepared to listen. Until you are of age, it is your duty to obey me. Notwithstanding your father's will, and the improper allowance which I am forced to give you both, as long as you are under my roof you must be clothed as I wish, and you must not go to places that I disapprove of. My poor dear misguided children, a woman's true aim when she reaches maturity is to marry a good husband, and to have a happy home of her own." "But I never intend to marry," said Marjorie. "I have not the faintest idea of putting myself under the control of any man. I mean to keep my liberty, and have a jolly good useful time." "And so do I," said Eileen. "I mean to have a very full and very busy life, mother." "Ditto," cried Marjorie. "Letitia has not yet spoken," said Mrs. Chetwynd. "What are your wishes, my love?" "Well, of course, Aunt Helen, I should like a society life very much." "But you're not going to have it, Lettie," said Eileen. "You'll have to do exactly what we do. We have no idea of having our own mother fagged to death, an old woman like mother taken out day and night at all hours, just to give you a jolly time." "But really, my dears, I am not an old woman," said Mrs. Chetwynd indignantly. "Well, mother, you are not as young as you used to be. You are 40 if you are a day, and no one at 40 can be called a chicken. It's much more healthy for you to go to bed in good time. Oh, I have read a lot about society and all its trash. It just encourages one to be terribly immoral." "Immoral? My dear Eileen, it's awful to hear you speak." "But it's true, mother. For instance, people tell no end of fibs, lies I call them. They say they are not at home when they are. They pretend to be delighted to see a person who in reality they loathe. Oh, I am acquainted with the ghastly round, and if you think I am going to let myself in for it, you are mistaken. But dear old mammy, you shan't be worried any longer. We will go out with you now, and we'll be as good as gold, and you shall get us each a new dark blue serge dress, and a new sailor hat, and a pair of thick dogskin gloves. Surely that is enough." "And what about evening dresses, and Sunday dresses, and visiting dresses?" said Mrs. Chetwynd. "As to Sunday dresses," cried Marjorie, "I don't see why neat serge dresses should not do quite well for church. And as to visiting dresses, we do not intend to visit in the ordinary sense. The friend who does not wish to see us in our serge costumes we do not intend to cultivate." "There are still evening dresses, my dear." "But, mother, you are not going to take us out to dinners." "You must have 1 or 2 dinner dresses," said Mrs. Chetwynd, "and that is an end to the matter. Go upstairs and put on your hats. I am ashamed to go out with you as matters now stand." The 2 girls left the room linking their arms together. Letitia remained behind. "May I ask, Letitia," said Mrs. Chetwynd, "when this madness seized Marjorie and Eileen?" "It has been coming on gradually," said Letitia. "It is very bad, I know. I was afraid you would suffer a good deal when they explained themselves." "But when did it begin?" "Well, 2 or 3 girls, Americans I think, joined the school last term, and Marjorie and Eileen became great friends with them, and just about then they began to change. They were always careless with regard to their dress, and would not allow Miss Ross, our English teacher, who had us under her special care, to spend the money which you sent on dress at all." "And do you mean to tell me that Miss Ross consulted them?" "Well, Aunt Helen, they had an extraordinary way of pleading their own cause. I cannot understand it. They have saved a good deal of money, if that is any satisfaction." "None whatever, child. I have got more money than I know what to do with, and I choose my girls to look nice. Letitia, what a pity it is that you are not my own child." "For some reasons I wish I were, Aunt Helen." You are so very neat, dear, so very dainty. That is the only word for it. What am I to do with those other two? I am dreadfully afraid you will have to give them their own way." "Their own way? Nonsense, my dear. Impossible. Children, only 18." "But old enough, according to your own showing, Aunt Helen, to be presented to the Queen, to enter society, and to marry if suitable husbands come to the fore." "Of course, but they would be presented to the Queen by their mother. They would enter society under their mother's wing, and if they married their husbands would look after them. Now, to allow those wild imps, those irresponsible girls, to have their own way, is not to be heard of for a single moment." "Well, Aunt Helen, I am sure it will come right in the end. They are queer, obstinate, out of the way girls, but they have got fine characters, and would not willingly pain you. The only thing is that they look at life from a totally different standpoint. I'll have a right good talk with them, so try not to fret. I will put it to them that it is not their bounden duty to yield to you. They often mind what I say, when they won't mind their elders. But is not that the carriage? Had not I better get ready?" End of Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of The Girls of St. Wode's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. The Girls of St. Wode's by L.T. Meade. Chapter 6 Belle the Sage. Belle Acheson was an ideal, scholarly girl of the latter end of the 19th century. She wore spectacles, not pince-nez. Her hair was parted smoothly on her forehead and done up in a tiny knot or dab at the back of her neck. Her forehead was high, her complexion sallow, her eyes short-sighted and small. She had a long upper lip, and her mouth was thin and wide. In figure she was extremely spare. Her feet and hands were large, and her shoulders angular. She was a plain girl, and she gloried in the fact. Belle Acheson lived altogether for the joys of intellect. To learn was her delight. The more abstruse, the more dry the science, the more eagerly did Belle absorb it, and make it part of herself. She was a good classical scholar, and she was also fond of modern languages. She studied Shakespeare, not for his beauty of language, but for his archaisms. She adored musty professors, and never had a good word to say for an athletic man. Her ambition was to carry off double firsts, and some people thought that she had a fair chance of obtaining this blue ribbon. Belle was an inmate of St. Wode's College, Wingfield. There were 4 halls of residence at St. Wode's, and Belle occupied an attic in North Hall. She had been there now for 3 terms, and had already made a profound impression on her tutors. She amassed knowledge with great rapidity. No nut was too hard for her to crack. Now, if there was a girl in the entire of England that Mrs. Chetwynd loathed, it was Belle Acheson. Mrs. Acheson was Mrs. Chetwynd's old friend. Their husbands had fought side by side in the same campaigns in India. They had belonged to the same regiment. She felt that nothing would induce her to desert her old friend. But alas, that old friend's daughter! It was fearful to think that such a girl was coming to pay a visit to Marjorie and Eileen at this important crisis in their lives. "Can anything be done to prevent it?" said Mrs. Chetwynd on the morning of the fatal day. She was addressing Letitia, who was gradually getting herself more and more into the good woman's confidence. "My dear Letty," she said, "I would honestly pay £20 to any hansom driver to let his horse fall between here and Mrs. Acheson's in order to give Belle a wrench of the arm, or a twist of the wrist, or something which would give her sufficient pain to send her home again. Then, as those are your very heathenish wishes, Aunt Helen, you may be quite certain that Belle will arrive in perfect health, without any accident, not in a hansom, but in that 2-horse conveyance which is meant for the convenience of the poorer people of London." Mrs. Chetwynd sighed. "I beseech of you, dear," she said, "not to leave the children alone with that pernicious girl. Stay in the room yourself. When you perceive that the conversation is getting into dangerous channels, turn it, my dear child. Now remember, Letty, I trust you. Everything depends on your discretion." "I will do what I can, of course, Aunt Helen, but I must frankly admit that I shall have very little influence." "I only wish Providence had made you one of my daughters. If you and Marjorie, for instance, had been my daughters, and Eileen had been you, then these things might have been quite pleasant, for you would have influenced Marjorie and brought her back again into the right ways. As it is, however—" "As it is, we must make the best of things," said Letitia. There came a ring at the hall door, and Mrs. Acheson and the redoubtable Belle were ushered in. Mrs. Acheson, in her usual somewhat diffident manner, kissed Mrs. Chetwynd, and then Belle flew up to her and gave her a little peck on her cheek. "How do?" she cried. "Where are the girls? I am most anxious to see them at once. Pray, don't ring. I'll run up to them. I know the old schoolroom. I have a great deal to say. You know, I go up again next week, and can think of nothing else. But I determined that whoever else was left in the cold, I must interview Marjorie and Eileen. Mother, have you got my small Virgil in your bag? I am writing a paper on that great man, and I wish to read it to the girls in order to get their opinion." "They know nothing whatever about the classics," interrupted Mrs. Chetwynd. "I believe they are going out for a walk. Would you like to go with them?" "I don't think we shall have time for that," replied Belle. "I'll find them. Don't you trouble." She nodded to Mrs. Chetwynd and to her mother in a friendly, off-hand style, and left the room. Mrs. Chetwynd glanced at Letitia, of whom Belle had not taken the slightest notice, and the young girl followed the eccentric, scholarly undergraduate of St. Wode's upstairs. Marjorie and Eileen had an old-fashioned schoolroom at the top of the house. They had cleaned it out themselves, and put it into order according to their individual tastes. It was now neat and bare. Marjorie, still wearing her shabby serge dress, was standing near an open window. She was holding a long yellow canary on her finger, and whistling to the bird, who pecked at her in happy confidence. Eileen was putting some pins into a great rent in her petticoat. The door was burst open, and Belle rushed in. "How do, dears, both?" she said in a friendly voice. "Pray don't rush at me and devour me with kisses. We never go on in that way at North Hall. My dear Marjorie, how you have grown! Oh, I am pleased to see you in that plain serge dress. And Eileen, petticoat out of order? Never mind. Here, this pin will set it finely right." "Do stop for a moment, Belle. Of course I am delighted to see you," said Marjorie, "but I must put Daffodil back into his cage." She crossed the room, still holding the bird on her finger, opened the door of his cage, and let him fly in. She then shut the cage door and came back to where her friend was standing. "I didn't know you wore spectacles, Belle," she said. "Yes, dear, my sight is bad. I have been to Wiesbaden to the celebrated oculist, and he has ordered these special glasses. I have astigmatism in one eye, and have therefore to wear special spectacles. By the way, Marjorie, you look as if you ought to be short-sighted." "Ought to be short-sighted?" said Marjorie. "I am not. I have excellent sight." "You ought to be," repeated Belle. "It gives one a distinguished look. In all probability you will be very short-sighted when you come to college. Most scholarly girls, I see by the shape of your brow that you are meant to be scholarly, are obliged to wear spectacles." "When I come to college," replied Marjorie, "and I am supposed to be a scholarly girl? Delightful! And yet I am not sure that I wish to be scholarly. But what a dear, delicious creature you are, Belle! Sit down. Do sit down." "Thanks," said Belle. She squatted down on a wooden bench in an ungainly fashion, crossing one leg over the other. Letitia now advanced. She had been standing near the door. "Who is that young person?" said Belle, raising her very short-sighted eyes, and staring hard at Letty. "You know quite well who I am," replied Letitia. "I am the cousin who has always lived with the twins. We are all three 18, and we are coming out in about a week or a fortnight." "We are not coming out," said Eileen. "Coming out!" cried Marjorie. "Now, Letty, for goodness' sake! Don't be silly. You know that unpleasant matter has been arranged. Perhaps you would like to go down to the drawing-room to Mother and Mrs. Acheson. Eileen and I have a great deal to say to Belle." "No, I mean to stay and listen," replied Letty. "I may have a good deal to say to Belle on my own account." "Stay if you wish to," said Belle, "but I don't suppose for a moment our conversation will interest you. You are fashionable, and that is quite enough. Marjorie, what is it you have to say?" "I want to ask you all about your life, dear," said Marjorie. "Eileen and I have left school. We have come home, and Mother wishes us to go into society. Poor dear little Mother, the best of souls, we are not going to allow her to order our lives." "Certainly not," said Eileen. "We are going to take our lives into our own hands, and we wish to consult you about the matter, Belle. You are—where did you say?" "At St. Wode's College, Wingfield, the place in all England where women who wish to distinguish themselves ought to receive training." "Then would you recommend us to come to St. Wode's College?" asked Eileen. "That I cannot say, but I will tell you about it if you like. By the way, I wish that young person—I beg her pardon?" "Letitia is my name," said Letty. "I wish Letitia would sit so that I need not see that fashionable arrangement of her hair. It irritates me terribly. Why should people waste time in fluffing and crimping their hair? It not only ruins the hair and ages the appearance, but, what is of much more consequence, it causes the unhappy victim to commit a sin. Yes, a sin. It wastes time, and oh, time is so precious. I feel this more and more the longer I live. Each precious, valuable moment has to be accounted for. The brain is master of the body. To enlarge the brain, to cultivate the—" "Hear, hear! This is as good as a lecture," said Eileen. "Go on, please, Belle. You are just the same dear, odd, delightful girl you always were." "Whether I am delightful or not, it is very rude of you to interrupt me," said Belle, frowning. She had no sense of humor, and could see no fun in Eileen's remark. "I will tell you both about the college if you really wish to learn," she continued. "But I must not stay here long to-day, for I have too much to do. Mother mentioned that you had come back from school, and that your mother intended to take you at once into that whirlpool of frivolity which is given the name of society. And when I heard that, I thought it was my duty to tell you both plainly what I thought on the subject." "But that is unnecessary, because you see we agree with you," said Marjorie. "Well, well, so far so good. But you want my advice now as to what you will do. You distinctly intend to oppose your mother and that young girl with the fashionable head." "I really cannot see why I and my head should be dragged into this controversy," said Letitia. "I am not speaking. I am simply sitting and listening. May I not listen to the words of wisdom which drop from your lips?" "You talk, Letty, as if poor Belle was Minerva," said Eileen. "You know whatever we do you'll have to do, because, though you are fashionable and horribly neat and particular about your outward appearance, you love us so well that you could not live without us." "There is some truth in that," said Letitia with a sigh. "Well now, stop wrangling, you three," said Belle, "and let me speak. You can go on with your quarrel when I am away, but during the few moments that I can spare from my own heavy tasks, for I have a vast deal to acquire before I return to college, I surely may be allowed to say what I have come to say?" "So good of you to come, dear Belle," said Eileen, patting Belle's long, large, angular hand. Belle snatched her hand away. "I hate being petted and fondled," she said. "We never do that at North Hall. It is so schoolgirlish, at least not those girls who are worth anything. In every house of residence, in every college, there are drones, poor useless creatures, who follow the busy bees, but at St. Wode's such dangerous adjuncts to the public peace are generally rooted out. Miss Lauderdale, our adored principal, sees to that. Now, girls, if you wish to hear what the busy bees do, I will tell you." "I wish you would begin," said Letty. "You do nothing but walk round the subject and never attack it." "I don't suppose it will interest you," said Belle, "but here goes. By the way, have either of you two As she spoke she turned to Eileen and Marjorie. "Have either of you two ever been to St. Wode's College, Wingfield?" "Never," said Eileen, "but Fay Everett, a girl at our school, has a sister there, and she sometimes describes the place to us. She said the students' rooms were so sweetly pretty, and that each girl could exercise her own individual taste." "Good gracious! Am I sitting here to talk of the girls who are supposed to have taste?" cried Belle. "Taste! What is taste? It is nothing but a device of the evil one for wasting time. I am here to talk to you about the students, the real students. I, for instance, have a room. Would you like to know how my room is furnished?" Letitia gave a perceptible shudder, and walking to the window, deliberately shut it. "What are you doing that for?" said Eileen. "It is going to be a very hot day." "I felt a sudden chill," said Letty. "Well, do let the window remain shut. What does it matter?" cried Belle. "I have placed myself high above the mere influence of the weather. Is it hot? Is it cold? I can never tell. I simply don't know. My mind is absorbed in abstruse speculations, and such trivial matters as bodily discomforts cannot touch it. Oh, girls, it is grand to allow your mind to soar. Have you, for instance, ever dipped deep into the intricacies of Virgil?" "Never," said Eileen. She looked at Marjorie. "I don't think, after all," she continued, "we wished to be so very learned. Our idea was to be just useful, plain sort of women. Of course we should never think of marrying, but we should like to be women who help their fellow creatures, who are ready to take their place in a sudden emergency. We want to know a little about nursing, something too about medicine. We should not object to going through a regular course of household training, but as to learning, we don't want to be bookworms." "In that case, why, in the name of heaven, have I been asked over here?" cried Belle. "Is my precious time to be wasted?" Here she jumped up suddenly and confronted the two girls. In her agitation and anger her spectacles dropped from her nose. They fell with a crash on the floor, and one glass was broken. "Now what am I to do?" said Belle. "Oh, the irreparable injury you two girls have done me! One of my glasses is broken, and I, who have astigmatism in one eye, cannot get it mended in a hurry. It is cracked right across. Most fortunately I took the precaution to provide myself with another pair, or I should be lost, simply lost. Oh dear, what a wasted afternoon!" "But can't you tell us what you are going to say, even without seeing us very plainly?" said Eileen. "Do, Belle, sit down and be comfortable. Tell us everything. We are not at all settled in our own minds as to what we will do yet. You have a room, and it is not ornamental. Well, we don't care about ornamental rooms. This room is bare, is it not?" "Bare? Do you call this a bare room?" cried Belle. "There are 6 chairs, for instance. Do you ever expect to entertain 6 people in the room where you work? In addition to the 6 ordinary chairs there is an armchair. Who wants to loll in an armchair? There is also a bench on which I am now sitting. Tell me, is a bench necessary as well as 6 ordinary chairs and an armchair? Are 4 tables required? Is that carpet essential? Does it stimulate the brain to keep the feet upon a carpet? Are those thick curtains necessary? They are only traps to collect dirt. Blinds to the windows I grant are required, or people might stare in. Oh yes, I will allow blinds. They are necessary. Now I will tell you about my room. I have asked to be put in one of the attics. The house is very full, and the vice principal of North Hall, Miss Penrose, was quite willing to oblige me. The attic was not furnished when I got it, and I begged and implored of her to allow me to furnish it in my own way. I have therefore a camp bed in one corner, a particularly narrow one. There is a small hard mattress on it. The counterpane is colored. It is dark blue, and does not require to be washed often. That is one item off the mind. The mind, my dear girls, that is, the minds of those who are students at St. Wode's College, have such deep problems to solve that they cannot be fretted by external worries. The minds of the real students must be left free to solve problems. The intricacies of Virgil, the great masterpieces of Homer, Dante in his magnificent original. Belle had now forgotten her auditors. She ceased staring at them. Her glasses were useless, her eyes were dim, but nevertheless she herself was seeing visions. Marjorie patted her on the arm. "Go on, Belle, go on," she said. "We will find out about Virgil and Homer and Dante presently. Now, what else have you in the room? You cannot live in a room that contains nothing but a camp bed and a blind, and at present that is all you have admitted." "I have a desk, specially made for myself, in the window," continued Belle. "There is a stool, a high stool, on which I sit. The stool has no back. I should scorn to lean back. I have a shelf on the wall which contains my books, my few books, 20 in all, standard works, mostly in the classics. Amongst them are to be found Polybius, Appian's Civil War, Book I, Cicero's Letters, Plato's Republic, Bacon's Novum Organum, Aristotle's Politics, Locke on the Human Understanding, and—" "Good gracious!" Letty was the one who made this exclamation. "Quiet, quiet, Letty, do let her finish," said Eileen. She kicked out her foot and gave Letty a poke. Letitia drew in her own neatly shod little foot, and sat with her hands folded in her lap, and her eyes dancing with suppressed mirth. "I have a chair besides the one I occupy," continued Belle. "That chair is for a friend, if a friend happens to come in. There is a small deal table upon which I never allow a cloth to be put, as it is apt to come off and spill the ink. Such waste of time sopping up ink! Often, in my moments of frenzy, have I jumped up suddenly and pulled the cloth with me. You don't know what I feel at times with the greatness of the thoughts which surge through my brain. Having spilt the ink 3 or 4 times, I have discarded the cloth. A wash-hand stand is of course essential, and there is a chest of drawers where I keep my things. By the way, how many dresses have you, Belle?" said Eileen suddenly. "2? Have you 2?" "I cannot tell you," replied Belle, turning her eyes towards Eileen, and looking at her as if she did not see her. "I have not the faintest idea what dresses I have. Mother supplies them. I put a dress on in the morning, I take it off at night. Occasionally, in the excitement of my thoughts, I have been known to come down to breakfast in an evening dress. I will admit that this has attracted attention and annoyed me, so as a rule I am careful to see that it is a morning dress which I am about to wear." "But do you think evening dresses necessary at all?" said Eileen in an anxious voice. "We think it would be so much more useful to save our money. Marjorie and I mean to do great good in the world." "Then, if you will take my advice," said Belle, jumping to her feet, "you will come as soon as possible to St. Wode's. When you are there I will talk to you again. I cannot waste any more time to-day. You will have to pass in Responsions, but doubtless that could be easily managed. Yes, when you are there I shall do my utmost to guide you. Marjorie, just let me place my finger on your brow. I shall be able to tell you in a moment whether you will be able to manage Virgil." Marjorie submitted to this test with exemplary patience. Letty laughed aloud. "You'll do!" cried Belle. "I'll just enter your name in my book. Marjorie Chetwynd comes to St. Wode's College as soon as possible. The spring term begins in a fortnight, Marjorie, so you have little time to lose. Now, Eileen, let me look at you. Yes, you also would do well, but I think perhaps your forte will be modern languages and English literature. All lighter accomplishments you will of course eschew." "Oh, please don't leave the room," said Letty, bounding forward, "until you have placed your fingers on my brow to see what I am worth. Really, this is most interesting. You are a kind of magician, Belle." "You will be one of the frivols, one of the drones of our hive," replied Belle sternly. "Don't, I beg of you, come to St. Wode's." "I can only tell you this," answered Letty, running after Belle as she was flying downstairs. "If Eileen and Marjorie go, I mean to accompany them." End of Chapter 6. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Chapter 7 of The Girls of St. Wode's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Girls of St. Wode's by L.T. Meade. Chapter 7. The Fate of the Girls. Belle Aitchison was a young woman who never let the grass grow under her feet. Having rushed downstairs at a headlong speed, she now presented herself in the drawing-room. "I have just examined the frontal developments of Marjorie's and Eileen's heads," she said, speaking in a loud, rapid voice, and glancing in the direction where Mrs. Chetwynd and Mrs. Aitchison were seated together on a sofa. "I have examined the frontal developments of the two girls, and I am glad to tell you that they both show marked intellectuality. I have recommended them to join me at St. Wode's College, Wingfield, immediately. Will you, therefore, Mrs. Chetwynd, kindly take the necessary steps to see that this is carried out? You must write to our principal, Miss Lauderdale, asking her to give you all particulars as to the necessary steps to be taken for admission. If the girls have not already passed some public examination, they must pass responsions. The subjects are Latin, Greek, mathematics, but if they have already passed the London matriculation, or the Cambridge higher local, or the—" "My dear, my dear!" exclaimed Mrs. Aitchison. "You are positively bewildering, my dear friend. What are you driving at?" "I am driving at nothing," said Belle, in a voice of dignity. "I am stating facts. The girls wish to enter St. Wode's. To do so they must have passed, or will have to pass, certain examinations, but the main thing is to write to Miss Lauderdale. Her address is Miss Lauderdale, Principal of St. Wode's College, Wingfield. Did you speak, Mrs. Chetwynd?" "I did not," replied Mrs. Chetwynd, in an angry voice. "Will you take a chair, please? Can I give you a cup of tea?" "Tea?" cried Belle. "I never take tea, thank you. But I should like a glass of water, please, for my throat is quite dry with all the talking I have been obliged to go through. Don't you know, Mrs. Chetwynd, that tea is decidedly bad for the brain, and also for the coats of the stomach? Oh, it has a shocking effect. Our best tutors at St. Wode's never countenance tea. Coffee, strong black coffee, one is obliged to take now and then, particularly when one has to sit up at night before an exam for honours. Coffee and a wet towel, but tea, no, thank you. Will you permit me to ring for a glass of water? I was giving the girls a lecture upstairs. They have a great deal to learn." Belle did not wait for Mrs. Chetwynd's most unwilling permission. She sounded the electric bell by the fireplace, and presently the footman appeared. Water was supplied, and the young lady took a copious draught. "That is refreshing," she cried, as she placed her glass on the tray. "Now then, mother, we must be off. Come, we have no more time to waste. I have promised Anne Morrison to call her before dinner to-day. She wants me to look over some of her matriculation papers, and I must on no account fail her." "But, my dear Belle, Anne Morrison lives at the south side of London, and I am so tired," said poor Mrs. Aitchison. "Dear me, mother, have you not strength enough for that much? We will take a bus at the corner, and get to Norland Square in no time. Come, don't you think you have quite as much frivolous conversation as is good for you? Now, Mrs. Chetwynd, don't forget to write. The address is Miss Lauderdale, Principal of St. Wode's College, Wingfield. Come along, mother. Bye-bye, Mrs. Chetwynd." Poor Mrs. Aitchison cast anxious eyes of misery and commiseration at her friend, and was hurled out of the room by the emphatic Belle. A moment or two later the hall door was shut behind the pair. "Thank goodness, they are gone at last," cried Mrs. Chetwynd. "My dear Letty, is that you? Come here, child, come here. Now, tell me, what did that awful girl say to the children?" "Here are the children coming down to answer for themselves," said Marjorie, springing lightly into the room, accompanied by Eileen. "Oh, darling little mammy, what is the matter?" cried Marjorie. She ran up to her mother and kissed her. "Why, you look quite worried, you dear old thing. Let me smooth out those furrows on your dear brow. Ah, you look more like yourself now. Come, sit here, and I will sit near you. I will pet you, and you will soon forget all your worries. Is it not good, mammy dear, to have a grown-up daughter on whom to lean?" "But if the grown-up daughter won't be leant on," cried poor Mrs. Chetwynd. "Oh, my child, everything seems to be topsy–turvy. And that appalling girl, for there is no other word for her." "Of course the world did turn topsy–turvy 20 years ago," said Eileen. "For women everything is completely changed. We who were so low are now in the ascendant. It is men who are nowhere. You, dear mammy, must be guided by us for the remainder of your days. You will live here, of course, or anywhere else you fancy, and we will spend our vacations with you." "My dear, dear Eileen, you don't know what you are talking about. That terrible girl has inoculated you with her democratic views. She is a fearful creature, a sort of monster, and the queer, extraordinary things she said, and the way she hurled her poor mother out of the room, I have really no words to describe. I do pity Mrs. Acheson. But if you think for a single moment, Eileen, that I am going to submit to you and Marjorie having the upper hand and managing your own lives, you are mistaken." Eileen uttered a deep sigh. "It will be troublesome," she said slowly, "and we would much rather not be troublesome. It would worry you, and we would much rather not worry you. Mammy, why don't you give in at once? It would be so much more graceful of you, mammy, it would really." "Yes, mother, I wish you would," said Marjorie. "But what am I to give in about?" said Mrs. Chetwynd. "Letitia, have you nothing to say? You have lived with us since you were a baby. In every respect you are to be treated as a daughter of the house. Can't you speak? Can't you show these insubordinate wicked girls how dreadfully they are acting?" "It is useless," said Letty, shrugging her shoulders. "They are determined to have their own way. I am afraid you must bear it, Aunt Helen." Mrs. Chetwynd burst into tears. Marjorie and Eileen looked at her with eyes full of pity. "I wish it was not necessary," said Eileen. "I do wish we could comfort you, dear old mammy. I do wish we could say that we would be presented to her Majesty and go into society 6 evenings out of the 7. But you see we just can't, and it would be the maddest weakness to yield." "Go into society I will not," said Marjorie. "I have made up my mind. I also think what Belle said is excellent, and after 2 or 3 years of that splendid training I am—" "Yes, yes, yes, I too have made up my mind," interrupted Eileen. "Mother dear, will you write to–night?" "To Miss Lauderdale?" said poor Mrs. Chetwynd. "That awful girl gave me the name. What in the wide world am I to write to her about?" "To get all the necessary particulars, as we want to go to St. Wode's at the beginning of term." "Oh, my child, I cannot permit it," said Mrs. Chetwynd. "But, mother dear, do listen," said Marjorie. She sat down by her mother and began to speak. Eileen took her mother's other hand. The girls could talk well, they had plenty of intellect, and they could expound their views in a simple and yet telling manner. Now Mrs. Chetwynd could never answer any argument which required a logical deduction. She was therefore completely worsted by her clever and modern daughters. Each of her little excuses, each of her small efforts to get the girls to remain at home with her, to go into society, to lead the ordinary life of the ordinary young woman, were quietly and politely demolished by both Eileen and Marjorie. Finally Mrs. Chetwynd found herself saying she would think about the matter. All 3 girls knew well that when Mrs. Chetwynd went as far as that, the thing was accomplished. "Don't worry the mammy any more now," said Eileen. "Lie back in your chair, dear mammy. Letty, run upstairs for mother's eau de cologne. We will put some on her forehead. Poor dear darling, she's the sweetest mother in all the world, isn't she, Marjorie?" "A perfect angel," said Marjorie. She stooped and kissed her mother. Eileen also kissed her. There they stood in their shabby dresses, a little piece of Eileen's petticoat peeping below her skirt, their short hair pushed up from their foreheads, their handsome faces alight with fire and excitement. Mrs. Chetwynd glanced at them, and despair entered her soul. She had not the slightest chance against them, and she knew it. The girls left the room, and only Letitia remained behind. "Well, Letty, at least you will remain with me," said Mrs. Chetwynd. "It is terrible to feel that I have brought girls like Marjorie and Eileen into the world. My only comfort is that their poor dear father, such a kind, scholarly, soldierly man, is not here to witness their base ingratitude." "But really, Aunt Helen, I don't think they are base nor ungrateful. They are just modern, you see, terribly modern, the reverse of archaic. They must keep up with the times, that they have determined on. There is no use whatever in opposing them. Doubtless life will teach them its own lesson, and they will be delightful when they return from St. Wode's." "How long must they stay there?" asked Mrs. Chetwynd. She took up her handkerchief as she spoke, to wipe away the tears from her eyes. "I believe the usual course is 3 years," said Letty. "You cannot get your certificate, which is equivalent to a degree, under that time." "Your certificate, which is equivalent to a degree, Letty! Oh, my child, not a man living will speak to the girls. They will never be married, Letty. They will be old maids at the end of the chapter. It is fearful to think of it." "Well, they don't actually take a degree, because it is not allowed," said Letty, "but they work for it, and they get the honour." "Worse and worse!" cried Mrs. Chetwynd. "You see how sternly the men disapprove of this fearful step on the part of modern women." Letitia suppressed a short sigh. "The girls are modern, and nothing will make them anything else," she said. "And yet, my dear, they are the reverse of fashionable." "Oh, Aunt Helen, I think fashionable women are going out." "Going out, my dear! What can you mean?" "I really do think so. There will be fewer and fewer as time goes on. We are so terribly earnest now, we have no time to think of mere ornamentation." "Thank goodness, Letty, you at least will always dress neatly." "I should think so," replied Letty. "I honestly confess that I am quite fond of clothes, and I like to look smart." "Well, dear, it is a comfort that I shall have you to stay with me." "But, Aunt Helen, I am ever so sorry. I think you ought to let me go too." "You, Letty? You go to St. Wode's College? What do you mean?" "I think I ought to go, if for no other reason than to watch those two poor dear girls through this eccentric phase of their existence. Think of them, Aunt Helen, alone with Belle Acheson!" "There is something in what you say," said Mrs. Chetwynd. "And as Mrs. Acheson intends to go to the Continent in the winter, and she wishes me to—oh, of course I pooh-poohed the idea, but I really think I shall do it now. I shall go about from one fashionable place to another, and amuse myself, and try to forget that I have children. Oh, it is a cruel, a crushing disappointment." "You will live through it," said Letty. She bent and kissed Mrs. Chetwynd on her cheek. "After all," she continued, "there is no good in forcing Marjorie and Eileen into grooves which were never meant for them. You will write to Miss Lauderdale, will you not, to-night?" "My dear child, have the goodness to write to her yourself, and I will sign the letter. I have not the faintest idea what I am to say to that woman." "I will write, then, at once," said Letty. She skipped across the drawing-room to her aunt's davenport, took out a sheet of paper, rapidly wrote a few words, and then brought her letter to Mrs. Chetwynd to sign. In less than an hour the letter was dropped into the nearest pillar-box. Thus was the fate of the 3 girls quickly decided. Chapter 8
of The Girls of St. Wode's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pam Castile. The Girls of St. Wode's by L.T. Meade. Chapter 8. The Gilroys. The Gilroys lived in a small house in West Kensington. The house was full to overflowing. There were a great many children, ranging from Leslie, the eldest girl, aged 19, to little Dan, aged 2.
Mrs. Gilroy was one of the busiest women in London. She had a small income, not exceeding 300 a year, and 6 children to maintain. When her husband died, a month before little Dan's birth, the mother made up her mind not to skimp the children's education, not to starve them on a mere pittance, but to add to her income by her own exertions. She was very clever and strong both in mind and body. All her children loved her passionately. Mr. Gilroy, during his lifetime, had been sub-editor on a large London daily, and after his death Mrs. Gilroy got a post on the staff. She also did a good deal of other journalistic work, and occasionally wrote up-to-date articles in the magazines. Thus she added considerably to her income, and the children never wanted for anything. The house was a model of neatness and order, although there was only one small servant, but then each child had been trained thoroughly, and each child did his or her appointed task without a murmur. The faces of all the young Gilroys were bright, all the pairs of eyes were frank and happy, but the mother had to work very hard. Often and often, when all the children were in bed, she sat up or went round from one editor's office to another, supplying the necessary items which would appear the next morning in the papers. She enjoyed her work and never complained, and Llewellyn and Leslie, the eldest boy and girl, sympathized heart and soul with her. On the very day when Belle Acheson had visited the Chetwynds in their fashionable house in Belgravia, Mrs. Gilroy, coming in later than usual, found Llewellyn, a handsome lad of 16 years of age, crouching over the fire in the little parlour, with his head in his hands. "What is wrong, Lou?" said the mother. "Nothing," he answered. "I have only been thinking." "But what about, my boy?" Mrs. Gilroy seldom petted her children. She seldom used loving words to them, but then her touch was a caress. She laid her hand now upon the lad's shoulder. He looked up into her kindly, firm face, and the shadow fell from his own. "It's just nothing," he cried. "I ought to be ashamed of myself. Don't ask me at the present moment, mother. I have a fit of the blues, that's all." "Well, and I have a fit of the cheerfuls," said Mrs. Gilroy. "What do you mean, mother?" Llewellyn was all life and spirits in a moment. "Has anything good happened? Have you got another post? Are you to be made sub-editor on one of the great dailies? That, you know, is your ambition, your great passionate ambition, little mother." "Nothing of the kind at present, Lou dear. I am just where I always was. I have plenty of work, and I am paid fairly well. But I have good news all the same. I will tell you afterwards. It has to do with Leslie. It will be the finest thing in all the world for her, simply the making of her." Llewellyn's face once more looked downcast. He did not want his mother to observe it, however, and he went slowly to the door. "I had better let Kitty and Mabel know that you are in," he said. He went into the little hall and shouted his sisters' names. The next moment 2 trim, neatly dressed little girls, with long hair hanging down their shoulders, in dark blue frocks and white pinafores, came tripping in. "Mother's come," said Llewellyn. "She wants tea. Sound the gong when it is ready." He bounded up the narrow stairs 3 at a time to his own special den at the top of the house. There, big, handsome, overgrown boy that he was, he shed some tears. He was ashamed of his tears. They scalded right down into his heart. "I wish I didn't feel it so much," he said to himself. "I just had a wild hope for a moment, when Mother spoke about good news, that it had something to do with me. But it's only Leslie. Well, dear old girl, why shouldn't it be about her? What a brute I am to grudge it to her. She is Mother's right hand, and about the very best girl in the world. There, I shall hate myself if I give way another moment. I'll just tell Mother right out, and put an end to the thing. She'll be a bit surprised, but I guess she'll only be too glad to consent. It's good-bye to daydreams, that's all. But a fellow can't think of them when his mother is in the question." Meanwhile, the girls downstairs were quickly preparing the tea. Kitty went to the kitchen to fetch the tray with the cups and saucers. Mabel laid the white cloth, which was made of the finest damask, on the center table. Kitty then knelt down before the fire to make an apparently unlimited supply of buttered toast. Mabel put the right amount of tea into the old teapot. There were many relics of bygone respectability, nay, of bygone wealth, in the Gilroys' humble house. The silver teapot was one. It was real silver, not electroplate. It was very thin and of an antique shape, and the children were often heard to declare that nothing would induce them to have their tea made in anything else. The cups and saucers, too, were of rare old china and of a quaint pattern. They were neither cracked nor broken, because the girls themselves washed them and looked after them, and put them away in the little pantry. The small maid of all work, Elfrida, was never allowed to go near the pantry. She only did the rough work under severe superintendence from Kitty, but the house was perfectly organized, and no one felt unduly fatigued. The tea, when it was ready, consisted of fresh eggs, honey in the comb, hot cakes which Mabel had been secretly watching for the last half-hour, a pile of buttered toast, bread both brown and white, delicious country butter, tea, and even cream. When everything was in order, Mabel sounded the gong, and Llewellyn came down. He had scarcely taken his place at the table before there was the clink of a latchkey in the hall door, and light steps, the steps of a young girl, were heard in the passage outside. "There's Leslie," said Mrs. Gilroy. She was seated at the head of her table, pouring out tea. She paused now, and a look of considerable expectancy filled her eyes. Llewellyn watched her. The others, engaged in their own chatter, took no special notice. "Leslie, late as usual," said Mabel. Just at that moment Leslie poked in her head. "Oh, do just keep a nice hot cup of tea for me," she called out. "I am starving. There has been such a cold wind blowing, and I had to walk half the way, as every omnibus was full. I'll just run upstairs to tidy up. Please keep a right good tea for me. I'll trust you, Mabel." "Yes, you may," shouted out Mabel. "I am keeping back the crispest of the hot cakes, and there is buttered toast in a covered dish by the fire." Leslie's steps were heard running quickly upstairs, and a minute or two later she entered the room. She was a tall girl with quantities of golden brown hair, large brown eyes, a complexion of cream and roses, and straight regular features. It needed but a glance to show that she was a beautiful girl, with beauty above the average. But it was not only the regularity of her features and the clearness of her complexion which made Leslie's face so specially attractive. It was the marked and wonderful intelligence on her open brow, the speaking, thoughtful expression in her eyes, the firm, proud outline of her beautiful lips. Mrs. Gilroy just glanced up when her eldest daughter came into the room. That one glance showed that the girl was the mother's special idol, that she loved her with a worship which was almost idolatry, that she was a shade more proud of her and dreamt more daydreams about her than about any of the others. Llewellyn, who could read his mother like a book, who loved her passionately, saw all these thoughts now in her eyes. He suppressed a sigh and attacked the loaf with vigor. "Come, Leslie," said her mother, "here is your place by me as usual. Now have a good tea, my darling, for we have much to talk of afterwards. I want all of you children to be present, too. You must all hear my good news." "Good news, mother? That's cheering," says Leslie. "I have had such a cross day." "Cross? What do you mean?" said Kitty. "Do tell us, Leslie. What can have happened? Didn't you get on with your pupils?" "No, they were contrary. They would play and would not learn. I didn't seem to have any control over them. Mother, dear, I am sick of teaching." "What rot!" cried Llewellyn. "One must go on with the thing whether one is sick or not." "Oh, I know, Lou, dear old boy, and I really don't mean to grumble. Only I felt cross, and I am owning to it. I don't feel cross now," added the girl. She helped herself to brown bread and butter. Kitty put a quantity of honey on her plate. Tea came to an end presently, and then the children in orderly file began to remove the tea things. In less than a quarter of an hour the little parlour, they always sat in the parlour in the evenings, was looking as snug and comfortable as a room could look. The lamp, beautifully trimmed and burning clearly, stood on the centre table. The red curtains were drawn round the windows. A fire blazing merrily gave a final touch of cheerfulness to the pleasant room. "Now then, mother, get into your own special chair and tell us the news," said Leslie. "Llewellyn, you are not going away, are you?" "No," said Llewellyn. "But before you begin, mother, do wait for us," cried Mabel. "Kitty and I must go upstairs to turn down the beds, and then I must see Elfrida in order to get her to put the fish in soak for tomorrow's breakfast. She does forget things so dreadfully." "Yes, and I have got to wash the tea things. It's my turn, I'm sorry to say," remarked Hester, a somewhat heavy-looking girl, the least attractive of the family. "Well, dears, I will wait for you three for exactly 20 minutes," said Mrs. Gilroy. "Be as quick as possible, bustle away, get the house into perfect order, and then you shall come down to hear my good news." The children ran off. When the door closed behind them, Leslie looked at her mother. "Must you go out again tonight, mother?" she asked. "No, my darling, not tonight. Tomorrow I shall not be home until very late. I have to attend 2 big functions, and must take my copy afterwards to the Grapho and the Daily Post." Llewellyn fidgeted. He stood up and then sat down again. He looked at his mother as if about to speak, and then restrained himself. "What's the matter, Lou? What are you worrying about?" said his sister. "It's only the thought of mother doing this beastly grind night after night," he said. "It drives me half wild sometimes." "My dear boy, I enjoy it," said the mother, "and you shall take my place all in good time. There is an excitement about the life which exactly suits me. I could never be a drone, even if I wished it, Lou, not even to please you, dear old fellow." The mother bent forward as she spoke, and gave the boy one of her rare caresses, just a touch on his white forehead. He sat down near her. Another boy would have held out his hand for his mother to clasp, but Llewellyn's long hands hung between his knees. He was bending over the fire looking into the blaze. The daydreams which he had so often seen in those flames were receding farther and farther away. His face was pale, and the expression of his grey eyes heavy. But Mrs. Gilroy, too much interested in Leslie at present to notice her son's depression, continued to talk cheerfully. By and by she would see it all and speak of it, but not just now. Quite within the appointed time the 3 girls returned. They took up their work, for never for a moment in this family was idleness allowed, and sat down near the lamp. "Now then, we are ready," said Hester, "but I do wish, before mother begins, that you would show me, Kitty, how you turn this heel. I know I am doing it wrong." "I should think you are, you old goose," said Kitty. "Well, I can't show you at present. Just take the needles out and unravel a few rows. Then put the needles in again, and I'll be ready to give you a lesson before bedtime. But remember, I am going to charge for it. It's a farthing a lesson, and the money to go to the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children. Is not that a good idea, mother?" continued Kitty, looking up. But Mrs. Gilroy was not listening. She had something important to say, and the mere idle chatter of this happy family passed over her ears unnoticed. "Leslie," she said, laying her hand on her eldest girl's arm, "my news has to do with you, but as we have no secrets in our family, I will tell it before the rest of the children." Leslie looked eager and excited. Even Llewellyn dropped his despondent air and stood up, big and manly, 5 feet 10 on the hearthrug. His mother glanced at him, noticed, without really noticing it, the marked look of power on his intellectual face, and then turned to her favorite child. "I was in my usual place at the office of the Grapho today," she began. "I was busily engaged preparing copy for tomorrow's issue when a gentleman, an old friend of your father's, a certain Mr. Parker, came in." "Mr. Parker, a friend of father's? I never heard of him before," said Leslie. "He has been in Australia for the last 12 years, but has just returned home. He sent in his card and begged to see me. As soon as ever I saw him I remembered that your dear father had constantly spoken of him. Well, he wishes to do something for the sake of his old friend." Mrs. Gilroy's voice faltered. "He is quite a gentleman," she continued, "though a little rough, but a capital good fellow at bottom. He spoke to me most frankly, and finally ended by making me an offer. The offer has to do with you, Leslie." "With me?" said Leslie. "Yes, darling. He asked me all about our means. He was not at all prying. He was good and kind, and oh, so generous at heart. I hated to tell him, and yet I felt obliged to. He was shocked. He thought your father would have left us better off." "He had no right to ask about our father's means," grumbled Llewellyn. "No one could have worked harder than our father did." "No one, truly," echoed Leslie. and no one ever led a more upright, exemplary, splendid life," said the widow. Her voice trembled. She paused for a moment. Kitty and Mabel laid down their needlework. "But all the same," continued the mother, "you must not blame Mr. Parker. He and your father had not met for many years, and in Australia they lead a different life. When a man is lucky there, he is very lucky, and Mr. Parker has been one of the lucky ones. He took shares in some gold mines, and explained to me that he is now a man of great wealth." "He must have interrupted your work a good bit," began Llewellyn. Then he checked himself. His mother glanced at him, took no notice of his speech, and continued with her story. "The result of our interview is this," she said, looking round at her children and laying her hand on Leslie's arm. "Leslie is to have a chance, a right good chance in life." "Mother, what do you mean?" said Leslie. She opened her pretty eyes wide, and the color rushed into her face. "Mr. Parker is a man of peculiar views," said the mother. "He does not want to help boys, he says. They must stand or fall on their own merits. But for girls he has a peculiar feeling, an unbounded pity. The fact is, poor fellow, he had a wife of his own and a daughter, and if the daughter were alive she would be your age, Leslie. I have not the slightest doubt that accounts for his prejudice in favor of girls. Now, my darling, he has offered to pay all your expenses, either at Newnham or at that other great college, St. Wode's, Wingfield. He wants you to give up your present employment immediately, and to go to either of these places at the beginning of term. You are to have every advantage that is possible. When you have completed your university education, he will take further steps to ensure your commanding an excellent living. The money is to be paid direct to me as required, and he has now given me a cheque for £50 to buy the necessary outfit which you will require for your new life. I have taken the cheque and have accepted the offer. That is my news. It is a great chance for you, Leslie. It is a great chance. You go away from us, I know, my darling, and I shall miss you terribly, but it is a great chance." "And you have really accepted it, mother?" "I have. I could not allow you to throw it away. Mr. Parker is such an old friend of your father's that I am willing to put myself under this supreme obligation. He has even hinted that by and by he will do great things for Kitty and for Mabel." "And what about poor Hester?" said that individual, dropping her stocking and looking with piteous eyes at her mother. "You are to be my home bird, darling." Then Hester rose and knelt by her mother, and put her strong young arms round her waist and kissed her. "Yes, I for one would never leave you, mammy, and I don't care a pin about being learned. I want just to be useful, although I'm afraid I am a bit of a failure all round. There always is a failure in every family, isn't there, mother? So it's just as well that I should be the one." "We mean to have no failures in this family," said Mrs. Gilroy. "Now then, you young ones, it is time for bed. Off you go at once. I have much to say to Leslie and to Llewellyn by themselves." End of Chapter 8. Recording by Pam Castile.
Chapter 9 of The Girls of St. Wode's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. The Girls of St. Wode's by L.T. Meade. Chapter 9. One taken, the other left. When the younger girls had rather unwillingly left the room, Leslie took a seat near her mother. Llewellyn, going to a bookcase at the further end of the room, began to fumble with some books. "Come here, Lou," called out his sister. "We want you to talk to us and give us your advice. You are always so wise. Come, what are you doing at the other end of the room? Are you not delighted? Are not you as glad as I am?" Llewellyn responded to Leslie's invitation unwillingly. His mother looked up at him. "What is the matter?" she asked. "Nothing, mother. I am, on the whole, heartily pleased." His reply came slowly, and as though he had weighed each word. "But I don't at all know that I ought to accept, even though mother is so good as to give me leave," said Leslie. "That's all rot, you know, Leslie," said her brother roughly. "Mother has accepted. The thing is done. It is a chance which may never come in your way again." "But I don't want it," she cried, touched to her very heart's core by something in his voice. "If it were only your chance, how happy I should be! Oh, Lou, with your tastes, with your wishes, what could you not achieve? You know it has been the passion of your heart since you were a little boy to go to one of the universities, and now, mother dear, it is surely not too late. You could speak to Mr. Parker. You could explain him that Llewellyn is the one in the family with genius, that Llewellyn will do him credit if he sends him to Oxford or Cambridge. Oh, leave me out. I can do without the university training. But Lou, it would be the making of Lou. I suppose I am fairly well educated. I have passed right through the high school from the beginning, and no girl who does that can be said to be ignorant. This chance ought to be Llewellyn's. Mother, it would be possible, surely, for you to put it to Mr. Parker in the right light?" "No, Leslie, he wishes you to go," said the mother quietly. "I have no choice in the matter. I have accepted for you. Look upon it, my darling, as a settled thing, and do not disturb, with the thought of any indecision, the great joy which ought to be yours." "There is a ring at the hall door," cried Leslie. "I wonder who it can be." Mrs. Gilroy started. "I quite forgot," she said, colouring slightly. "Mr. Parker asked if he might come round and be introduced to you all. Doubtless that is his ring. Llewellyn, dear, will you go and open the hall door?" Llewellyn strode across the room. "I feel quite overcome," said Leslie to her mother. "I never heard of Mr. Parker until half an hour ago, and now he is an immense factor in my life." Her words were interrupted. The door of the little parlour was thrown open, and Mr. Parker, accompanied by Llewellyn, entered. Here I am, as I promised," called out the former, rubbing his hands as he spoke, and pushing up his red hair from his almost as red forehead. "Here I am, and right glad to see you again, Mrs. Gilroy. And so these are some of the youngsters? What's your name, young sir?" "Llewellyn," replied the boy. "And how old may you be?" "16," replied Llewellyn. "'Pon my word, you're a well-grown chap. We don't have them better in the bush, notwithstanding all the fine development that hard work gives. But you have fine shoulders, and good stout legs. Fine young chap, Mrs. Gilroy. I congratulate you, ma'am, in possessing him. And so this is the young lady. How do you do, my dear? I am proud to make your acquaintance." Mr. Parker's voice had been rough enough while he was addressing Llewellyn, but when he glanced at Leslie, who, tall, straight, and beautiful, stood before him, a spasm crossed his face, and his voice faltered. It sank to a husky whisper. There was emotion in his tone. "How do you do, my dear?" he said again, and he held out a great rough hand to the girl to shake. She let her little hand lie in his for half a moment, and then withdrew it. She then went and stood by the fireplace. "Sit down, please, Mr. Parker," said Mrs. Gilroy. "Leslie, I think our friend would like a glass of wine. Will you get it?" "No wine for me, thank you, ma'am. No wine for me. I have dined, and admirably. Steak and stout, and boiled apple pudding. That's fare after my own heart. Simple, ma'am. You can see simple as my own tastes. Well, I am glad to see you, Mrs. Gilroy. At home, and a nice, snug little parlour you have. No show or pretension or anything of that kind. Just the sort of room I'd expect Gilroy's widow to have. And," added the man, glancing at the boy and girl, "just the sort of children, too." The two children thus alluded to could not help sighing. Llewellyn wished himself 50 miles away. Leslie felt uncomfortable and did not dare to meet her mother's eyes. Meanwhile, Mr. Parker glanced around him. The ceiling of the little room was low, and the furniture, although exquisitely clean and orderly, was shabby. He sank back in the armchair which Mrs. Gilroy had invited him to take possession of, and proceeded to speak slowly and thoughtfully. "This all reminds me of poor Gilroy," he said, "and yet I expected him, with his talents, to live in a palace by this time. Instead of that, he has his 6 foot of earth, ma'am, just what we all will come to some day. And you are left a widow, and with the care of that big boy on your shoulders." "I won't be on mother's shoulders any longer," grumbled Llewellyn. "Ha, ha, young sir, don't you be impatient. Let me say my say out. This young lady now, she's my charge for the future. Yes, ma'am, she's my charge. My dear Miss Leslie, you'll be a sort of adopted daughter to me. Now sit down near me, and tell me what your inclinations are. I think your mother would send you to one of those new-fangled women's colleges, if you like it, but if your inclinations are not set that way, why, I will set you up in business. I'll give you capital, and you may do well any line you like. You have only to name it, but your mother suggests that I should make an educated woman of you." "To a certain extent, Leslie, is that already," interrupted the mother. She saw that the girl found it difficult to reply, that her lips were trembling, and her eyes shining through tears. "My dear child has the best education I could give her," continued Mrs. Gilroy. "Please, Llewellyn, take a chair." The boy flung himself down on the nearest seat. "Mr. Parker, I have just been telling my children of your great kindness," continued Mrs. Gilroy. "Leslie is, of course, delighted. There is nothing in the world she would like better than to go through one of the universities. She wishes, by and by, to earn her bread as a teacher, and if she does that, it is essential that she should have the best education that can be procured." "Well, ma'am, if that's your whim, it's mine also," said Mr. Parker. "I am only gratified to be able to please you in any way. This is a debt I owe, ma'am, so there is no obligation on your part, nor on yours either, Miss Leslie." "A debt to owe?" said Mrs. Gilroy, in some astonishment. "Well, you see, it was this way," said Parker. "Gilroy and I were lads together in the same school. I don't mean to say that we were exactly the same set, for Gilroy belonged to the gentlefolks, whereas well, my father kept a grocer's shop. I always had a wonderful admiration for Gilroy, for though he was an aristocrat, as they call them, he had no high and mighty how ideas, and he was good to me, and wouldn't let the other fellows trample on me, not he. And one day I got out of my debt before I could swim quite well, and he pulled me to shore. He made nothing of it, but, as a matter of fact, he saved my life. So after that there was nothing I wouldn't do for him. And when we both left school, and Gilroy was going to one of your fine universities, and I was off to the colonies, we had a supper together, and at the end of the supper we made a bargain, one with the other. Gilroy said to me, 'Parker, nobody knows what the chances of life are. It is possible that you may come back some day a rich man. If so, don't forget that we were chums, that we were lads together, and if you can do a kindness to me or mine, do it. I am an unmarried man, and so are you. We are both young fellows, on the threshold of life. But if ever I should have a wife and children, and I myself should be beneath the sod, you will look after them for me, Parker. It shall be a bargain between us, and I will do the same for your wife and children, should the position be reversed." "Those were his words, ma'am," said Mr. Parker, standing up as he spoke, "and I never forgot them, never. They followed me through the years, and when I heard of his death, I felt there was nothing in the world for it but to wind up my affairs and to hurry back as fast as possible. There were Gilroy's bonds that he had laid upon me, and I had to see to it that I obeyed the last words he ever said to me. Night after night I'd see him standing by my bedside. The light in his eyes seemed to shine into mine, and I felt again the way he gripped my hand. Well, ma'am, it has pleased the Almighty to take my wife and child away from me, and I am here at your service, and with the orders of your dead husband to do what I can for you and yours. My dear," added Parker, suddenly turning and looking at Leslie, "you have a look of your father, the best fellow that ever breathed. You must let me to a certain extent be a father to you. My own wife is dead, and my girl too. Ah, the girl was bonny. I'll show you her picture some day, Miss Leslie." Leslie did not reply, but the tears which had been coming to her eyes now rolled down her cheeks. Mr. Parker noticed her emotion and was not ill pleased with it. "You go to college if you wish it, young lady," he said, "and I hold the purse strings. When you want money, you just write to me, and don't bother that good mother of yours overmuch. So that affair is settled. Now, to turn to the others. This boy, for instance. He's Gilroy's boy, and worthy of his father. What do you mean to do, sir? Do you want a university life too?" "Oh, if you could only give it to him," said Leslie. "Mother says you are rich, and if it is really as you say, and father laid his bond upon you, it does not seem too hard. Oh, if you could only do it!" Her whole face lit up, her eyes shone, and she laid her hand on Mr. Parker's arm. "I'd do anything in the world for you, my dear. So, if it is your wish, you have only to say the word. The boy looks intelligent, too. In Australia we would give a boy like that a bit of the bush to clear out, and a house to build, and we would teach him the rough essentials of life, and leave out the polishings. But Australia is Australia, and England is England, and as it seems to be all the development of the brain here—" "And the body too," said Mrs. Gilroy. "You cannot say that we do not develop the bodies of our lads as long as we have football and cricket." "We have those too in Australia, and we manage to beat you once in a while," said Parker, with a slight twinkle in his eyes. "But what does the lad want himself? That is the question." "Llewellyn wants to go either to Oxford or Cambridge," said Leslie. "It has been the dream of his life." "Yes, it has been the dream of his life," replied the mother. She glanced at Llewellyn, whose face was now white as death. "It is the dream of my life no longer," he said. His voice was husky, not to say rough. "Then, what is it you want, my boy?" Parker went up and clapped his hand heavily on the boy's shoulder. "Nothing from you, sir," was Llewellyn's answer. "Oh, I am obliged, of course, or I try to be obliged, but I don't want anything. What is more, sir, I wouldn't take anything." "Llewellyn!" said his mother. "I don't wish to take anything from Mr. Parker, mother. I was about to tell you when we were alone, but I will tell you now instead. I accepted a situation today at Lee and Forrest's." "Lee and Forrest!" said the mother. "You accepted a situation at that big draper's round the corner? Llewellyn, you must be mad." "I am not. I have been thinking about it for some time. This is not as sudden as it looks to you. You know young Forrest has been my friend at school, and there is a vacancy in the shop. They want a boy to train for the business, and Mr. Forrest is so pleased with me for applying that he is going to start me at once. I saw him today, and I accepted it, mother, subject to your leave, which of course you will give. Mr. Forrest said it would do him a lot of good to have a lad like me about the place. And young Forrest himself goes to one of the universities. It is a good thing for me, mother, and I have made up my mind." There was a dead silence in the room. Mrs. Gilroy's face looked white. All the pleasure had left it. She glanced at Mr. Parker, whose deep-set eyes twinkled half with fun and half with sympathy. He patted Llewellyn again on the shoulder. "The truth now," he said. "You are too proud to take help from me?" "I am," said Llewellyn. "That's a right spirit. But I'm going to tempt you. I will give you $200 a year if you wish to go to Oxford." "No, thank you," answered the boy. He shook the kindly hand off and stepped back a foot. "But why, my lad?" "Oh, Llewellyn, why?" said the mother. "Oh, Llewellyn, are you mad?" cried Leslie. "I will tell you why, if you all want to know," said Llewellyn. "I don't choose to be beholden to anybody, not even to Mr. Parker, who was my father's friend. I may some day go to university, but I don't think there is much chance of it. Sir, I will tell you another reason. I want to help my mother. She needs help at once. She could take it from me when she could not take it from a stranger. If I went to Oxford, I could not earn any money for 3 or 4 years. Now, I start at once with £1 a week. I can live at home too, and half the money will go straight towards the house. In a year's time my screw is to be raised. It is all settled, sir. I am obliged to you all the same, but I can't take your help." As Llewellyn finished, he turned to leave the room. "One moment, please," interrupted Parker. "I respect you, boy. Shake hands. If I had had a son of my own, I could only wish that he had been of similar metal. You'll do, young sir, you'll do." End of chapter 9. Recorded by Gabby Cowan.
Chapter 10 of The Girls of St. Wode's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claire. The Girls of St. Wode's by L.T. Meade. Chapter 10. Llewellyn's Gift. Late that evening there came a knock at Llewellyn's door. He called out, "Come in," and his sister Leslie entered. She shut the door softly behind her. "Mother is asleep," she said, "and I think she has been crying. She sighs so heavily in her sleep. It is not like her. I would not wake her for the world, but I knew you would be up, Lou, and I felt that I must have a talk with you." "All right. That is, if you really wish it," said Llewellyn, slightly stretching himself, and a frown coming between his brows. He had been bending over a volume of Plato's Republic, and some sheets of manuscript, scribbled over as if in frantic haste, were scattered about the table. When Leslie approached, he pushed the manuscript helter-skelter into a waste-paper basket and shut up the book. "Why did you do that?" said Leslie. "Why do you hide your real thoughts from me, Lou? Don't you want me to know? We have always been more than ordinary brother and sister to each other. What is the matter with you?" Still Llewellyn did not reply. He stood up and looked at his sister with as expressionless a face as he could possibly manage to assume. "It is no use," said Leslie. She went up to him now, raised herself on tiptoe, and kissed him on his cheek. "You have done it, and it is noble of you. It is splendid of you. But why? Why?" "How can you ask me why?" he answered. "Can't you guess?" "I guess partly," replied the girl. "You want to help mother. But surely you could help her much more effectually in the long run by doing what Mr. Parker wishes. It is such a chance, and it was put in your way, Lou. You didn't go out of your way to seek it. Perhaps God meant you to accept it." "No, don't!" cried Llewellyn. "Don't say that!" A spasm of pain flitted across the boy's face, then vanished. "I want to help mother, and I will," he said stoutly. "I don't intend her to do all the toiling and money-making any longer. I am almost a man, Leslie. I shall be 17 my next birthday. Oh, in one sense, it is young, but it is not young with me, for I think I am older than my years. I won't see her grinding without putting my own shoulder to the wheel. It's just intolerable." "I wish you would listen to me, Llewellyn," said Leslie. "It is not too late yet. The chance has been offered to you, and the chance has been offered to me. It seems to me, on thinking things over, that only one of us can take it, for mother can't do without both of us." "That's just what I said," interrupted Llewellyn. "You are to go, and I am to stay. It is all arranged. Don't, like a dear girl, worry over the thing any longer. It's done, and that's an end of it." "But you must let me speak," said Leslie. "I can never go to St. Wode's unless I make a clean breast of all that is in my mind. If one of us is to grind for the present, ought not I to be the one? I am older than you. I have had a more thorough education. I can easily get a position as junior teacher in Miss Harkaway's school. There is a vacancy, and she has half promised it to me. That will bring me in £30 a year, and my food, and, after a bit, I might do even better. Thus I should be altogether off mother's hands, and could even help her a trifle. Then, Lou, you will be really helping her at Oxford. As you are acquiring learning, and as those magnificent brains of yours are being cultivated to their full worth, you will be preparing for a learned profession, or professorship, or something of that kind. Surely that would be a more substantial help to the sweetest mother in the world than your earning £1 a week now at Lea Forest." "There is something in what you say, Leslie, but there is not enough in it," said Llewellyn quietly. "Believe me, I have thought of all this from every point of view. In the first place, professorships do not mean wealth, and for mother's sake I mean to be a wealthy man some day. You must go into trade to be wealthy now. Oh, it is not that I care for money, not a bit, but I want to save the mother, to keep her from toiling when she is old, to help the younger children. I can't stand Parker doing all the help, Leslie. The mere thought drives me half wild. Then I shall not always work at £1 a week. In a couple of years I may be earning a salary of 200 a year, for I don't mind telling you that young Forrest has taken no end of a fancy to me, and he and I had a long talk to-day. He took me up to see his father, and his father would do anything for a boy Jim liked. Jim goes to Oxford in the autumn. He hates the shop, and he won't go into business, for he can't stand it, and so his father has to start him in a profession. But he hinted very broadly, and so did the old man too, for that matter, that if I could take his place it would put matters a bit right, and smooth down the pride of old Forrest. So I shall have my chance, Leslie, a small partnership by and by, and I mean to take it, little girl. So you can go to Wingfield with a heart and a half, and win the academic honors of the family. It is a splendid chance for you, Leslie, and I'm not the fellow to stand in your way." "But I just wish you would," she cried. Llewellyn put one of his arms round her and drew her close to him. "One can take an interest in anything one sets one's mind to," he continued. "I shall begin double entry and bookkeeping and all that sort of thing to-morrow, and the classics may go to Hong Kong for the present. Poor old Plato! I loved him, and I had dreams about him, but he and I must be strangers for the present. You think me silly now, dear, but you won't when I have succeeded. By the time I have a great big shop of my own, you will think me the wise one of the family. Leslie, my dear, what is wrong?" For Leslie had squeezed his arm so tightly that the lad winced. "I can't bear to think of you with a shop," she cried. "With that brain, and those eyes, and oh, Lou, don't you remember how you translated Thucydides for us? And oh, Lou, it can't be borne." "It must be borne," he replied stoutly. "I can have lessons in the classics if I have time enough presently. Oh, a university man is not the only man in the world, Leslie. But now we will talk no more of this. Once for all, my mind is made up." "What would our father have said?" she cried. "Our father, who was a great scholar. If he were to come back, and if he could speak to me, I am quite certain he would say that I was more worthy to be a son if I helped the mother quickly than if I did anything else," replied the boy. "Perhaps you are right," said Leslie in a thoughtful voice. Llewellyn rubbed his hands over his eyes. "I don't pretend, all the same, that it's not been no end of a tussle," he said, "but now my mind is made up." "Quite?" "Yes, quite. Have you given an answer yet to Mr. Forrest?" "Practically I have, but the mother must come round with me to see him to-morrow. The dear little mother won't much like it, but she must do it. You don't know how he respects her, Leslie." "I should think so," said Leslie. "That goes without saying. She is quite the dearest, bravest little mother in the wide world." "Well, dry your tears, old girl. I'll go after her while you are away. Be cheerful, Leslie, and get all the good you can out of this magnificent thing, for I don't pretend that it's not a great bit of fortune for you. It is quite possible and right for you to take help from Mr. Parker, but I could not do it. It's not in me to take favors from anyone. Such a thing would lower me in my own eyes. Oh, it does not lower you, Leslie, but it would me, for I am differently made. We must each walk according to our own lights. And now go to bed, old girl, for I am half dead with sleep." "Kiss me first," she said. "Llewellyn, I think you are the bravest boy in all the world." "You would not say so if you had seen me 2 hours back. I was so miserable I felt fit to kill myself. But there," he added, clenching one of his strong hands, "I did not mean to let it out to you, and I am quite right now and don't feel a bit miserable." Leslie left the room and Llewellyn was alone. "But, all the same, it's a hard tug," he muttered as he glanced round him. He dropped into a chair and buried his face in his hands. He thought of the dreams which must never be realized, of the schoolfellows who would more or less despise him, of the different position he must occupy in future. "Good-bye, literature," he said to himself. "Good-bye, the laurels which would have been so sweet to gather. Good-bye, dreams." But by and by, as Llewellyn thought, he raised his face, and gazing straight before him he saw another vision, and that vision comforted and strengthened him a good bit. It was that of a home with a woman in it who wore the sweetest face in the world, and who was not tired with overwork, who, in fact, need not work at all. He saw himself as the one who was keeping that home. With his toil, with the energy of his strong young arms, with the youth and talents which God had given him, he was supporting his mother and his younger brothers and sisters, and they all looked up to him and loved him, and his heart was happy. The thought of the picture made his heart happy even now. He smiled, dropped on his knees, muttered a hasty prayer, and tumbling into bed was soon fast asleep. Leslie, in her own room, also slept, and bright dreams came to her. The thought of the future was delightful, and she looked upon it as Llewellyn's gift. For if Llewellyn had been selfish and had accepted Mr. Parker's offer, I could not have gone, thought the girl. I could not have left mother if Llewellyn were not with her. But as it is, and as he is sacrificing himself, oh, I will work just double time in order to make it up to him. For some day he must have time to pursue his beloved classics and his literature, and all those things which he cares for. No girl who has a noble brother like Llewellyn ought to shrink at anything. I believe I am the happiest, and I know I am the proudest, girl in the world. End of chapter 10. Recording by Claire.
Chapter 11 of The Girls of St. Wode's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. The Girls of St. Wode's by L.T. Meade. Chapter 11. St. Wode's College. There were several women's colleges at Winfield, but the largest and the best known, and the most important, was St. Wode's. It stood in its own spacious grounds, and consisted of 4 large buildings, which were called respectively the North, the South, the East, and the West Halls. There was also an extensive library standing a little back from the halls of residence, a great gymnasium, and another building devoted entirely to class and lecture rooms. Endless money had been spent upon St. Wode's College, which now ranked as one of the largest and most important colleges for women in the whole of England. It numbered from 300 or 400 students, but the place was so popular, the system on which everything was worked was so admirable, that girls who wished to go to St. Wode's had as a rule to put down their names a couple of years in advance. It so happened, however, that there was a vacancy for 2 sisters at West Hall, and owing to the breaking down of a highly nervous student who had worked too hard for classical honors, there was also a vacancy in the North Hall. North Hall was the house of residence where Belle Acheson carried on her vagaries, and pleased herself with the idea that she was one of the cleverest and most distinguished girls in college. She owned to a qualm of disgust, however, when she learned that Letitia was to be under the same roof as her, having a thorough scorn for that young lady, but as she was allowed no choice in the matter, she felt that there was nothing for it but to submit to the inevitable. Mr. Parker had himself visited St. Wode's College, had seen the principal, Miss Launderley, and had pleaded the cause of Leslie Gilroy with such passion and effect that special arrangements had been made in her favour, and she was admitted to the same hall as Marjorie and Elaine. For the first term she must share a large room with another girl, but that was a trifling matter to Leslie, who, now that things were thoroughly arranged, wished to start on her new career without a moment's delay. As she had already passed the London matriculation, there was no difficulty about her admission as soon as a room could be found for her. This being arranged, she was able to go to St. Wode's at the beginning of the Trinity term. It so happened, therefore, that Letitia, Elaine, and Marjorie, and Leslie Gilroy all found themselves on a certain afternoon in the same cab, driving to St. Wode's from the railway station, 1.5 miles distant. The girls' luggage was to follow them, and as there happened to be a place in the cab for a fourth, and Leslie was standing, looking just a little forlorn on the platform, Marjorie went up to her and suggested that they should all go together. "For I know you are a St. Wode's girl," she said. "How could you possibly guess that?" replied Leslie, looking with admiration at Marjorie, whose plain dress could never take away from the charm of her handsome face. "There was really no mystery about it," said Marjorie, after a pause. "I am not a magician, but I happened to see the name of St. Wode's on that basket trunk a minute or 2 ago. Will you come with us?" "I shall be only too delighted," was the reply. "I was feeling quite lost and strange. It would be nice to go to college in company. Is this your first term?" she added, as she seated herself in the cab. Yes, we are all freshers," replied Letty. "We shall all have a most unenviable position, that I can foretell. There is a certain Miss Acheson who resides in North Hall, who has told us of some of the discomforts, and, for my part, if I had not promised—" "Oh, hush, please, Letty! Don't say any more," said Eileen. "You need not to begin by frightening Miss Gilroy. You look, Miss Gilroy, as if you intended to have a good time." Leslie did not reply, except with her eyes. which were smiling. She was looking her best, dressed neatly and suitably, with her white sailor hat making an effective contrast to the meshes of her bright golden hair. "Well, I do wonder how everything will turn out," said Eileen. "By the way, Miss Gilroy, you did not tell us which hall you were going to." "I believe I am to share a room with another student at North Hall," she answered. Then she continued, the smiles which she could not suppress from visiting her eyes. "Is not the whole scheme delightful? I do wonder what the other students will be like." "And what the tutors will be like," continued Marjorie eagerly. "There are 2 resident tutors in each house, and also a vice principal. Miss Lauderdale is, of course, the principal over the entire college. I expect I shall be somewhat afraid of her." "I don't intend to be afraid of anyone," said Eileen. "When one makes up one's mind to lead a really useful life, surely small matters such as little nervousness ought not to count." Leslie gazed hard at Eileen, as if she would read her through. Marjorie bent suddenly forward and laid her hand on Leslie's knee. "Will you tell me something?" she asked earnestly. "Are you coming to St. Wode's to be a useful member of society, or a learned or an ornamental one?" "I have not thought of it in that light," said Leslie. "I want to go in for learning, of course. As to being ornamental, I have no time to think about that. And useful, well, I hope that learned and useful will, in my case, go together. I have a great deal to do during the 3 years which are before me. A delightful 3 years, I have no doubt they will prove." "What special subjects do you mean to take up, Miss—" "Chetwynd is my name," said Eileen, "but I hope you won't call me it. I am sure we shall be friends, more particularly as we are to start our new life in the same hall. Oh, I shall have much to tell you by and by. Letty, why is that frown between your brows?" "I did not know that I was frowning," answered Letitia. "I was only thinking of the ornamental part of life, and how I could carry it out most effectively." Letitia was dressed with special care, not unsuitably, for she had too good taste for that, but so daintily, so exquisitely, with such a careful eye to the smallest details, that Marjorie and Eileen looked rough and gauche before her. Their serge skirts had been made by a work girl, as nothing would induce them to waste money on a dressmaker. The work girl had been discovered by Eileen in Fox Buildings. She had a lame knee and a sick brother, and Eileen seized upon her at once as a suitable person for the job, as she expressed it. Finally, she was given most of the girls' outfits to undertake. She worked neatly, but had not the slightest idea of fitting. With numberless blouses, however, and a couple of serge skirts and sailor hats, though cheap, at least looking clean, the girls passed muster and were totally indifferent to their own appearance. "When once we have plunged into our new work, we shall be as happy as the day is long," said Eileen. "I wonder if Belle arrived yesterday or today?" "I sincerely trust she won't come till tomorrow," said Letitia, with a shudder. "I do not know for what sin I am doomed to reside under the same roof with that terrible girl." "A terrible girl? Who can she be?" asked Leslie. "You will know for yourself before you have been many days at St. Wode's," was Letty's enigmatical reply. "Oh, and here we are, turning in at the gates. My heart does go pit-a-pat." Leslie's face also became suffused with pink as the cabman drew up at the large wooden gates, which were presently opened by a neatly dressed young woman who lived at the lodge just within. The grounds were 3/4 of a mile in length, and the 4 halls built round a quadrangle stood in the middle. There was a wide and smoothly kept grass lawn in front of the halls, and a gravel sweep going right round them. The cab presently delivered up its 4 occupants, and Eileen, Marjorie, and Leslie found themselves in a small waiting room inside West Hall, where they were to remain until the housekeeper could arrive to take them to their several rooms. They had not to wait long. A cheery young woman of about 27 presently made her appearance, asked them their names, told them that their trunks would be brought to their rooms as soon as ever they arrived, and then requested them to follow her. She tripped up some wide stone stairs, destitute of carpets, and then down a corridor, slippery with parquetry work. The next moment she had flung open a door and revealed a good-sized room, which was occupied by another girl at the farther end, who wore a shock of red hair rather untidily put up in a loose knot at the back of her head. "Miss Colchester, I see you have arrived," said Miss Payne, the housekeeper. "This is your room fellow. May I introduce you to Miss Leslie Gilroy?" "Pray come in, Miss Gilroy. You are heartily welcome," said Miss Colchester, jumping up, coming forward, and gazing hard at Leslie. She then extended an awkward hand. "I am glad to see you," she said. "I hope you don't mind the room being in disorder. I have only just begun to unpack, and everything is helter-skelter. I was never tidy, no, never. I begin to think I like things helter-skelter." "Oh, I don't mind, of course," answered Leslie, but her heart sank. In her mother's small house the motto impressed upon each child was the old-fashioned one, a place for everything and everything in its place. "I suppose I shall have one side of the room to myself?" she continued. Marjorie and Eileen had been left on the landing. They overheard Leslie's last somewhat despairing words, glanced at one another, and smiled. They were then conducted to the rooms at the farther end of the corridor. "This is your room, Miss Eileen," said Miss Payne. "Miss Marjorie has an exact counterpart at the other side of the corridor. Behind this screen you will keep your wash-hand stand. This sofa forms your bed at night. This chest of drawers is for your linen and the bodies of your dresses. Behind this curtain you will hang your skirts. Here is your writing table. It remains with yourself to make your room pretty and neat, or the reverse. You may buy any ornaments in the way of pictures or anything else you fancy. When you touch this handle you turn on the electric light. Would you care for a fire? Here are coal and wood for the purpose, and I will send in a servant to light it at once, if you wish." "No, thank you. It is quite a warm evening," replied Eileen. "Is Marjorie's room just the same?" "Precisely, but I think you have the prettier view." "Oh, how lovely!" exclaimed Eileen. "Do look, Marjorie. There is that great park in the distance, and the river down there. Oh, please!" She turned to speak to Miss Payne, but Miss Payne had already vanished. "Well, we are landed at last," she said, clasping her sister's hand. "Does it not seem almost too delightful?" "Splendid!" cried Marjorie. "Do you know, Eileen, I have taken a fancy to that pretty Miss Gilroy." "So have I," answered Marjorie, "but I expect she will have a bad time, poor dear, with Miss Colchester. Anyone can see Miss Gilroy is of the orderly sort. Now, I don't care a bit about having things in perfect order." "But, Marjorie," said Eileen, "I have been reading up about that lately, and I think you and I ought to cultivate order very assiduously if we mean to be really useful women. Oh, by the way, our hair is beginning to grow. We must find a barber tomorrow in order to reduce our crops to the right length." "An inch and a half being the length permitted," said Marjorie, with a smile. "I am curious to see poor old Belle. Letty will have awful tales to tell of her. Well, this life is interesting, is it not, Eileen?" End of chapter 11. Recorded by Gabby Cowan.
Chapter 12 of The Girls of St. Wode's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Girls of St. Wode's by L.T. Meade. Chapter 12. Inky Annie. Meanwhile, Miss Colchester and Leslie Gilroy, standing in the middle of their room, gazed one at the other. Miss Colchester put up her hand to ruffle her red locks. Presently she uttered a short, sharp sigh. "I see by the build of your head and your figure that you are painfully tidy," she said. "I had hoped that it might have been the will of Providence to allow a congenial spirit to share this room with me, but evidently that is not to be my lot. How much space do you require?" "Half the room, I suppose," said Leslie. "Half! My dear good creature, impossible! Don't you see that my things are everywhere? You will notice, too, that I am absorbed in study. I am working hard for mathematical honors, and I have only this term in which to prepare." "Surely a long time," said Leslie. "No time at all, I assure you. Come here, I will show you the list of books I have to get through. Oh, I declare, here comes your trunk. 2 trunks! What do you want 2 trunks for? How perfectly fearful! Put them down, please, porter. There, near the door. Now then, we had better settle this matter at once. You must promise that you will on no account encroach on my half of the room. I take this side with the bay window. You have the back, with the little side window. I require light for my work. I give you permission to keep your part, just there in the corner, as tidy as you please. Do you understand?" "I shall certainly keep my part of the room tidy," said Leslie with some spirit. "And I may ask what this screen is for?" "Oh, you can use it or not, as you please. It is supposed to hide the washstand. Most unnecessary, in my opinion. Some of the students here even go the length of turning the chest of drawers so that the drawers may face the wall. Then they put an ornamental sort of piano sheet over the back of the drawers, and make it look like a piece of ornamental furniture. Ornamental instead of useful. Ridiculous! Does not one want to bang open a drawer, stuff in one's things, shut it again as quickly as possible, and then not give another thought to the matter? Surely there are untidy girls in the college. Why was it my lot to have you sent to share my room, you who are the very pink of neatness?" "I see you are very sorry to have me, and I of course am sorry too that you should be put out," said Leslie, who thought it best to take the bull by the horns. "But suppose, Miss Colchester, suppose I, who may not have quite so much work to do at present as you have—" "Of course you won't, you silly girl. I am working for honors, I told you." "Well, well, do let me finish. Suppose I undertake the tidying of the whole room." "But, my dear good creature, I like it untidy. I hate to have everything in its place. When things are in their right places they can never be found, that's my opinion. Do you see my study table? I know exactly where I have put my things, but if anybody attempts to tidy them, woe betide my comfort in the future. Well, I see you are good-natured, and I don't want to be disagreeable. You have a nice face, too, and I dare say we shall pull together all right. If you wish to tidy just around my table, you may. For instance, if you see my stockings on the floor, you can roll them up and put them into my drawer, any drawer. It doesn't matter which. And if I do forget to put my boots outside at night, you may gather them up with your own and fling them on the landing. Oh, dear, dear, it is such a worry even to speak about it. But what I was about to say," continued Miss Colchester, "is this. You may tidy for me if you please, but there is one point on which I am resolved. This table is never to be touched. The housemaid knows it, and now I warn you. Think of what it means to me. I may make a note, through my brain may be evolved an idea, which a careless housemaid may throw into the waste-paper basket. Just think what it would mean. How do you suppose I am to work in a place like this, if I think of small petty things which occupy home girls? You are a home girl. Have you a tidy mother? Of course you have." "Yes," said Leslie, "and a very hard-working and clever mother, too. She spends a great deal of her time out, but she has trained my sisters and myself." "I do believe you are going to quote that awful proverb about 'a place for everything,'" said Miss Colchester. "Don't, I beg of you." "I was thinking of it. I did not mean to quote it," said Leslie. "Well, I must not waste any more time talking. I suppose you must have your way. I am afraid your bedstead is a little uncomfortable. The spring is broken, but you don't mind, do you?" "I do mind," answered Leslie. "I shall ask to have the spring mended to morrow. There is no good having an uncomfortable bed, but for to night it does not matter." "Oh, I see that you are going to be good natured. That is your screen. You can take the best of the two, because I never open mine. You can paste any pictures you like on it, if you are given that way. But I hope to goodness you are not. The screen is to put round your wash-hand stand. That is your table, and that is your chest of drawers. Now, for goodness sake, like a dear, good creature, put your things in order, and don't speak to me again. I must go on with my calculus of finite differences." "What do you mean?" asked Leslie. "Do you wish for an explanation? If so, pray sit down opposite to me, and don't expect to stir for a week. It will take me at least that long to explain the matter. Oh, don't say any more just now, and do move as softly as you can. Do just consider that my winning honors in mathematics is a little more important than that your drawers should be in immaculate order. Do you comprehend?" "Perfectly." "Well, don't say another word." The red-haired maiden returned to her desk, stuffed both her hands through her fiery locks, which stuck out now like great wings on each side of her head, and began murmuring slowly to herself. Leslie stood still for a moment, with a sense of dismay stealing over her. "What is to be done?" she thought. "Miss Colchester is a very peculiar girl. What does a calculus of finite differences mean? I almost wish dear old Lou had been mathematical. Then perhaps I should have known. Well, never mind. I won't disturb that poor dear scholarly girl, but unpack my things I simply must." Thanks to her mother's excellent training, Leslie was a proficient in the art of stowing away things in small spaces, and before the gong for dinner sounded she had put all her belongings away, had arranged the screen around her wash-hand stand, and had even brought out much-loved photographs of her mother and her brother Llewellyn to ornament the top of her chest of drawers. These gave a home look to the room, and she glanced at them with satisfaction. Her bedstead, turned into a sofa by day by means of a crimson rug, was now tidy and in order, and Leslie sat down on the edge of it, waiting for Annie Colchester to stir. The second gong pealed through the house, and Annie suddenly started to her feet. "Good gracious! Oh, I forgot all about you. What is your name?" "Leslie Gilroy." "Leslie Gilroy, please tell me if that is first or second gong?" "The second," replied Leslie. "And who are you?" continued Annie Colchester, gazing in a sort of vacant way at her roomfellow. "The girl who has come to share your room." "And you have put all your things away and made no noise? Excellent. Did you say that that was the second gong, Miss—" "Leslie Gilroy is my name." "Is that the second gong?" "The second gong sounded 2 or 3 minutes ago." "Then we must fly. Oh, never mind our hands. Ink? Yes, I have ink on my hands, and on my face, and on my hair. But never mind, never mind. They know me now. I am called Inky Annie. I rather glory in the name." "But I should have thought that a mathematical scholar would have been the essence of order," said Leslie. "Surely mathematics ought to conduce to order of mind and body." "You know nothing whatever about it," said Annie, casting a withering glance at Leslie. "I wonder if you are clever, or what you have come here for. Girls who are merely orderly have no niche at St. Wode's. But you will learn, doubtless, and if you are good-natured I will stick up for you, of course. Come along now. You are a fresher, you know, this term, and will be treated accordingly." "But how are freshers treated, and why must I be given that unpleasant name?" asked Leslie. "Custom, my dear, custom. We always call the new girls freshers. You'll get used to it. No one is unkind to a fresher unless she makes herself disagreeable, which I rather guess you won't." Here Annie smiled brightly into Leslie's face. "Well, I hope we shall be good friends, and that I won't inconvenience you," said the other girl. "You won't if you are silent and keep to your side of the room. Now then, let's join hands and fly downstairs. Oh yes, we are fearfully late, and the others have gone into the dining-hall." "Well, come this way," said Annie. "I'll squeeze you into a seat by me, if you like, for this evening, Leslie Gilroy." End of Chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Girls of St. Wode's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. The Girls of St. Wode's by L.T. Meade. Chapter 13. A Cocoa Party. Nearly 100 girls were in the great dining hall. They were all seated at the different tables when Annie Colchester and Leslie Gilroy appeared. Annie went straight up to her own table, bowed somewhat awkwardly to Miss Freer, the tutor, who was at the head, and then, seeing that the teacher's eyes were fixed on Leslie, said in an abrupt voice, "This is my room fellow, Miss Leslie Gilroy, Miss Freer." "How do you do, Miss Gilroy?" said Miss Freer, in a pleasant voice. "I think you will find a seat next to Miss Colchester. Move down a little, please, Jane," she continued, turning to another girl with a rosy face and dark eyes. "Yes, there is plenty of room now. I will have a talk with you after dinner, if you like, Miss Gilroy." "Thank you, I shall be very glad," replied Leslie. Her bright eyes and lovely face, her whole manner and pleasant expression made many of the girls turn and glance at her, but nobody stirred in a dull and unpleasant manner. The girl called Jane began to talk to Leslie and told her some of the rules of the place. Leslie was glad to learn what she could, but her eyes anxiously glanced from table to table in the hope of once more seeing her two companions of the cab. Presently she observed Marjorie and Eileen seated at a table at the other end of the room. They were together, looking already quite at home and perfectly contented. They talked to one another. When they caught Leslie's eyes, they nodded to her in a pleasant, hail-fellow-well-met manner. "Who are those two girls?" said Jane Harriet suddenly. "They are freshers like yourself, are they not?" "I do not know much about them," replied Leslie. "Yes, they have just come to St. Wode's. Their names are Marjorie and Eileen Chetwynd. They were kind enough to share a cab with me coming from the station, and seem to be very nice girls indeed." "I like their faces," said Miss Harriet, "but what a funny way they do their hair. I don't care for that short hair, do you?" "Not personally," replied Leslie, "but they seem nice girls and have handsome faces." "Yes, I am sure they are charming, and also out of the common. I only trust they won't join the oddities. We have a few oddities here, of course. I am so glad you are not going to be one." As Jane spoke, she glanced toward Annie Colchester, who looked back at her and nodded. "I overheard you, Jane," she said, "and you are perfectly welcome to speak of me as the oddity of all oddities. Miss Leslie Gilroy has found out that fact for herself already, have you not, Miss Gilroy?" "I have found you quite willing to put up with the discomfort of having me in your room," answered Leslie, coloring as she spoke. "You are sure to have a room to yourself after this term," said Jane Harriet. "This is always our most crowded term, but if Annie takes honors, which she is very likely to do, she will be leaving St. Wode's, and then the governors will give you another room." The dinner proceeded. Leslie asked a few more questions of Jane, who always replied in a pleasant, intelligent manner, and when the meal had come to an end, she asked Leslie if she would like to come with her to her own room. "This is our debate evening," she said. "I will bring you down to the hall presently and introduce you to several of the girls. But now do come down to my room and have a chat. We don't debate before 8:30. I am sure we shall be friends." "But Miss Freer said something about wishing to see me after dinner," said Leslie. "She's one of the tutors, is she not?" "Oh, yes, such a darling, the dearest, sweetest woman on earth. But surely you don't want to talk over books to night." "Yes, I do. I should like to settle down to my work as quickly as possible." "Well, of course you can speak to Miss Freer, but I don't think she can give you much of her time, for she is to open the debate. She is our classical tutor. Are you classical, Miss Gilroy?" "No, I came here to study literature," replied Leslie. "In that case you won't have anything to do with Miss Freer. Miss Maple is the tutor who will look after you and arrange your lectures. I will just speak to Miss Freer." "Oh, come with me, if you like. We can both speak to her." Jane Harriet slipped her hand through Leslie's arm, drew her up the room to where Miss Freer was talking to a number of students, and then touched the tutor on the arm. "Ah, my dear," said Miss Freer, turning to Leslie, "you would like to have a little talk with me?" "But please, Miss Freer," interrupted Jane, "Miss Gilroy has just told me that she is going to study literature." "In that case I am not the tutor who will have to look after you," replied Miss Freer. "Shall I introduce you to Miss Maple now, or will you wait until the morning?" "Do wait until the morning," said Jane. "I am dying to show my rooms, and afterwards you must come to the hall. You won't, of course, take part in the debate tonight, but you can look on and find out how far you are likely to enjoy yourself amongst us." "With so many temptations, I think I will wait to be introduced to Miss Maple until tomorrow," said Leslie. "I think you are acting wisely," said Miss Freer. "And remember, if you want anything at any time, I shall be very glad to help you. I will speak to Miss Maple about you, and she will see you after prayers tomorrow." Leslie and Jane Harriet left the dining hall together. Annie Colchester had long since departed. "Ought I not to go to her?" said Leslie. "She may think it rude." "Rude?" cried Jane with a laugh. "Annie thinks it rude to be left alone? She is hard at work at her studies already, let me tell you. You will be in luck if you get into that room at all tonight, for one of her unpleasant habits is to lock the door. Then she goes to bed without thinking anything more about it. Alice Hall, her last roomfellow, was once kept out of the room all night in consequence of Annie's behavior. Poor Alice had to share my sofa bed, and, I assure you, it was a tight fit." "In that case, would it not be wise for me to run up immediately and remove the key?" Jane Harriet laughed again. "Excellent," she said, "and Annie will never miss it. She is the most eccentric creature I ever met. Her brown studies are too wonderful. We all laugh at her, but we all like her, for she really is a good old thing, although such an oddity. Well, I'll come with you, for my room is in the same corridor. Let us go at once. There are 2 or 3 friends who are certain to come and see me tonight, and I should like to introduce you to them." Just as the 2 girls were about to ascend the stairs, they met Eileen and Marjorie, who, arm in arm, were looking at the regulation board. As soon as they saw Leslie, they turned to speak to her. "I hope you are comfortable, Miss Gilroy," said Marjorie. "We are very." "Please introduce me, Miss Gilroy," said Jane Harriet, touching Leslie on her sleeve. Leslie did what was required. "You don't know anybody here yet, do you?" asked Jane, turning to Eileen. "No," replied Eileen. "1 or 2 girls spoke to us at dinner, but—" "In that case you had better come and join my party," said Jane. "The girls will call on you tomorrow evening, so you must be at home. But they will not do so tonight, as it is the first night of term. Do come, both of you. Miss Gilroy is coming, and we shall make quite a cozy party." Eileen and Marjorie said they would be delighted to comply, and the girls went upstairs side by side. Leslie went to her own room, secured the key, slipped it into her pocket, and joined the rest on the threshold of Jane's room. Jane Harriet happened to have one of the prettiest and most tastefully arranged rooms in North Hall. It was a corner room, and had queer little nooks and crannies in all sorts of unexpected places. It was papered with a very artistic paper, and had a deep dado, which Jane herself had painted, with a running pattern of wild flowers and birds. Some good photographers of pictures by Burne Jones and Watts hung upon the walls. The curtains were of Liberty silk. The floor was covered with a self-colored drugget. The bed was turned into a tastefully arranged sofa, and the chest of drawers was rendered unique and graceful by a piano cloth concealing its back. The screen which hid the washing apparatus was a Liberty one, and very pretty. A bright little fire burned in the grate, which was agreeable, as the evening was somewhat chilly. One of the windows stood slightly open, and the room was full of fresh air without draught. "We must all go down to the debate within an hour," said Jane, "and then I hope you will return to my room, girls, for cocoa. I am giving a cocoa party tonight, you know." "How delightful!" said Leslie. "How pleasant everything seems to be." "When did you say the debate would begin?" asked Eileen. "Within an hour." "Then you have time first to tell us something of your college life." "I can do so if you like. We have a great deal of liberty here, and provided we don't break the rules, we are not likely to get into hot water. The studious girls work as a rule in the morning, play games in the afternoon, and work again after dinner, until whatever hour they wish to go to bed. We are all expected to be in bed soon after midnight, and no one is allowed to be outside the gates after 10:30, unless special leave is given. By the way, do you know any people in Wingfield, Miss Gilroy?" "I have an introduction to one of the Dunns, Mr. Matcheson," said Leslie, "but I don't know him yet." "Oh, you are in great luck if you get into the Matcheson set," said Jane, with a slight look of envy flitting across her face. "They are some of the nicest people in Wingfield, and they have such delightful Sunday evenings. They are sure to invite you to them. Do you know any people, Miss Chetwynd?" "Not a soul," said Marjorie, sinking down upon a corner of Jane's sofa. "And I am not likely to," she added, "for when once we take up our work in earnest, we shall have no time for social frivolities." "Social frivolities!" repeated Jane. "But half the wood of the place is social life. You won't get the benefit you ought to derive from a residence at St. Wode's unless you take up the social as well as the learned side of the life." "I don't understand you," said Marjorie, knitting her pretty brows. "I must try and explain. I see Miss Gilroy's face that she does." Leslie nodded and smiled. "One of the many benefits of coming to college is to strengthen the social side of one's character," said Jane. "When Miss Freer or Miss Mabel ask you to tea, they will discourse much on that point. A college girl ought to have wider sympathies, and to be less selfish all round, than a girl who knows only the ordinary home life. Oh, I have not a word to say against home girls, but certainly college life does strengthen one. Now, here we have heaps of opportunities. We know so many girls. We enter into their lives. We have a delightful feeling of comradeship. The wide outside world, which we get a glimpse of from our dear little paradise, is most strengthening to our characters. You ask some of the older girls here what they think of St. Wode's. They will tell you that it is a paradise, an oasis. We are all happy, devoid of care. And the hockey and tennis clubs, and the boating club, they are all so charming that we cannot but have a gay time. There are 20 boats belonging to St. Wode's College, and on the long summer afternoons we go up the river a good distance, and very often do our work under the trees. So you can imagine how jolly everything is. But of course there are certain rules. No girl can belong to the boating club, for instance, unless she can swim in 50 feet of water." "I can't stand that test," said Marjorie eagerly, "and I should rather like to be in a boat. Eileen and I have rowed a good deal on the sea since we were quite children." "Can you swim, Miss Gilroy?" asked Jane. "I am afraid I cannot," replied Leslie, "but I don't think I am much of a coward, and I can soon learn," she added. "You see, I have spent all my life in London, and have not had a chance of learning." "Oh, if you are a London girl, you ought to have courage for anything. Then, besides the boating club, we have our bicycle clubs, and our debating society, and our dramatic society. Oh yes, it is very full life, and those derive most benefit from the college who enter into it in its divers branches as much as possible." "All that social frivolity will not suit me," said Marjorie, breaking the silence that followed Jane's rapid flow of words. "Why so?" "Because my sister and I am sure I can speak for her as well as myself, have come here for a definite purpose. If we had stayed at home, we should have gone in for all those other things. We know a very earnest student who belongs to this college, and she has given us quite different particulars with regard to the life." "She did not speak of it as you have done, Miss Harriet." "May I know the name of that girl?" asked Jane. "Certainly you may. She is a great friend of ours. I believe her room is in West Hall. Her name is Belle Acheson." A queer, convulsed sort of a look passed over Jane's face for a quarter of a second, then vanished. She looked solemnly at Eileen. "Are you a great friend of Miss Acheson's?" she asked. "Certainly. We have known her since we were children. But why did you inquire?" "I am sorry, that is all," said Jane. "Sorry? What can you mean? Do you know her?" "We all know her more or less. I have nothing to say against her, personally, except that she does not take the best college affords. I hope you will not. But forgive me. I am a stranger to you. I ought not to interfere." "It would certainly be better for you to say nothing more," said Marjorie in her gentle voice. "Belle is a friend of ours. Yes," she continued, "we have come here to learn, and we don't wish to be narrow-minded, but we are quite determined that we will not waste our time nor our money in dress or ornaments." Here she glanced disapprovingly round the exquisitely furnished little room. "We mean to work hard. We shall have no time for amusement." Jane muttered something under her breath. Then she said cheerfully, "I am not the one to lecture you. Come, what shall I show you? It will soon be time to go down to hall to the debate. Now, how can I amuse you?" "We don't want amusing," said Eileen. "That's just the very point we wish you to clearly understand. If you can tell us anything about the poor in Wingfield, or what philanthropic societies are started, or if there are classes for the teaching of cookery and domestic economy, we shall be greatly obliged to you." "But why did you come here?" said Jane, opening her eyes wide. "This is a place for the acquiring of academic learning, not for—" "It is the place where Belle Acheson is acquiring her profound knowledge of life," said Marjorie in a slow voice. Jane looked at her with a puzzled expression. Just then there came a tap on the door, and two girls named Alice and Florrie Smart put in an appearance. They were fashionably dressed, and rushed up to Jane and kissed her. "Dear old Jenny, how are you?" said Alice. "Oh, we have had such a jolly time," interrupted Florrie. "We were out with the Davidsons all the afternoon, and thought we should be late. We wouldn't miss the debate tonight for 1,000 worlds. Freshers? Do I see freshers here? Pray introduce me, Janey." Jane performed her duties in a somewhat perfunctory manner. She was puzzled by Eileen and Marjorie, could not understand them, and was scarcely prepared to like them, but Leslie had already stolen into her heart. End of chapter 13. Recording by Gabby Cowan.
Chapter 14 of The Girls of St. Wode's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Girls of St. Wode's by L.T. Meade. Chapter 14. A Cocoa Party Continued. Are the Graces forgotten by the modern woman? Was the subject of the debate that evening. The opener's speech was made by Miss Frere, who boldly threw down the gauntlet, reminded the girls assembled before her of some of the perils which may lay across their paths, and assured them that the old graces of politeness, of gentleness, of loving service, and all that made woman noble and graceful ought to be part of the new life which was opening its doors wider and wider each day for the happy modern girl. "If in grasping the new we let go of the old, we make a vast mistake," she continued, her eyes flashing with suppressed fire. "We leave out what has made woman noble and great in the past. We shut away deliberately a vast influence which would otherwise help to pervade the world, for a woman can be graceful, pleasant to look at, agreeable, and not silly. She may be sympathetic without being sentimental. She may be, in the best sense, womanly, without sinking into a nonentity." Miss Frere's words were full of feeling, and Leslie listened to her with an ever-growing admiration. In such tones, with almost similar words, had her own mother often spoken to her. From that moment she believed in Miss Frere, and determined to do her utmost to secure the friendship of one who looked so noble and spoke so well. Marjorie and Eileen, however, fidgeted, rumpled up their short locks, and glanced impatiently one at the other. The opener's speech lasted about 20 minutes. Then came the speech from the opposition. Marjorie could not help starting as she heard Belle Acheson's well-known voice. Her words were forcible and full of power, put together with much grammatical fluency, and absolutely to the point. She did her utmost to crush Miss Frere, declaring that if woman, the modern woman, who had such a vast work before her, was to spend her life devoting herself to the pleasures of the toilet, to society, to mere ornamentation, to the thought of what others would think of her, she would be frittering away her birthright, and would be a despicable creature. "There are no two sides," cried Belle. "Woman has got to choose. If she means to take up her whole mission, she must drop that which has hindered her in the past. She must cast away her crutch and stand alone." "Hear, hear!" burst from some of the students whose ideas coincided with Belle's. "For shame!" muttered others. "Yes," continued Belle, raising her short-sighted eyes and glancing down the hall to right and left of her, "I repeat once again that there are no two sides. I disagree with Miss Frere in toto. Away with shams! Away with shams!" As Belle said the last words she brought down her hand upon the table with a great clap, which caused the glass and bottle of water standing upon it to rattle ominously. There was a stamping of feet when she sat down. Marjorie and Eileen looked no longer displeased. Their eyes were bright and their cheeks flushed. "Dear old Belle," whispered one of the girls to the other. "It is quite refreshing to hear her and to see her again." "How true to her colours she is," said Eileen. "I respect her more than words can say." After the speeches from the opener and the opposition, the debate proceeded with enthusiasm. Girls argued for Miss Frere and against Miss Frere, but finally, when the summing up was over, Miss Frere was able to declare that she had a small victory on her side. She then thanked the girls for their polite attention, hoped that those who differed from her would by and by see matters in another light, and broke up the debate. It was now past 10 o'clock, and Jane, turning to Leslie, reminded her that she had promised to join the cocoa party in her room. "And I shall be delighted if your friends will come too," she said. "Oh, I see they have joined Belle Acheson. I cannot help being sorry for them." "Is that girl Belle Acheson?" cried Leslie in some astonishment. I only met the Chetwynds to-day, and they were speaking of her." "Belle is a perfect horror," said Jane. "She leads the extreme party in the college, but I do not think any one really likes her. Now, do come to my room." 4 other girls were already assembled in Miss Heriot's room. They had provided themselves with seats, and were lounging about in a very free and easy manner. Jane proceeded to make cocoa, chatting as she did so. All the talk was intelligent and bright. The girls drew Leslie into their midst, holding out affectionate hands of comradeship. They asked her eagerly about her former life, and what she had done in the way of study. When they heard that she had passed her London matriculation, they congratulated her, and said that she would be sure to do well at St. Wode's. "And you will be popular too," said Florrie Smart. "I can see that at a glance." "Oh, I don't mean to flatter, but you are not the sort of girl who will go over to the Belle Aitchison side." "I don't think I shall," replied Leslie gently. "I did not approve of what she said. My mother agrees entirely with Miss Frere." "And therefore you agree with Miss Frere, is that not so?" said Alice Smart. "I love my mother more than words can say," replied Leslie. The tears started to her eyes as she spoke. Florrie Smart held out her hand and gave Leslie an affectionate pressure on her arm. "I quite understand," she said. "Alice and I also have a mother, such a darling." "But I do wish you had a room to yourself, you poor old thing," said Alice Smart. "Miss Colchester is a well-meaning creature, but to live with her, oh, it would be a real trial." "And I wonder what Miss Gilroy will do when the other girls call on her," said Jane. "Annie will be so cross. She won't make herself the least bit agreeable. She is learning mad, that is the only word I can say for her." "I must make the best of it, however matters turn out," said Leslie. "I am only sorry that Miss Colchester is not a little more tidy, but I dare say I shall get on with her very well." "And you know you can make your part of the room as pretty as you please," said Florrie, speaking again. "You ought to go to Hunt's in the Broad to-morrow. He is the decorator of all our rooms. Some of us spend a good deal over our rooms, others again are more economical, but Hunt will do the thing in any way you wish, and he won't send in the account until the end of term. That latter fact is of importance to some of us, I can tell you." As Florrie said the last words, she rose. "I am too sleepy to stay up another moment," she said. "Fascinating as your cocoa parties always are, Janey, but I was out so long this afternoon that I am half dead with sleep." "And I, too, am very sleepy," said Alice, rising. "Janey, that cocoa was excellent. Ta-ta, sleep well." The girls nodded to Leslie, then to Jane Heriot, and the next moment Leslie was also bidding Miss Heriot good night. She ran down the corridor to her own room. As she approached the door, a furious sound of someone pacing up and down fell on her ears. She felt glad that she had secured the key. She opened the door quickly, and then saw Annie, with her red hair flying wildly about her face and shoulders, pacing up and down the room. Annie was talking aloud with great force. "What can be the matter?" said Leslie as she entered. "Oh, is that you, my new room fellow? Pray don't disturb me. I have just reached the bottom of a problem, but my brain nearly went in the effort. I can see it at last. It is magnificent. I do wish you were mathematical. You could rejoice with me." Leslie glanced at her with a smile. "I don't know anything whatever about mathematics," she said, "but at least I won't disturb you." She moved softly to her own bed, sat down on a corner of her sofa bed, and taking up her Bible, read a verse or two before she went to bed. The familiar words quieted her overexcited heart. She thought of her mother at home, of Llewellyn, and of the younger children, and for the first time a rush of real loneliness visited her. "But I won't give way to it," she said to herself. "Strange as it all is at the present moment, I am certain I shall find it delightful by and by. I intend to make the very best of everything. Poor Annie Colchester! Has she a chance to sleep, with that terrible mental excitement? I only trust I shan't go mad over literature in the way she does over mathematics." Annie, having worn off some of her surplus excitement, had again sunk down by her desk. Her face was buried in her hands, and she was sighing in a feeble sort of fashion. Leslie went up and touched her on the shoulder. "You ought to go to bed," she said. "You are absolutely weary from all that work." "To bed?" said Annie. "Just feel my brow." She caught hold of Leslie's slim hand and held it to her forehead. "It does burn awfully," said Leslie. "You really ought not to work too hard." "But I must. You can never guess what depends on my work. There, I ought not to confide in a new girl, and on the first night." "Tell me anything that will comfort you," said Leslie in a voice full of sympathy. "I quite understand home life, if it is that you allude to." "I don't. I never knew home life, and I cannot possibly tell you to night, nor perhaps ever. But I am willing to say this much: there is a great, a terrible reason why I must succeed. If I take honours in mathematics, all will be well. If not, don't ask me any more, Miss Gilroy." "Well, at least let me help you to go to bed," said Leslie. "To bed with this head of mine? It is almost on fire, and my feet are like ice. I could not possibly sleep. I often lie awake until morning. When matters are very bad, I rise and pace the floor. You won't mind, will you, if you hear me pacing between 2 and 4, because I do so most nights?" "I am sorry," said Leslie, trying to smother her own feelings of annoyance. "I mean, I am sorry on your account. But you must go to bed now. I cannot share your room and not feel a certain amount of responsibility with regard to you. I will rub your feet and make them warm if you will let me, and if I put a handkerchief, wrung out of water, the heat will soon leave it. Llewellyn was like that once or twice, and I always got him to sleep in that fashion. He fell asleep while I was rubbing. Oh, it is so soothing. Do let me try it." "You are a kind-hearted creature, but who in the world is Llewellyn?" "My brother, and the darling of my heart." "Your brother, the darling of your heart," echoed Annie. A queer expression filled her eyes. They flashed with sudden fire. She started to her feet. "I am glad you are my room-fellow," she said impulsively. "I feel that by and by we shall be friends. Do give me your hand. Put it on my forehead. It is true that you have a soothing touch." "The thing to remember just now," said Leslie, speaking as brightly as she could, "is that it is almost 12 o'clock. It is very wrong indeed of you to be up so late. And when did you eat anything last? I happened to notice that you scarcely touched your dinner." "When did I eat? I can never eat when my brain is on fire." "Have you nothing in the room now, biscuits or anything of that sort?" "I have a dim sort of idea that a tin of very stale biscuits stands behind that rubbish on the top of the chest of drawers." "Stale as they are, they will be better than nothing. You must eat one. I shall get something better for you to morrow. I am sure that I have been sent to this room to help you a little. Now, do take off your things and get into bed. Try to remember that if you become seriously ill, you won't be able to help the person you mean to help. You won't get your honours after all." "Are you certain? How seriously you speak!" "Yes, I am quite certain. A sick brain never gets anything really worth having. My mother has told me that." "Your mother? But she must be a middle-aged woman." "I do not see what that has to do with it, and at any rate she is only a little over 40. "Oh, she is more than middle-aged. She belongs to the dead-and-gone woman, who never did anything worth speaking of in her life." "You are vastly mistaken," said Leslie with spirit. "You would not say that if you knew her. My mother is a journalist, and makes a very good income with her work. I don't think any one could write a better leader than she, and as to her pars, they are quite the best the Grapho ever receives." "Does your mother write for the Grapho?" "Yes, and for several other leading papers. She is on the staff of the Daily Post." "You astound me. She must be a well-informed woman." "She does know a few things," said Leslie, trying to suppress a smile. "Now, please get into bed, for if you are not tired, I am." "Well, just to please you, and as it is your first night. You are a nice creature. I saw that the moment you entered the room, and I am truly sorry I am your room-fellow, for I know I shall worry you terribly. I may as well tell you frankly that annoy you I shall, for I cannot possibly help myself. If I get mathematics on the brain, I always go the whole length, and that means pacing the floor and mumbling problems to myself, sometimes for hours. As to tidiness, I have known myself to fling a book from one end of the room to the other, in a fit of excitement. I only trust none of my books may hit you by mistake." "I echo that wish," said Leslie. "But as I have got a screen, I shall put it round my bed, now that you have warned me. Please get into your own bed now, for I do not mean to sleep until I see you comfortable, and I am dead tired." Annie opened her red-brown eyes very slowly, and fixed them on Leslie's face. "To oblige you, I'll do what you wish," she said. She tumbled into bed, did not attempt to say her prayers, flung her head on the pillow, and closed her eyes. "How my temples do beat," she said, with a sort of sob, "and my legs are icy up to my knees, and—" "Drink this cold water to begin with," said Leslie. "You are under my care now, and must submit to my directions." She brought a glass of ice-cold water and held it to Annie's lips. "Oh, thank you. I was so terribly thirsty." Annie drained the glass off and returned it to her companion. "You are good," she repeated. She flung her head down again on her pillow. Leslie got out one of her own handkerchiefs, wrung it out of cold water, and laid it upon Annie's brow. Then, kneeling down, she softly unfastened the bedclothes and began to rub the girl's feet. She did this softly and rhythmically, as she had done often and often for Llewellyn, when he was in his fits of literary despair. By slow degrees her efforts took effect. Annie's groans grew less, her eyes closed, and in half an hour she was asleep. "Poor thing," thought Leslie. "I shall see to her having a nice meal to-morrow evening. I shall make her give me some of her money to get the needful things with. We will have our own spirit stove and a saucepan, and I will buy milk and cocoa. When she has taken something hot, which will be much better than cold water, and goes to bed really warm, she will sleep. I only trust she won't wake up between 2 and 4 o'clock, for I am dead tired." Remembering Annie's warning, Leslie put the screen round her bed, next tumbled in, thought that the bed with the broken spring was anything but comfortable, but then reflected that she was too tired to care. She was at St. Wode's, the dream of her life was fulfilled, and even Annie Colchester could not keep her awake. End of Chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Girls of St. Wode's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Girls of St. Wode's by L.T. Meade. Chapter 15. Belle's Room at St. Wode's. Eileen and Marjorie found their way to Belle's hall. They were standing in the attic which she had described to them so graphically. "I cannot imagine how you managed to furnish it in this extraordinary way," began Eileen. "I have heard from one or two of the girls here that the furniture is put in by the heads of the college. Now our rooms, for instance, are quite decently furnished." "Too much furniture," interrupted Belle. She uttered a groan as she spoke. "The rooms certainly possess the necessary comforts of civilized life," pursued Eileen, "and for my part I cannot say that I am sorry. We have no luxuries, but the furniture in the room is good and neat. We have a chest of drawers each, and proper wash-hand stands, of course, and snug little sofa beds, and carpets, and curtains to the windows, and—" "Need you quote any further from that tiresome list?" said Belle again. She was standing by her small attic window, with her back to the view. "One thing is delightful in this room," said Eileen, running up to the window as she spoke. "You have a splendid view, much better than ours. Do step aside, Belle, and let me look out." "If you wish to," said Belle drearily. "Wish to? I always love scenery. Surely, Belle, you cannot think it wrong to look out at this lovely view?" "No, not wrong exactly," said Belle. "Not wrong, but I have little heart to admire anything to-day. I am disappointed, and I must own it." "Now, what have we done to annoy you?" said Marjorie. "Much," replied Belle. She looked fixedly from one sister to the other. "I had hoped a great deal before you arrived, but already the keenest sense of disillusionment is mine. You are neither of you beginning your college life as I could have hoped. There are 2 attics on the same floor with this, which you might have got had you given me the management of your affairs. I should have gone to Miss Lauderdale and represented the case to her. I believe she would have been very glad to let them to you. The college is over full at present, and yet no girls wish to use the attics. These attics are at present unfurnished, and the college would, doubtless, when the matter was properly represented, allow you to have them as bare as you pleased. They did so in my case. I represented that it would be a savings. I managed the thing somehow, and here I am. It is true that I dread the governor's visiting my room and ordering some of those useless articles which the other girls weaken their characters by using. But you did not put the matter into my hands, your old friend. And now you are accommodated with some of the nicest rooms in college." "Oh, never mind. Don't worry any more about the furniture," said Eileen. "It seems to me that one can waste time in trying to lead the existence of the anchorite as well as in endeavouring to surround one's self with luxuries. One thing at least we will promise you, Belle. We are not going in for any extras. No pictures nor knick-knacks for us." "Thank heaven!" said Belle, with a deep sigh. "Had you done so, I must have cut you." "Don't you think that would have been rather narrow of you?" said Marjorie. "Narrow or not, I should have felt it my duty to do it. I have my eccentricities, I own to the fact, and I will cling to them through thick and thin. What you said just now was quite right, Eileen. We will drop the subject of furniture. After all, what does it matter whether one has a chest of drawers or not, whether one has a suitable wash-hand stand or not? Are these the things we live at St. Wode's for? What about the intellect? What about the development of the brain? Your brows are capable of expansion. Your eyes are capable of acquiring depth. Your—" "Hear, hear," said Eileen. "Do not interrupt me with that senseless remark. I speak to you from my soul. You come here to study, to forget yourselves in the great riches of the past. You are like two miners come to dig out the gold. You have heard of that awful place, Klondike, where people go mad over earthly gold. Yours is the intellectual, the spiritual, the gold which is treasured in the great storehouses of the past." As Belle spoke she paced up and down the room. Her dress was very untidy, and there was a great rent behind. While she was speaking there came a soft tap at the door. She did not hear it. Eileen went and opened it. Letty stood without. "Dear me, Letty, do come in," said Eileen. "We have not seen you for quite a long time, nearly 24 hours." She kissed her cousin as she spoke. "How are you getting on?" "Capitally," said Letty. "I went to your rooms in North Hall, and heard that you were here. You did not visit me, so I thought Belle might be engrossing your society. How are you, Belle?" "Well, thank you," replied Belle, in an absent voice. "By the way, are you— Oh, yes, I remember now. You are the girl who ought never to have come to St. Wode's." "You are quite mistaken," replied Letitia with spirit. "I am a girl who will be very much benefited by the pleasant life which I see opening before me. By the way, Eileen and Marjorie, I am going to the Broad now. There are a lot of things I require for my room. I thought perhaps you would like to come too. You will want shelves for your books and a few knick-knacks, and—" "If you go with that young person," said Belle, making a step forward. She approached Eileen and almost glared into her face. Eileen laughed. "Dear Belle, do finish your sentence," she said. "What is to happen to me if I dare to go to the Broad with poor Letty?" "You make my soul sink in despair," said Belle. "I scarcely know what I feel. My heart is wrung. Oh, how you disappoint me!" "Whether you buy things or not, Eileen, do come with me," said Letty. "I don't know my way to the Broad at present, and would rather be with you than alone. Whatever you may do in the future, please remember that I am your first cousin, almost your sister, and we have lived together all our lives." "Of course, dear Letty, we will both come," said Eileen. "Belle, we will visit you another day. We are only interrupting your work now." "I was resting when you arrived," said Belle. She threw herself tragically back against one of the hard-bottomed chairs. "Go, yes, go. I don't expect to see much of any of you. It is the fate of those who would explore, who would delve in the mines of the past, to bring up diamonds alone. We are solitary in our labour. I had a hope, it is true, when I saw you in London. But never mind. Go, all of you. There is the door. Go." "I wish you'd let me mend your dress first," said Letty, whipping a neat little housewife out of her pocket and preparing to thread a needle. "Mend my dress?" said Belle. "What do you mean?" "If you will just stand with your back to the light, you can go on thinking and talking. I won't be a minute, sewing up that awful rent. You are not respectable as you are. Now, do let me." "Yes, do, Belle. Don't be a goose," said Marjorie. Belle's eyes flashed. Letty was already attacking her with needle and thread. The rent was presently sewn up. "I tell you what it is," said Letty good-naturedly. "I'm not half such a bad soul as you make me out. Now that I happen to be in the same hall—" Belle shivered. "I'll run up to this desolate attic now and then and look after your wardrobe." "You won't, for I shan't admit you," said Belle. "Yes, I will. I shall take opportunities of coming in when you are absent. You are a friend of Marjorie and Eileen, and for the sake of their respectability you must not go about in absolute rags. Now, come, girls, and leave her in peace." Belle approached her attic window. She stood now with her back to the girls and her face to the view, but it is to be doubted if she saw it. Her dress, a dirty serge, trailed along the floor. One wisp of her thin hair had escaped from the little knot at the back of her head, and was lying on her shoulder. "Poor Belle," said Eileen, with a sigh. "I tell you what it is, girls," said Letty, as she went downstairs. "Belle is such an oddity that, if something is not done to save her, she will soon lose her senses. I mean to hunt her up. I was wondering last night what my mission in this place could be. I little thought that I was to be inflicted with Belle Acheson." "She certainly doesn't wish for you, Letty, so you needn't take her up unless you like," said Eileen. "Oh, I must do something," said Letty. "The fact has been well borne in upon me. It is to be Belle Acheson or nothing. No trial could well be greater. I hope I shall benefit by it. But come now, I want to order my things." "Must you order them to-day?" "Of course I must. My room is disgracefully bare, and as I have plenty of money I mean to make it as pretty and cheerful as possible, and as like a dream." "Have your lectures been decided for you yet?" said Eileen, in a would-be stern voice. "Yes, I saw Miss Browning after breakfast. I'm going to work a little bit at literature." "A little bit at literature? Letty, you are perfectly awful." "Well, I'm not going to kill myself, darling, if that's what you mean. Of course I shall work for so many hours a day, but I don't think I shall take honours. If I get through my pass exam I shall consider that I am doing admirably. Now do come, girls, hurry up. You must have tea with me to-morrow in my room. I expect I shall know all the nicest girls in the place. They are going to call on me most likely this evening. Oh, I shall make my room perfectly sweet. You will all love to come to me. And if I can wheedle that poor Belle out of her den, I shall feel that I have achieved a triumph. But tell me now, girls, how are you both getting on?" "Very well indeed," said Eileen. "And you are not going to buy pretty things for your rooms?" "No." "At least let me recommend you to provide yourselves with a tea service each, because if the other girls invite you to tea you must return the compliment. Then they give endless cocoa parties here, and you will be expected to take your share." "I don't see that at all," replied Eileen. "If we are bound to entertain a great deal at St. Wode's, we may just as well stay with mother in London. I mean to ask Miss Frere about the poor. Surely we can visit them if we like." "I don't know anything about that," said Letitia. "To quote your own words, you have come here to study. Surely you can visit the poor when your college life is over." "We can at least make clothes for them. That is a good idea," said Marjorie. "Much better than visiting them," cried Letitia. "You can buy yards of holland and any other stiff, disagreeable, pricky material you like, and work away in your leisure hours, when the rest of us are having fun. By the way, have you seen Miss Gilroy this morning?" "2 or 3 times. Poor girl, I rather pity her. She is in a room with a dreadful creature of the name of Annie Colchester." "How pretty Miss Gilroy is," said Letty. "Might we not call and ask her to come to the Broad with us? She is sure to want things for her room." "Just as you please," said Eileen. "I'll run up to Miss Colchester's room and find out if she is in." Letty and Marjorie remained on the sweep of gravel outside the hall. Eileen ran into the house. In a few minutes she returned, accompanied by Leslie. "This is really kind of you," said Leslie. "I was wondering how I could get to the Broad, for I don't know many girls yet, but I am told that some of the students will call on me to-night." "They are to call on us, too," said Eileen. "It is rather formidable, is it not? But, Miss Gilroy, don't you want to buy things for your room?" "A few things I must have," said Leslie, "but I rather despair of making a room shared with Miss Colchester pretty. All the same, I will do my best." The girls visited Hunt's well-known shop in the Broad, and gave their orders. Letty's were extensive. She must have pictures. Burne-Jones's Love Among the Ruins, The Happy Warrior by Watts, St. Cecilia and a Choir of Angels by Van Eyck, and other treasures were secured. Knick-knacks were also brought by the young lady, who had a keen eye to effect. She bought big jars of dark blue china, a few cups and saucers, 2 or 3 plates, a fan or 2, a couple of screens, a few aesthetic-looking tablecloths, and a piano-cloth to cover the back of her chest of drawers. A pretty little tea service, a brass kettle, and a tea-table which could fold up and be put out of the way when not needed for use, were also secured. Finally she treated herself to a great bunch of flowers and some flowering plants. Her purchases took time, and in spite of themselves Eileen and Marjorie were interested. After a great deal of persuasion they were induced to buy a table and some very plain cups and saucers. "We will not get any more. It is downright sinful waste," said Marjorie, frowning as she spoke. "All right," said Letty. "I am not going to influence you. You are at present under the awful eye of Belle Acheson. By and by you will see for yourselves that it is the height of nonsense not to live in comfort when you can. Now look at Miss Gilroy. She has more sense than to make herself miserable when she need not." "I certainly do not intend to make myself miserable," said Leslie. "There are several useful purchases that I must make. I have the misfortune," she continued, glancing from one girl to the other, "to sleep in the room with a genius, and must provide accordingly." "It is such a pity you cannot have a room to yourself," said Eileen. "I trust the annoyance won't last long." "I hope not," said Leslie. "Yes, I must have one of those pretty art tablecloths, and then I want to go to a grocer's where I can buy cocoa and biscuits and tinned milk." After a good deal of time spent in making their various purchases, the girls returned to the college well laden. They met several of their companions, who nodded to them kindly. "I consider that we are now settled in college, and that our real life begins to-morrow," said Leslie. "I have arranged about my work, and mean to study hard after dinner to-night." "You won't have much chance of that," said a merry voice, and Jane Heriot came up. "Why so?" asked Leslie. "How do you do?" said Jane, nodding at the two Chetwynd girls. She then turned to Leslie. "I will tell you why you won't have any chance, Miss Gilroy. A whole party are coming to visit you in your rooms this evening. It is the custom, and you must submit. You will see half of us to-night, and half of us to-morrow, but after that you will be left in peace. If you like our society you can have it, but if you don't, why, you can keep as lonely as you like. But this evening and to-morrow you must put up with us. It is the fate of all freshers." End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of The Girls of St. Wode's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Kelvin. The Girls of St. Wode's by L.T. Meade. Chapter 16. Freshers. In less than a week's time, the 4 freshers were completely settled into the life at St. Wode's. They had their work marked out for them, the lectures they were to attend were definitely arranged, the books they were to read were selected, some from the library, some from Greaves in the Broad. They joined the tennis, rackets, and boating clubs. Eileen and Marjorie, having submitted to the necessary test, were made full-blown members of the latter club immediately. Leslie had to take a few swimming lessons before she could do so. Annie Colchester had begun to make friends with Leslie. She submitted to her room-fellow's ministrations at night, gulping down the cup of hot cocoa which Leslie, evening after evening, presented to her, drinking it, it is true, as one in a dream, her red-brown eyes looking far ahead of her, her heavy brows contracted in an anxious frown. Nevertheless, she got into bed at a reasonable time, and Leslie saw that her feet were no longer cold, nor her forehead burning. Leslie determined to try for honours in English language and literature. Her tastes all lay in this direction, her idea being by and by to follow her mother's profession of journalism, for which she already showed considerable aptitude. As she intended to aim at a first, or at least second class, her range of study was very wide, and German, French, and Italian literature had to be more or less understood in order to give her a thorough and complete grip of her subject. But Leslie was a healthy girl. She had been well trained. She had plenty of self-possession and an abundance of strong common sense. She had no idea of allowing herself to break down. In order to avoid such a catastrophe, she divided her hours carefully, allowing a certain amount for recreation and a certain amount also for the guiding of her wayward companion, to whom, as the days went on, she became really attached. As to Annie herself, this was the first time she had ever permitted the advances of any student. This large room at St. Wode's had been more or less of a worry to the governors, and it was finally settled, when Annie's time to leave the college arrived, that it should be divided by a partition, and let in future to 2 students. Up to the present, no girl had ever stayed more than 1 term with Annie. Remembering this, Annie, one day, towards the middle of the term, raised her eyes from her books and fixed them upon Leslie. "You will be glad when this term is over, won't you?" she said abruptly. "What do you mean?" replied Leslie. "Why, you will be parting from me, you know. I won't be the constant worry and plague of your life. If I take honours, I shall be leaving St. Wode's. In any case, you are quite certain to wish for another room, and to get it also next term. If I do remain, therefore, I shall be plagued with some terrible student of the Florrie Smart or Jane Heriot style. I nearly went mad over the last one. You can scarcely guess what a relief you are, by way of contrast." "Thank you very much indeed for saying anything so nice," replied Leslie. "And perhaps now you will allow me in my turn to make a remark. It is this. If, by any chance, you don't leave St. Wode's, Annie, I hope you will allow me to be your roomfellow again next term." "Do you mean it?" said Annie, a flash of light coming into her eyes, and then leaving them. "But," she added abruptly, "you speak of something which must not take place. I must pass in honours. If I don't, I shall die." "And you are certain to succeed," said Leslie in a tone of sympathy. "I wish I could feel as sure of taking honours by and by in literature. I find these modern languages so very stiff." "What are you studying now?" asked Annie. "I have to take German literature from 1500 to the death of Goethe," said Leslie. "The course is enormous, and I am sometimes almost in despair." "But you have only just come. You can easily manage, and, in any case, even if you fail—" "I do not mean to fail any more than you do," replied Leslie. Annie did not smile. Her queer red-brown eyes, with their distended pupils, gazed straight before her. "It can never mean the same to you," she said at last, in a solemn voice, and then she looked down again at her book, pushed her hands through her red locks, and resumed her contemplation of the problem which lay before her. A few moments later there came a tap at the door. Annie did not hear it. Leslie opened the door. Jane Heriot stood without. "These letters have just come for you and Annie Colchester," she said, "and, as I was coming upstairs, I thought I would leave them with you." Leslie thanked her, and eagerly grasped the little parcel. There were 2 letters for herself, one from her mother, and one from Llewellyn. Her eyes shone with pleasure at the anticipation of the delightful time she would have revelling in the home news. The other letter was directed to Annie Colchester. Now, Leslie had not failed to remark that Annie seldom or never got letters, that she had made no real friends in college, and that, as far as she could tell, she seemed to have no special friend anywhere. "Here is a letter for you, Annie," cried Leslie. "I am so glad that you have got one at last." She took the letter as she spoke over to Annie, who started up, dropped her pen, and stood with both hands outstretched. "It has come!" she cried. "At last I have news!" Her face grew suddenly white as death. "What is it, dear?" asked Leslie with sympathy. "At last I have news," replied Annie. "I have been starving, or rather, I have been thirsting. You cannot tell what a thirst like mine means. And this is a cup of cold water." "Well, read it in peace," said Leslie. "I won't disturb you. I am truly glad it has come." Leslie seated herself, with her back to her companion, and opened her own letters. After a time she looked round. Annie was standing just where she was when she received the letter. Both her hands were clutching it tightly. Her eyes were fixed upon the written words, and her face was white. "Have you had bad news?" said Leslie. "Don't notice me," replied Annie. She crushed the letter up tight, thrust it into her pocket, and said abruptly, "What is the hour?" "It is quite late. Between 10 and 11. "I don't care. I must go into the grounds. The air is stifling." "But they are just shutting up." "I shall go. I know a way. Don't say a word. I'll be back presently." She seized a small cloth cap, which she was fond of wearing, and ran out of the room. Leslie stood and thought about her for a moment or two, but then her own correspondence absorbed her, and she did not notice when 11 and even 12 struck. Just after midnight she rose with a sigh to prepare for bed. She looked round the room. There was no sign of Annie Colchester. "How stupid of me to have forgotten about her," she thought with compunction. "She ought to have been in bed, and to have taken her cocoa an hour ago. Oh, now I remember. She got a letter which upset her very much and went out. Dear, dear, where can she be?" Leslie went to the window and flung it open. She put her head out and tried to peer into the darkness, but the moon had already set, and she could not see more than a couple of yards in front of her. She ventured to call Annie's name softly. There was no reply. She shut the window. "There is nothing for it but for me to go and look for her," she said to herself. "She is a very queer, erratic creature, and that letter, there was bad news in that letter. Poor girl, she spoke of it as cold water to the thirsty. She looked when I saw her last as if it had half killed her. What can she be doing out by herself? Yes, I must find her without delay." Leslie left the room, but she had scarcely gone a dozen paces down the corridor before she met Annie returning. Annie's eyes were very bright. Her cheeks were no longer pale, and there was a brilliant colour in them. She did not take the least notice of Leslie, but, going into the room, shut the door. Leslie opened it, and followed her. "Dear me, Annie," she said, "I was quite frightened about you." "Don't begin," said Annie. "Don't begin? What do you mean?" "I mean that I don't want you to begin to ask questions. I am going to get into bed, and to remain perfectly quiet, and you are not to ask me one question about anything. I want to sleep. I walked up and down as fast as ever I could outside in order to make myself sleepy. Don't talk to me, Leslie. Don't say a single word. I shall go off to sleep. That is all I care for." "But your letter, dear." "Don't," said Annie. "I am not going to confide in you, so don't think it. I only want to get into bed, and to sleep." Leslie did not venture to say any more. She lit the little spirit lamp, put on the milk to boil, and prepared the cocoa as usual. When Annie's cup was ready, brimful and frothy, and looking as tempting as it could, she brought it to her with a biscuit. "Now drink this at once," she said in a voice of authority, "if you really wish to sleep." Annie stared vacantly at the cocoa. Then she uttered a laugh. "Drink that?" she said. "Do you want to kill me? Don't talk any more. I am sleepy. I shall sleep." She got into bed as she spoke, and wrapped the clothes tightly round her. "Oh, do turn off the electric light," she said again. "Can't you manage with a candle, just for once?" "Certainly," said Leslie. She turned off the light and lit a candle, which she put behind her screen, then prepared to get into bed. Annie's manner was very mysterious. There was no doubt that she had got a shock, but of what nature Leslie could not in the least make out. There was no help for it, however. Annie did not mean to confide in any one that night, and the kindest thing was to leave her alone. By and by I must get her to tell me, thought Leslie, but there is no use in worrying her now. Tired out, Leslie herself dropped asleep. She was awakened in the middle of the night. What was the matter? She heard the sound of someone running swiftly. There was a sort of wind in the room. She sat up in bed. "Annie, is that you?" she called out. There was no reply, but the sound of hurrying steps came quicker and quicker. Now and then they were interrupted by a groan. Leslie lit her candle and peered into the darkness. She now saw that Annie was running backwards and forwards in her part of the room. "Annie!" she said again. There was no reply, The steps went a little faster, and the groans came oftener. Then the following words fell upon Leslie's ears. "Oh, this will kill me! My heart will break! This will kill me!" "What is the matter, Annie dear?" said Leslie again. She hastily put on her dressing gown, and, with the candle in hand, advanced to where the other girl was pasting. Annie's eyes were open. One glance showed Leslie that she was walking in her sleep. End of chapter 16. Recording by Matthew Calvin, Canberra, Australia. Chapter 17 of The Girls of St. Wode's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Calvin. The Girls of St. Wode's by L.T. Meade. Chapter 17. The Mary Alice. Leslie knew that she must on no account awaken her. Approaching her softly, she took her hand. Annie immediately stopped in her wild pacings. She did not withdraw her hand from Leslie's. Leslie led her towards the bed, taking care not to speak. Using a little force, she got Annie to sit down on the edge of the bed. Then, raising her feet gently, she covered her with the bedclothes, and stood by her, still retaining her hand. After a time, Annie seemed to feel the comfort of that warm pressure. She ceased to moan, her eyes closed, the frown vanished from her brows, and she fell into a heavy sleep. Leslie now knelt down, and gazed into the face of the sleeper. "What can be the matter with her?" she thought. "Can I find out? Is there any way in which I can comfort her? I wish Mother were here. There is no doubt that she is carrying a terrible heavy burden, and she won't let anyone help her. What did that letter mean?" The sleeper moaned heavily. "This will kill me," she muttered. "I can't stand it." "God will give you strength, dear," said Leslie aloud. She stooped and kissed Annie on her brow. Then she went back to her own bed. During the rest of the night Leslie hardly slept, but Annie never stirred. In the morning Annie got up, looking much as usual, but having not the slightest remembrance of the little scene through which both she and her roomfellow had lived during the night. The day's work began and continued. Annie was, if possible, even more assiduous in her studies. She had only one lecture to attend that morning, and, the moment it was over, returned to her desk by the open window, and worked away, without intermission, at her mathematics. Leslie had 3 lectures to go to, and was thankful for this, as she did not care to be alone in the room with Annie. "She won't let me comfort her, and it is dreadful to see that dull look of agony and suffering in her eyes," thought Leslie. Immediately after luncheon that day, just as the girls were preparing to leave the dining hall, Miss Penrose, the principal of South Hall, who always sat at a little table with a few favoured pupils, stood up and sounded a silver gong. The girls immediately stopped, turned, and faced her. "I wish to mention," she said, "that Miss Lauderdale expects you all to come to East Hall at 8:30 this evening. The entire college is to meet there on a special and important matter. Miss Lauderdale is sorry that the notice is so brief. She begs, however, that the students, without exception, will attend to it. Those, therefore, who contemplated going out, must send word to their friends that they will have to postpone their visits." Miss Penrose then immediately left the hall, and the girls went into the central hall and stood about, discussing the sudden summons. Leslie was eagerly pounced upon by the Chetwynds, who asked her what she thought Miss Lauderdale could want with them all. Just then Annie Colchester darted past the little group, and ran quickly upstairs. "Annie!" called out Leslie to her, "you will be sure to be ready to go with me to East Hall this evening?" Annie made no reply. "She heard what Miss Penrose said," remarked Eileen. "I noticed that she was standing by the door when the principal sounded the gong. All the same, she does not always hear what is said," replied Leslie. She lives in a wonderful and strange world of her own. I often doubt if she notices what goes on around her. Well then, you had better remind her. By the way, do you object to us also coming with you to East Hall this evening? I shall be very glad, replied Leslie. I have not seen much of Miss Lauderdale yet, and am most anxious to speak to her tonight. I wonder what she can want with us all. Well, there's no good in guessing, said Eileen. And besides, it only wastes time. What do you mean to do this afternoon, Miss Gilroy? I have not made any special plans. Well then, won't you come out into the water with us? You have passed your swimming test, so it is all right. Belle Aitchison will be with us. We should like you to know her. Leslie promised to come, and the next moment ran up to her own room. Annie was already seated at her desk, and bending over her endless problems. We ought to be ready to start for East Hall at 8:25, said Leslie as she came in. You will be quite ready then, won't you, Annie dear? I'll put out your dress and leave everything quite nice and neat for you. Annie gazed full up into Leslie's face. When Leslie paused, she said abruptly, I do wish, Leslie Gilroy, you would not worry me. Leslie started back, looking hurt and dismayed. I don't mean to worry you, she said in a low voice. Of course, if you really feel that I worry you, I had better leave you alone. You do annoy me dreadfully. I liked you very much yesterday, but I feel now that you are watching me all the time, and I can't stand it. Do leave me alone. Aren't you going out? I know it's not necessary for you to spend all your time in study, but I am different. Do go and leave me. I don't wish to be ungrateful, but I wish you would let me have the room to myself for a little. I shall go by and by, said Leslie coldly. She was more hurt than she cared to own. She left Annie's window, and, going to her own side of the room, took up a novel and tried to bury herself in its contents. The other girls had promised to sing out to her from the gravel sweep below when they were ready. Until then, she would remain in her own side of the room, notwithstanding Annie's objection to her doing so. Annie went on muttering to herself, rustling her papers, and turning the leaves of her books. Once or twice she dropped her pen. Once a moan, as bitter and laden with sorrow as those she uttered in the night, burst from her lips. Leslie heard the moan, and found it impossible to forget her. She felt restless and unlike herself. After a time, she got up, put her book back in its place, and walked to the door. Ah, thank goodness, you are going, said Annie. Don't you think, Annie, you are a little unkind to me? Replied Leslie. Oh, what does a little unkindness matter? Said Annie. Do you mind, as you are leaving the room, shutting that window? I have been enjoying the tortures of a draught for the last hour, and have lately been suffering from neuralgia. Oh, you poor thing, said Leslie, penitent at once. Why did you not tell me so? Or, she added, why did you not shut your own window? Because I require fresh air, said Annie, with that utter selfishness which had characterized her before Leslie came, and which had been growing a little better lately. Leslie went to her window and shut it, sighed as she thought how close her part of the room would be when she returned later on, and then, putting on her hat and gloves, she ran downstairs. She was met in the hall by Letty. Letty was extremely popular in her own hall of residence, and had made several friends already in North Hall. She now ran eagerly up to Leslie. The Chetwynds say you are coming boating with us. Yes, replied Leslie. And Belle Aitchison is to be one of the party, continued Letty. I think it is well to tell you, you must be prepared for a very peculiar person. But you look worried, Miss Gilroy. Is anything wrong? Oh, nothing, answered Leslie. I am a little anxious about Annie Colchester, that queer, red-headed girl. I saw her in chapel on Sunday. There are many fine points about her, said Leslie, but I don't think she is quite well, and I wish she would not work so hard. However, I won't think of her now. I cannot do anything to help her just at present, and I mean to enjoy myself. Then had you not better come down to the quay? I told the other girls I would bring you. The boat we are to have this afternoon is the Mary Alice. Did you pass your swimming test well? I passed it last week, and was crowned with honours, said Leslie with a merry smile. All her usual good spirits returned when she was out in the open air. The other girls came up, and Belle was duly presented to Leslie Gilroy. Belle was in a dark brown zephyr dress, made in the simplest fashion, and a leather belt encircled her waist. On her head was a brown hat, mushroom-shaped, trimmed with a plain band of ribbon of the same colour. She was drawing brown cotton gloves on her hand when the introduction to Leslie was made. "This is our great friend, Miss Gilroy," said Eileen in an affectionate tone. Belle adjusted her spectacles, and looked full at Leslie out of her short-sighted eyes. "How do you do?" she said abruptly. She then turned and spoke to Marjorie. "Come on in front, please. I have something I specially wish to say to you on the subject of a life of absolute devotion. Those great truths, which ought to agitate the souls of each man and woman worthy of the name, have been specially borne in upon me during the last few hours. I have just been reading a passage which I should be glad to repeat to you." Marjorie went on a little unwillingly. Eileen stayed behind. Letty looked at Leslie, and her eyes filled with laughter. "There's a slap in the face," she said. "And to you too, Miss Gilroy. Did I not tell you she was an oddity?" "Now, Letty," said Eileen in an imploring voice, "don't laugh at poor Belle. Don't prejudice Miss Gilroy against her. If everyone else was quite as earnest and sincere, what a different world it would be." "What an appalling world it would be!" exclaimed Letty. "It would not be endurable." They reached the boats. Eileen and Marjorie, who both rowed well, took the oars. Letty sat in the stern and held the rudder ropes. Leslie and Belle thus found themselves facing each other. Letty immediately guided their little craft into mid-stream. "Yes," began Belle, "I have submitted for 1 hour under protest." As she spoke, she looked full at Leslie. "I don't quite understand you," said Leslie in some astonishment. "I dare say you don't, but my time is all marked out. I keep a timetable, and adhere to it rigidly. If you had not yet commenced such a valuable help to the spending of your time, let me recommend you do so without delay. Now that I look at you more closely, I observe in your eyes a really serious light. Believe me, I am never mistaken in my judgment of anyone. Long, long ago, I saw that those 2 dear girls behind us, who are using their muscular strength in propelling us downstream, had real intelligence, that fine brains filled their craniums. I regret to say that Miss Letty Chetwynd, the young person who is steering us, is of different metal. I do not say she has not her use in the world, but with her and hers I have nothing to do. Now you, what did you say your name was?" "Leslie Gilroy." "You, Leslie Gilroy. What a very booky name. Have a meditative face. There is thought expressed in the firm curve of your lips. You may go far, you may fail, but, on the other hand, you may be given to a great success. Think what an awful responsibility is placed on your hands. You may use life in its fullness, or you may fritter your gifts and be a drone. May I ask you which life you mean to choose, the full or the empty?" "I shall most certainly aim for the full life," replied Leslie in some astonishment. "Whether I succeed or not remains to be proved." "Your success depends on yourself. The single eye, remember, the untarnished soul—" Belle's words were interrupted by a burst of laughter from Letty. "I beg your pardon," she said, "but really, Belle Aitchison, you are too absurd for anything." Belle closed her eyes and slightly turned her back upon Letty. She made no other reply of any sort. "I know you mean kindly, Miss Aitchison," said Leslie, who could never bear to distress anyone. "But how can you know, as you have never seen me before, whether mine is an earnest character or not?" "Ah, you little guess my capacity," said Belle in a patronizing voice. "It is my habit to pass each girl, when I see her first, in mental review. Most, I tell you frankly, require the merest glance to tell me what failures they are certain to be. By a flash of my eyes I can discern how petty and small are the qualities of their souls. But you, Miss Gilroy, have a well-developed soul. Up to the present you have never let it die. Think how awful it is to carry within your breast a dead soul." "Yes, it would be very bad," said Leslie. "Bad? Awful is the word to use. Strong language is required for such a terrible possession. But it is a fact that many people do. I may almost say that most do. A dead soul. Let us ponder the words. Let the thought sink deep. You observe the fact of its existence in the dull and frivolous expression which looks out of so many eyes, in the poor aims which animate so many people, in the ignoble lives they lead. Ah, how great might man be if he could only soar!" Here Belle raised her eyes to the sky. "What a mercy she is not steering," thought Leslie to herself. "We should all be in that bindweed at the other side of the river by now." "Belle, dear," said Eileen, pushing on her foot and giving her friend a kick, "do please come down from the clouds. We were so anxious to introduce you to Miss Gilroy, and I am afraid you are frightening her. Don't be quite so outré during your first interview." "Do I frighten you?" said Belle. "Am I outré?" She almost glared into Leslie's face. "Miss Gilroy, whatever happens, I cannot be but myself." As she spoke, she started forward, and laid one of her very thin, angular hands on Leslie's arm. The hand clutched the slight round arm so firmly that it was with difficulty poor Leslie could suppress a scream. "Yes," continued Belle, "I can stand things as they are no longer. Even my own familiar friends turn from me. Do you think I want to deceive you? Do you think that for one single instant I want you to suppose that I am other than what I am? A girl, nay, a woman, whose aim in life is to dig deep into the vast mines of the mighty past, those great mines which have been left to us by the dead and gone. I want to acquire. Why do you suppose? In order to help my fellow creatures, in order to impress on them the greatness of eternity and the frivolity of time, in order, when I really pass away, that I may leave footprints behind me on the sands of time." "Hear, hear," said Marjorie. "Let us quote from Longfellow now. It would be most appropriate," said Letty from the stern. "Marjorie," said Belle, "I am sorry that you have interrupted me with that very silly remark. As to the young person in the stern, I refuse to acknowledge her existence. But you, Marjorie, are laughing at me." "Indeed I am not," said Marjorie. "Nor do I laugh at you," said Leslie. "I am sure you mean very well indeed. And, in some ways, I agree with you. I also want to lead the earnest life." "Do you? Is that a fact? Tell me how you furnish your room." "But I cannot imagine what that has to do with it," said Leslie. "A vast deal, for it shows the real inclination of the soul. Is the soul going to steep itself in luxury? Or is it going to cast away all hindrances, and run its race in fullness, in power? Is it to be clogged and hindered? Speak, don't keep me in suspense. How have you furnished your room?" "My half-room, I only possess half a room, was furnished for me by the governors of the college," said Leslie. "It is true that I have added a few things, for I like pretty rooms. I like to look nice myself. My mother has always taught me to pay a great deal of attention to personal appearance." Belle heaved a deep sigh, and became instantly silent. "Have you nothing more to say, Belle?" cried Marjorie. "Nothing," replied Belle. Her eyes were now shut. "I am disappointed." She sat back in her seat, and did not trouble herself to glance at Leslie for some time. "What a blessing for you!" whispered Letty, bending forward from her place in the stern. "But I am really sorry for her," was Leslie's gentle response. "She is full of earnestness, but she goes too far. For goodness' sake, don't let her hear you. Her eyes close with the present, and she is now only muttering to herself. What a comfort if she remains in that state for the rest of our row." "Belle," said Marjorie, "what are you doing now? You're saying something." What is it? When my nerves are ruffled, I always find that recitation is the greatest help to me, said Belle. I am reciting at the present moment a poem from one of our great writers. The frivolous fact that I am out on the water, being rowed by you and Eileen, that I am wasting some of the precious hours of a golden day, must be counteracted as far as possible. But stay, would you two girls. Here she glanced at Marjorie and Eileen, purposely avoiding both Leslie and Letty. Would you two like me to recite aloud the poem in question? Oh, for goodness sake, no, cried Letty. That would be quite the last straw. I don't think, said Belle, glancing in Letty's direction, that the remark of the young person who holds the tiller ropes ought to be considered. What do you two say? Of course Eileen and I would like it very much, said Marjorie. But Leslie is our guest, and we must consult her. She would not appreciate, said Belle. But perhaps, as you say, she is your guest. Well, I submit. My disappointment has been deep with regard to Miss Gilroy. Whether you are disappointed in me or not, please try to enlighten me by a recitation, said Leslie, for I shall enjoy it of all things. I don't suppose for a single instant you will care for it, but I will do my duty. A word may sink in, a tone may have an effect. There is never any saying. A suitable stanza occurs to me. I am about to quote from the great work of Samuel Daniel, who was born in Taunton, in Somersetshire, in 1562, and died in 1619. His History of the Civil Wars between York and Lancaster, in 8 books, was first published in 1595. The highest quality of his verse is a quiet, pensive reflection. Now, pray listen. The poem, a stanza of which I will recite, is called Musphilius. It is addressed to Philocotheus, a lover of the world. Musphilius is a lover of the muse. It commences thus. We had better stop rowing, said Eileen. The girls shipped their oars and bent forwards. Belle, with a theatrical gesture, and a flinging up of her right hand, commenced. Either truth, goodness, virtue are not still, the self-same which they are, and always one, but alter to the project of our will, or we our actions make them wait upon, putting them in the livery of our skill, and cast them off again when we have done. Here Belle raised herself in the boat. For goodness sake, sit still, or we'll be upset, said Letty. In addition to poetry of the Middle Ages, a ducking is more than I'm prepared for. Belle reseated herself, made an impatient gesture, pushed back her mushroom hat, and resumed. And for the few that only lend their ear, that few is all the world, which with a few do ever live, and move, and work, and stir, this is the heart doth feel, and only know. The rest of all that only bodies bear, roll up and down, and fill up but the row. Very fine indeed, said Letty, and I quite see the allusion to myself. I am one of those who but a body bear, roll up and down, and fill up but the row. To this remark Belle did not deign any reply. She now turned again to Leslie. Notwithstanding the disappointment you gave me with regard to your room, she said, I have not the slightest doubt that you understand what Musphilius alludes to. To a certain extent, yes, replied Leslie. Belle stretched out her hand. I believe I shall win you, she cried. Come to my room tomorrow. I shall see you alone. Don't fail to be with me between 2:30 and 3. Leslie promised. Oh, how could you? Whispered Letty. I pity you from my soul. You have done for yourself now. I don't pity myself, answered Leslie. I am certain Mr. Acheson had some fine ideas, and that I shall derive benefit from a conversation with her. End of chapter 17. Recording by Matthew Calvin, Canberra, Australia. Chapter 18 of The Girls of St. Wode's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Calvin. The Girls of St. Wode's by L. T. Meade. Chapter 18. The Girl of St. Elizabeth. Immediately after dinner that evening, Leslie ran up to her room to make preparations for her visit to East Hall. "Come, Annie," she said to Miss Colchester, who was standing with her face to the window and her back to Leslie. "Had you not better wrap a shawl around you? It's time to be off." "I'm not coming," said Annie. "Not coming? But you must. You know it is not only a request, it is an order from Miss Lauderdale. Every student is to be in East Hall at 8:30. "It doesn't matter," replied Annie, "whether it is an order or not. I'm not coming. Say nothing about me, please. I shall stay home tonight." "But why? You will only get yourself in trouble, and there is surely no use in that." "Oh, Annie, I know you are dreadfully unhappy about something, and I wish I could comfort you. Do let me." Annie Colchester now turned slowly round. She looked fixedly at Leslie. There was a strange expression in her eyes, as if she did not know quite what she was looking at. Leslie approached her and touched her hand. It burned as if with fever. "You are ill," said Leslie. "I ought not to leave you. You ought to lie down and see a doctor. Do let me go and tell Miss Freer. I know your being ill will make all the difference." "How dare you interfere?" she said, her eyes flashing. "You are to go, and to say nothing about me. Because you happen to be my roomfellow, are you to control my actions? I am longing for you to leave the room. You don't know what a trial it is for me to have you here. Why will you keep on prying and fussing and interfering? I want to be alone. Go!" "I know you don't quite mean what you say," said Leslie. "But of course, if you really wish me—" "Before you came I had liberty," interrupted Annie. "You fret me beyond endurance. Since you came I feel myself tired and bound. Yes, you annoy me more than words can tell." Leslie walked to her own side of the room. She had taken a deep interest in Annie, and Annie's words cut her to the heart. "I am quite sure it is because she is so unhappy," she thought. "She does not know what she is saying. I ought not to mind her. I mean, I ought not to really be hurt. But there is nothing for it but to leave her for the present." Wrapping a pretty blue shawl around her head and shoulders, she turned to Annie. "Good-bye," she said. "Is there not any message you would like me to take, Annie?" "None. Only go." Annie stamped with her foot. Leslie was just closing the door behind her when Annie called after her. "By the way," she said, "there is no key in this lock. Do you know where it is?" "I took it out," said Leslie. "Took it out? And why, may I ask? Have the goodness to find it and put it back." "But don't lock me out, please, Annie. You know on occasions you are absent-minded, and one half of this room is mine when all is said and done. I pay for it, and I have a right to it." The unexpected words of spirit caused Annie to become a little less rude. "Oh, I won't lock you out," she said, "but I must have the key. Please find it before you go." Jane Heriot's voice was heard in the passage. "If you two are ready," she called out, "we may as well start." "Coming in a moment, Jane," answered Leslie. She found the key, which she had put on the top drawer of her wardrobe, and gave it to Annie. As she walked down the corridor, she heard it being turned in the lock. "What can this mean?" she said to herself. Jane came up. "What is it, Leslie?" she said. "You look as if something was worrying you." "Something is," replied Leslie, "but I don't know that I ought to tell tales out of school." "Oh, I won't press you," replied Jane. "After all, perhaps you ought to know, Jane. I am unhappy about Annie Colchester." "Oh, my dear," said Jane, "if you begin to fret about the oddities of the college, you will never know a moment's peace. I am told the most extraordinary and most unpleasant girl, Belle Acheson, has begun to take to you. Now don't, I beg of you, get into her set." "Oh, I shall never do that," replied Leslie. "I don't want," she added, "to get into any set. But I do wish to be kind to Belle, for I think she has good points in her. You see, all the girls except Eileen and Marjorie laugh at her, and that seems to me to make her worse." "I don't go the length of laughing at her," said Jane in a thoughtful voice. "But there you are one of the uncougud. I'm afraid." "Please don't call me that," said Leslie, tears now visiting her pretty eyes. "Oh, I would not say one word to hurt you," replied Jane, penitent on the spot. "You are quite the sweetest girl in college, and so we all say. Now listen, I'm going to make a confession. There are times when I'm a little jealous of you, for, you know, you are so wonderfully pretty, and you are so kind to everyone. They say, too, that you're exceedingly clever, and yet you have no jealousies and no smallnesses in you. You are a universal favourite. I envy you your popularity. I don't know that I am all what you say, but any girl ought to be popular and good who was brought up by a mother like mine," said Leslie with enthusiasm. "Some day, Jane, you must see her. If you are in London during the summer, you must come and pay us a visit. Will you?" "I shall be only too delighted," cried Jane. "But now, Leslie, what is the trouble? That is, if you care to confide in me." "I believe poor Annie is dreadfully unhappy." "Poor dear! Perhaps she is. But she ought to be on her way to East Hall by now. Miss Lauderdale will be very angry with anyone who does not attend." "That's just it, Jane. That is what frightens me. She refuses to come." Jane stood still and faced Leslie. "Refuses to come!" she cried. "She'll get in an awful scrape." "I believe she is ill and does not quite know what she is saying," replied Leslie. "She was very queer when I left her just now. That's why I was a little late. I felt her hand too, and it was very hot. I am sure she is ill. She works too hard, and but there, I don't know that I ought to say any more." "Don't say any more," cried Jane. "I'll go back and speak to her. It is my duty to save her from getting into hopeless disgrace." "I'll wait for you here," said Leslie. "I have had the misfortune to irritate her a good deal during the last day or two, and you would probably have better success than I." "I won't keep you a moment," answered Jane. She turned back, ran down the corridor, and knocked at Annie's door. "Let me come in, Annie," she called out. "I am Jane Heriot. I want to speak to you at once. Let me in." There was no reply. Jane rattled the handle impatiently. It wanted but 2 minutes to the half hour. Already she and Leslie would be late. "Aren't you coming, Annie?" she called out. "Aren't you coming to East Hall in response to Miss Lauderdale's orders? You'll get in a most awful scrape if you don't. Do come, Annie. Don't be such a goose. Why, they may rusticate you. Do come, Annie, do." Still there was no response. Jane stooped and applied her eye to the keyhole, but she could see nothing within. In despair she came back and joined Leslie. "She seems to have turned both deaf and dumb, and I can do nothing with her," she answered. "It's just possible that she may have gone down the back stairs, and be already in the hall." "Scarcely likely," replied Leslie. "She told me she was determined not to come to the meeting. By the way, we ought to meet Marjorie and Eileen in the centre hall." But Marjorie and Eileen had already departed, and Leslie and Jane found themselves among the last students to arrive at the great East Hall. Miss Lauderdale was standing with the other tutors and principals of the different halls on a raised platform. One by one the many students filed in and took their places. Then a roll call was gone through by one of the tutors. The only absentee was Annie Colchester. No notice was taken of this at the time, and the proceedings of the event were immediately begun. Miss Lauderdale stepped forward and began to address the students. She said that the object of this gathering was to propose the beginning of a new departure in their lives and works. They were all, she was glad to know, acquiring knowledge. They were also becoming strong in body. The physical part of your training, and also the mental part, are abundantly supplied in this great house of learning, she continued. But the spiritual part, it seems to me, ought now to be strengthened. I want your whole threefold nature to get the best possible training while you are under my care, and I think that you girls of St. Wode's ought to take steps to keep the souls which God has given you, the undying souls, strong and in health." "Hear, hear, and once again hear," suddenly said the sharp voice of the bell Aitchison. She uttered her strange remark, standing up. Marjorie and Eileen were close to her. "Hear, hear," she repeated, continuing rapidly. It was but to-day, Miss Lauderdale, I was speaking to one of the miserable dead souls which most of the students of St. Wode's carry within their breasts. Hush! No more speaking in the hall, said the voice of the indignant chairwoman. Miss Lauderdale, after a pause, during which her kind eyes were fixed on Belle's excited face, spoke. I will talk with you, Belle Acheson, presently, she said. Now please, don't interrupt again while I continue my short address. I propose that the girls of St. Wode's, that is, those who choose to do so, should take up an extensive district of the poor in this large town of Wingfield. I have spoken to our rector on the subject, and he thinks they could carry on a thorough work of supervision and of interest in the poor without endangering their own health in the least. All those who choose to become members of our new league, which is to be called the Guild of St. Elizabeth, can do so. The names of the proposed members are to be submitted to me before this day week. I will then more fully declare my plans, and show the girls who wish to join our league a programme which I hope they will approve of. Miss Lauderdale said a great deal more. All her words were uttered with great eloquence and much feeling. She explained to the girls that God held each of them, with their vast opportunities, their great means of culture, their abundance of money, for most of them were wealthy, responsible for their brothers and sisters. Am I my brother's keeper, you ask? She continued. God answers to each of you. You are. The world says, No, I am not. But God says, Yes, you are. All men are your brothers. For all who sin, all who suffer, you are to a certain extent responsible. To each of you, in your strength, is given by God a weak brother to look after, one who has not got your opportunities, who has not got your wealth, who has not got your comforts and luxuries in life. You are responsible for him. You are responsible for him, and some day you will be asked what you have done with your responsibility. If you leave the world without having fulfilled that terrible and yet grand obligation, you will through all eternity feel the loss of what you might have gained. Finally the principal sat down amidst loud cheering. Most of the girls were enthusiastic over the new scheme, and Marjorie and Eileen in particular felt their hearts glowing and their eyes sparkling. After the address, the girls themselves were encouraged to speak, and a very animated discussion followed. When it was over, folding doors were thrown back, and all the students were invited into the large saloon which Miss Lauderdale reserved for very rare and special occasions. Here they were supplied with light refreshments, and presently Miss Lauderdale herself went to the organ at the end of the room and played some splendid music. She was a musician of rare power, and Leslie listened with her heart in her eyes. It was past 10 o'clock when she left the hall. Just as she was doing so, Miss Frere came up. Annie Colchester is your roomfellow, is she not? She said. Can you give me any idea why she has been absent tonight? I don't think she is quite well, replied Leslie. I see by your face, Miss Gilroy, that you are distressed about something. Are you keeping anything back? I am afraid I am, replied Leslie, distress now in her tone. Unless Miss Colchester's illness is really very serious and needs a doctor, she will be severely reprimanded for this wilful disobedience to the command of her principal, continued Miss Frere. I must see her myself early in the morning, and I am quite sure that nothing will satisfy Miss Lauderdale except a very ample apology, and a full explanation of the reason why she absented herself. She has committed a very grave act of disobedience. You know, of course, that few rules are imposed upon the students, and are expected to be kept most rigorously. Excuses make no difference. The girl who breaks the rules has to be punished. Annie Colchester's only chance is to apologize to Miss Lauderdale. I will tell her. I will do my very best, said Leslie. I am glad you have spoken to me. I will go back now and see her without delay. End of chapter 18. Recording by Matthew Kelvin, Canberra, Australia.
Chapter 19 of The Girls of St. Wode's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pam Castile. The Girls of St. Wode's by L.T. Meade. Chapter 19. The Man by the Ruin. Leslie reached her own door. She eagerly turned the handle. The door was locked. She called Annie's name. There was no answer of any sort. She then knelt down and endeavored to peer through the keyhole. The room was in darkness. Had Annie gone to bed and really forgotten her? For a moment Leslie felt quite alarmed. Her own special friends had already retired to their rooms. She could not well stay in the corridor all night, but she was not really thinking of herself, nor her own inconvenience. She was terribly anxious about Annie. Suppose she had gone out? Suppose she was not in her room at all? Again Leslie rattled the handle of the door. There was no reply. At that moment the door of the room next to the one at which she was knocking was opened, and Susan Merriman looked out. "Oh, is that you, Miss Gilroy?" she exclaimed. "Can I do anything for you?" "No, thank you," replied Leslie. "This door is locked, and I am afraid Miss Colchester has gone to bed and forgotten all about me. If so, I will ask Jane Harriet to take me in until the morning." "I am sure Annie Colchester has not gone to bed," replied Susan. "I saw you leave your room on the way to East Hall this evening, and a moment afterwards she came out and ran down the back stairs. I thought, of course, she had gone across to the hall. Was she not there?" "No," replied Leslie. "She did not come to the meeting. Did you not observe when the roll was gone through that her name was missing?" "I did not notice it," answered Susan. "But what a scrape she will get into! How silly of her!" "Well, please don't tell anyone that I found the door locked when I returned," said Leslie. "Certainly not. Why should I? Can I do anything for you? Would you like to wait in my room until she comes back?" "No, thank you. I must go and look for her. I am a little anxious about her." "Oh, I wouldn't fret if I were you," said Susan. "I shall be up for the next hour, and if you wish to take refuge in my room, you are heartily welcome." Leslie thanked her and ran down the corridor. Trusting that no one would see her, she went downstairs. The house was already locked up, and the lower part in darkness, but she knew a side door by which she could get out. She went to it, found it still on the latch, opened it, and the next moment found herself in the quadrangle. She stood there with the soft night breeze blowing upon her hot face. Her heart was beating quickly. She felt full of the strangest apprehension. Where was she to go? What was she to do? Without doubt Annie was in serious trouble. If Miss Merriman's account was true, she must have been out for hours. She would be sure presently to return to this side door. Leslie thought she would wait there in order to meet her. She paced up and down, her restlessness and the queer dread which assailed her increasing each moment. When the great clock over East Hall sounded the hour of 11, she felt that she could not stay inactive any longer. If Annie did not soon return, the little side door would be locked, and it would then be impossible to get back to the college for the night. Should she go and confide her fears to Miss Frere? When this thought came to her, she put it away at once. No, whatever happened, it would never do to tell about Annie. Annie had got into a scrape already in not attending the meeting at East Hall. She would get into a worse scrape, in all probability be rusticated, if this latter offence were known. Scarcely realizing what she was doing, Leslie now walked down a side path which led to the river. Presently she stood on the little quay just outside the boat-house. Here she herself was in complete shadow, but the moon, riding high in the heavens, made a silver band of light across the river. In the middle of this light, seated in a boat, was a girl. A man was with her. He was bending forward and talking in an eager voice. Presently the words uttered by the girl reached Leslie's ears. "Is it not possible for you to do with less than £60?" "No, not a penny less," came the quick reply. "I shall be ruined if I don't get it." "But won't you consider me at all? I am working hard, terribly hard. If I pass with honors in my June exam, I shall get a good situation, and—" "What do I care about your passing your exam or not, Annie? Don't you know that all that kind of thing is humbug?" said the man's voice. "I have no intention of your killing yourself for me. I want £60. If I don't get that sum, I shall be ruined. Can't you understand what I mean?" "Yes, yes, and I'll do my best for you," was the reply. "You must leave me now, Rupert. As it is, I shall in all probability be locked out of the college." "You are always thinking of yourself and your own miserable safety," replied the man. He took up a pair of light sculls and rowed swiftly in the direction of the boat-house. Leslie, who had heard each word of this conversation, shrank up against the house. She was in complete shadow, and trusted no one would see her. The boat touched the boards of the little quay, and Annie sprang lightly on shore. "You must help me put the boat back into the house," she said. The man did so without uttering a word. The key was then turned in the lock, and Annie slipped it into her pocket. She stood at the edge of the quay, the man standing near her. "Good-bye," she said, raising her face to his. "Good-bye, old girl. You mean the best, but it is all humbug about your getting that scholarship and my—" He broke off suddenly. "Annie," he continued, "I could not do it. You may as well know now for certain that I have made up my mind to cut the old life. With that £60 or without, I leave England in a day or two. You will be better off without me than with me, but you know what it means if I go without the money." "What?" said Annie, in a low, terrified voice. "That I am followed and arrested. Think of that. Think what the disgrace will mean to you." "Oh, Rupert, Rupert, it would kill me," moaned the poor girl. "Well, then, get me the £60, and you have nothing to fear." "I will do my best, but this terrible, awful blow has nearly killed me." "Humbug, I say, humbug. Girls don't die as quickly as all that. Listen, I must have that £60 by hook or by crook. You must get it for me. This is Tuesday evening. I will be here about 10 o'clock on Thursday. If you don't have the money then, well, you know what will happen." "Good-bye, Rupert, good-bye. I will do my best, my very best." The man walked away, and Annie, standing for a moment where he had left her, with her hands hanging helplessly to her sides, turned slowly in the direction of the college. Leslie waited behind until her companion was well out of sight. Then she followed her. The side door was not yet latched, and Annie let herself in. In trembling and sick fear Leslie followed, dreading each moment to hear the key turned in the lock, and yet anxious to give Annie time to escape to her room before she entered the house. In a moment or two she approached the little door, found that it was still on the latch, entered, and uttered a long sigh of relief. When she reached her room the door was unlocked, the electric light was on, and Annie was standing near her window. Leslie came in and softly shut the door behind her. Annie turned and looked at her. "What a long time you have been," she said. Leslie made no reply. She seated herself on the edge of her bed. Her head ached. She felt a new sense of fear. Should she tell Annie that she had listened to her, that she had overheard her conversation, that she knew a part at least of the terrible secret which was weighing her down? Before she could make up her mind whether to speak or not, Annie herself came forward, drew a chair opposite to Leslie, and sat down. "What did they say about my being absent at the meeting tonight?" she began. "Miss Lauderdale was very much displeased," replied Leslie in a monotonous sort of voice, "and so was Miss Frere. Miss Frere intends to speak to you in the morning. I did what I could for you. I said you were ill, and—" "Humbug!" interrupted Annie. "I wasn't ill." Then she laughed in a queer, strained way. "After all, that may be as good an excuse as anything else, but I don't mind your knowing that I wasn't really ill. I was obliged to go out. Leslie, I am in a terrible strait, and it has occurred to me that perhaps you can help me." "In what way?" asked Leslie. "Leslie Gilroy, let me ask you a question. Did you ever want money so badly, so dreadfully badly, that you would even commit a crime to get it?" "Never," answered Leslie. "Then you are one of the rich and lucky ones. I am one of the poor and unlucky. What a wide, wide gulf lies between us." "You are quite mistaken when you say that I am one of the rich ones," said Leslie. "We are none of us rich. On the contrary, we are poor. My mother has to work very hard to support us, and I should not be here at this moment were it not for the great kindness of a friend of my dear father's, a Mr. Parker." "Parker?" said Annie, starting. "Did you say Parker?" She roused herself and looked attentively at Leslie. "I did," replied Leslie. "Mr. Parker. He was my father's great friend. Do you happen to know anyone of the name?" "My brother has been in the office of a man of that name, and I happen to know him slightly myself. He is a very rich city merchant. I wonder if it could possibly be the same." "Very likely," answered Leslie. Our friend's name is Charles Parker, and he lived for a great many years in Sydney." "The same, it must be the same," said Annie. She clasped her hands and looked excited. "And you know this Mr. Charles Parker well?" she said, turning to Leslie. "Is he good to you?" "I do not know him well," replied Leslie, "but he is very good to me, more than good. The fact is, it is he who has sent me here. He is paying all my fees. He was a great friend of my dear father's, and mother could not help accepting his generous offer. You see by that fact, Annie, that I am not a rich girl, and that I know about poverty. Now what is troubling you? Do tell me." "I cannot," replied Annie abruptly. "I have changed my mind. It is much better for you not to know." She moved away, looking sulky and wretched. "Don't you want to go to bed?" she said presently. "Yes, I am tired," answered Leslie, "but I don't mind how long I wait up if I can really help you." "You cannot help me. I have quite changed my mind. It is better for you to know nothing whatever about me." Annie moved to the other end of the room and began to take off her things. She tossed her hat on the nearest chair. Her jacket had already tumbled onto the floor, but she had not observed it. She then began to unfasten her dress, and taking down her untidy red hair, twisted it up into a knot at the back of her head. "I wonder if it is quite certain," she said presently, "if the Mr. Charles Parker you know is the one in whose office my brother has been." "It is impossible for me to tell you that," replied Leslie. "I only know that our friend's name is Charles Parker, that he made his fortune in Sydney, and that he is now in the city." Annie heaved a great sigh of mingled relief and perplexity. "It must be the same," she said. "Leslie, you are a very good girl, and I am sorry I was rude to you today." "It does not matter about that in the least," replied Leslie. "I wish you would think more of how you are to get out of your scrape. Miss Lauderdale was considerably annoyed at your not attending the meeting. Are you prepared to apologize tomorrow?" "Of course I am. Oh, by the way, what did you say about me?" "The truth. I said you were ill." "If they ask you again, you will tell them again that I was really ill?" "Of course I shall. You were very ill. You were not putting it on, were you, Annie?" "Of course not," answered Annie. "Now do go to bed, and don't ask any more questions." "I was ill, and I am ill still, but my illness is not of the body. All the same, I have got such a headache that I can scarcely stand up." "Well, I am glad you are not going to do any more work tonight." "Work!" said Annie. "The mere thought makes me feel sick. Good night, Leslie. Don't let us talk any more until the morning." Annie lay down on her bed, taking the clothes and wrapping them tightly round her. "Don't speak to me again," she muttered, and Leslie, kneeling by her little bed, tried to pray, but all her thoughts were in a whirl. She hated herself for not telling Annie that she had overheard our conversation. Finally she made up her mind to do so in the morning. Being dead tired, she soon dropped asleep, but she was awakened just when the dawn was breaking by a noise in the room. She opened her eyes. To her astonishment she saw that Annie Colchester was up, that she was standing by her desk turning over her, Leslie's, papers, just as if she were looking for something. "What is it, Annie?" called Leslie, raising herself on her elbow and staring in astonishment at her roomfellow. Annie started and flushed guiltily. "I was looking for a paper of mine," she said, "which I thought might have got amongst yours. I cannot think where I put it, but I see it is not here, and I must only do it over again. It is too bad." She sighed heavily as she spoke, dragged herself across the room, and once more got into bed. Leslie lay down without making any remark. "Another time I will lock my desk," she thought. "I hate to have my papers and letters looked over. Somehow, I don't believe what she said about her own paper having got mixed up with mine. She knows that if she is untidy, I am absolutely the reverse." Soon afterwards she fell asleep again, and when she did awake saw to her astonishment that the sun was pouring into the room, and that Annie Colchester was already up and neatly dressed. Her hair was put up tidily, her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes wore a bright and yet curious expression. "How early you are," said Leslie. "You don't look well," she continued, "and yet in some ways I have never seen you look better." "I have a headache, but that does not matter in the least," replied Annie. I am off now to see Miss Lauderdale, and to apologize for my rudeness in not coming to the meeting last night. I shall tell her that I had such a terrible headache I could not hold my head up. But be sure, Leslie, you don't mention that I was out part of the time." "I shall not volunteer the information," answered Leslie. "But if I am asked, of course I must mention it. I don't suppose I shall be." "If you are asked," said Annie, frowning, "you don't mean to say that you will betray me?" "I am not likely to be asked," said Leslie. "I said last night that you were very ill. Will you never understand, Annie, that I really wish to help you?" "You can help me by holding your tongue," said Annie. She went up to Leslie, half bent forward as if she meant to kiss her, then changed her mind, and a moment afterwards left the room. "What can be up?" said Leslie to herself. "How is she going to get that money? Poor girl, I wish she would confide in me. Not that I know any way of really helping her. But stay, I wonder if Mr. Parker— No, I could not ask him." Leslie dressed hastily, put her part of the room in order, opened her window wide, and then ran down to breakfast. There were a couple of letters on her plate. These occupied her attention during the meal, and she scarcely spoke to anyone. Immediately after prayers she had to attend a lecture in Wingfield. As she was returning to the college she was met by Marjorie and Eileen, who stopped her to speak eagerly about Miss Lauderdale's scheme of the night before. "It is exactly what we want," said Eileen. "For the first time we both feel really in touch with St. Wode's. You, Leslie, will be sure to take part in this noble work." "If I have time I certainly will," replied Leslie. "But I have come here to study. I am working hard for a very definite object, and nothing must stand in the way of my work." "By the way, you are going to see Belle Acheson this afternoon?" "Yes, I promised to do so," replied Leslie. "I am heartily glad you like her," said Eileen. "She is a dear old thing. I cannot bear the way Letty goes on about her. Letty is my own cousin, but she disappoints me terribly in her attitude towards Belle. But I can prophesy that you and Belle Acheson will be firm friends." "I respect all people who are really earnest," said Leslie in a grave voice. "By the way, do you know why Annie Colchester has gone up to town?" said Eileen suddenly. "Annie Colchester gone to London?" said Leslie, starting and turning slightly pale. "Yes, didn't you know? We met her 2 hours ago on her way to the station. She will return by the last train this evening. She told us that Miss Lauderdale had given her leave. Miss Lauderdale was very good to her, and she has gone off in the highest spirits. She asked if we had any messages." Leslie said nothing more, but she slowly entered North Hall, went up to her own room, and sat down by the open window. Some of the fear of the night before visited her. What was Annie's motive in going up to town? Was she really only looking for one of her own papers in Leslie's desk in the middle of the night? A queer sense of coming danger and calamity oppressed her. Her head ached, and she scarcely knew her own sensations. End of chapter 19. Recording by Pam Castile. Chapter 20 of The Girls of St. Wode's. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pam Castile. The Girls of St. Wode's by L.T. Meade. Chapter 20. Not a Bit Like It. At the appointed hour, Leslie Gilroy went across to Belle Acheson's room. That young lady was in, and received her with a fair amount of graciousness. "Sit down, pray," she said. "You will like that chair which faces the view. I prefer the one with my back to it. That view upsets me when I am very busy over my studies. But enough about ego for the present. Let me look at you steadily." Leslie seated herself on the very stiff and uncomfortable chair pointed out by her companion, and Belle eyed her from head to foot. "Yours is a very great temptation," she said at last slowly. "I pity you from the bottom of my heart." "Mine is a very great temptation?" repeated Leslie. She colored, and for a moment felt slightly alarmed. Was it possible that Belle knew about her anxiety with regard to Annie? But her companion's next remark dispelled this illusion. "I refer to your good looks," she said. "Those like you who are condemned to the trial of regular features, bright eyes, and masses of hair, have a struggle to fulfill their part worthily in life's battle. But there, I will add no more." "I totally and completely disagree with you," cried Leslie. "If you and I are to be friends, you must allow me to speak out quite frankly. Miss Acheson, I heartily respect you. I know that you are earnest and clever and—don't flatter. A flatterer is indeed a false friend. But I am not flattering you. I do think what I have just said to you most truly and sincerely. But now I must speak on my own account. I have been taught by a very wise and good mother to regard a pleasant and pretty face as a blessing, as a talent sent from God. I have to use it aright in influencing for good my fellow men. Beauty is a power which can be used for good. If one thinks of it in that way, one need never be vain." "And you have the audacity to tell me that you think yourself good-looking?" "I do," answered Leslie calmly. "I know I have a very pretty face. It would be the height of affectation for me to say anything else. But do not let us talk any more about personal appearance. Surely you did not want me to visit you to discuss my looks?" "By no means. From Eileen or Marjorie, the words you have just uttered would disgust me so completely that I should ask the one who had so spoken to leave the room. But you have something queer about you, something earnest and out of the common. You are not an ordinary girl, and cannot be judged by ordinary standards. I am convinced that you will never take life frivolously." "I hope I never shall, Belle." "Belle! You call me Belle, and you only met me for the first time yesterday." "I hope you do not think me presuming," said Leslie. She held out her hand to Belle as she spoke. "But I feel somehow that we are going to be friends." Belle's thin hand was immediately outstretched, and for an instant she clasped Leslie's. She then let it drop with a sigh. "Why, had I not a sister like you?" she said. "It is hard to go through life without sympathy, and I get little. If you will allow me, I will give you plenty in the future." "If I will allow you. But there, perhaps this is a temptation. Are we really to be friends? If so, you will promise not to tempt me." "In what way? How can I?" "You will not insert the thin edge of the wedge. You will not cause me to allow luxuries to creep into my life. Oh, I have set myself so strenuously against all that sort of thing. I live so fixedly by rule. Now, a carpet to the floor, an easy chair to lounge in, curtains to the windows to keep out the racking heat of the midday sun, all these things would be sins in a person like me. You will not insist, too, upon my spending money, that precious gift, on dress. Oh, I assure you the simplest covering does. You know how short our lives are, and our bodies, are they not just clothes for the soul? Why need we pamper the body? It is the soul that lives forever. It alone requires careful attention." "Why, Belle, you ought to have been in a nunnery." "There now, you are laughing at me." "I am not, indeed, but I do feel that the soul is more comfortable and more likely to thrive if it is lodged in a nicely cared for body. Why should it not have a nice, pretty house to live in? And as to dress, I do hope you will allow me to say one thing, that a dress, however simple, ought to be whole and decent looking and clean." "Oh, of course, I admit that, but is anything the matter with mine?" "Have you a clothes brush, dear? I should so like to brush off the mud from the tail of your skirt." Thank you, but I cannot permit it. You are now verging into the commonplace. You resemble that terrible young person, Letitia Chetwynd. She is really, I assure you, one of the trials of my life. She is a butterfly, impossible to be suppressed. She visits me in my room and insists upon talking her frivolous nonsense until my head aches. I repeat the words of the great masters of literature under my breath when she is present. She sees me muttering, and yet she will not go. There she sits with needle and thread, repairing my garments, and I permit it." "I think she is awfully kind to you," said Leslie. "You ought to be grateful." I'm not. I can't be. She and I are abhorrent each to the other, as the poles are we asunder. But do not let us waste these precious moments talking of her. I want so much to hear about yourself, your ambitions, your hopes, your desires. What, for instance, are your aims with regard to literature? You will take honors, of course?" "I don't know," replied Leslie. "It requires a great deal of talent to take honors in work like mine, but I will admit that I am struggling very hard with that object in view." "Then let me help you. Let us talk over our mutual studies. Here, sit close to me. Draw up your chair near mine. It is sometimes permitted for those whose souls are akin to clasp their earthly hands together. Now then, let us speak. Ah, when you are almost intoxicated with those great and stimulating thoughts, does not your soul burn? Does not your brain seem to expand until it almost bursts?" "Never," said Leslie. "If it did, I should feel very much alarmed about myself." Belle uttered a sigh. "We are differently affected by these things, I see," she remarked. "I cannot explain to you the passionate pleasure I feel when I am engaged over hard mental work. There is no stimulant like it. You are not laughing at me?" "Indeed I am not," said Leslie. "I said before that I respected you, as I respect anyone else who is wholly in earnest." "In earnest," said Belle. "Yes, indeed, I am that. I am ever thinking of Kingsley's passionate words, 'Be earnest, 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 mad if thou wilt.' Oh, Miss Gilroy, do think of the frivolity of the greater number of our sex. Even in this house of learning frivolity creeps in." Leslie smiled and endeavored to draw her companion into more reasonable conversation. "Do you know what my aim in life is?" said Belle at last. "I will whisper it to you, but not even to Marjorie or Eileen have I yet confided it." "I will respect your secret, and I am very glad you are going to tell me," replied Leslie, for she thought to herself that nothing would do this queer girl more good than to have a confidant. "Well," continued Belle, "my mother is fairly well off. Of course not nearly so rich as the Chetwynds, but as I am her only child, she gives me plenty of money for my own personal use. Quite apart from the fees and general expenses of the college, I receive £25 a term. Now, I have managed since I came here to spend something under £5 a term; therefore I have already a nice little sum put by. In that humble little desk there lies in notes and gold over £80. I will show you my little bank." She jumped up hastily, unlocked her desk, and taking out a canvas bag, poured the contents into her lap. "My savings!" she cried. "What I have secured in place of flowers, in place of cocoa parties, in place of luxurious furniture, in place of the fal lal's and prettinesses which take the tone out of life. Do you know what this money is the nest egg for?" "Some good purpose, I am sure," replied Leslie. "An excellent purpose. I mean by and by to found a nunnery on a new line. A college after Tennyson's idea will be realized by me, where those girls who wish to devote themselves wholly and completely to study shall live their lives. I shall begin my house of learning in a humble cottage. I shall take in my girl residents on the cheapest terms. The house will be small, the furniture of the plainest, the food just what is sufficient to sustain life. I could keep a niche for you if you signified your wish at an early date." "Thank you," answered Leslie, rising as she spoke, "but I could not accept it. My work will be in the midst of the busy world, not in any hermitage. Belle, you have a great deal in you, but you are mistaken on many points. You need some lessons in life." "Oh, don't," said Belle, putting her fingers to her ears. "This visit has been so refreshing, and I like you so much, but don't spoil it by an inopportune and ineffectual lecture. Go away. Take your beautiful face out of my sight. Don't haunt me with it a moment longer. It is possible that I may see it tonight instead of the pure, pale lineament of Spenser's Faery Queen, instead of Dante's Beatrice, instead of the divine Althea in Richard Lovelace's matchless verses. Good-bye, good-bye." Leslie went to the door, and Belle saw her off. In some wonder, and feeling almost dazed by her recent conversation, she returned to her own room in North Hall. Just half an hour before dinner, Annie walked in. She entered the room briskly, greeted Leslie with a hard and yet excited laugh, and, tossing off her hat, seated herself on the side of her sofa bed. "I had a good day in town," she exclaimed. "What are you staring at me for?" "I am sorry. I did not know I was staring at you," answered Leslie. "I am glad you are back again. But why did you not tell me this morning that you were going to town?" "And why should I tell you? I never knew that I was obliged to make confidences to you. Well, I don't want to say anything offensive now, and I am in good spirits, very good indeed. I had to go to town on urgent business. It was necessary to get Miss Lauderdale's leave. She was kind enough to forgive me for my apparent rudeness of last night, and also to give me the necessary permission to spend to-day in London." "I am rather surprised," answered Leslie. "But of course, as you say, it is not my affair." "It certainly is not, and I trust you won't interfere further in the matter. Keep your own counsel, that is all I ask of you." As Annie spoke, she started up, removing her jacket and going to her toilet table, began to arrange her fuzzy locks. With brush in hand she turned round and looked at Leslie. "I am sorry I have been rude to you of late," she said, "but the fact is, I was so worried I scarcely knew what I was doing. I don't pretend for a moment that you have not been good to me, very good. Now it is my turn to be good to you. I shall make myself as cheerful and pleasant as I can in the future. I shan't slave so hard over books either. I have found out for myself that much study is a weariness to the flesh. But there, I am much better this evening, much better." Leslie did not make any reply. A moment or two later the girls went down to dinner together. At dinner, Annie, contrary to her wont, talked not only with Leslie but with the other girls who sat near. She laughed a good deal, described some of her adventures in town in a spirited manner, and was to all appearance in the best of spirits. Leslie, as she watched her, could not help wondering if she had got the money she wanted so badly. She hated to follow Annie with her eyes, and yet the thought of her and her trouble was never really absent from her mind. Leslie was engaged to attend a cocoa party at West Hall that evening, but even there she could not get Annie out of her head. When between 10 and 11 that night she returned to her own room, Annie had already gone to bed and was fast asleep. Leslie gave a sigh of relief as she watched her in this peaceful slumber. The next day, immediately after lunch, as Annie and Leslie were both engaged over their respective tasks, a servant came up and knocked at the door. She brought in a cart on a salver. "A gentleman is downstairs, Miss Gilroy," she said. "He wants to know if he can see you." Leslie took up the card and read the name, Mr. Charles Parker. She uttered an exclamation of astonishment. Annie, who was buried, not in her studies but in a novel, did not even look up, and Leslie, saying she would see the gentleman immediately, left the room. She ran quickly downstairs to the common room, where her visitor was waiting for her. "This is very kind of you, Mr. Parker," she said, holding out her hand to him, "but I trust nothing is wrong at home." "Nothing whatever, young lady, and I am delighted to see you," replied that individual, rubbing his hands and looking affectionately and yet with anxiety at Leslie. "It was good of you to come to see me," said Leslie, "and of course I am ever so pleased. When did you see Mother last?" "3 or 4 days ago. All the young uns are doing well, and your mother looks, if I may use the word, blooming. She is not working quite so hard. By the way, Miss Leslie, I have a great respect for that fine young brother of yours, Llewellyn. He has the right stuff in him. I am only biding my time to give him a leg up." "But I don't think Llewellyn means to take a leg up, as you call it, from anyone. He is very independent, Mr. Parker." "Ay, ay, but there are ways and means of helping an honest lad, and I am not the one to shirk my duty. But now, Miss Leslie, I have come down here because I am a little alarmed with regard to you." "A little alarmed with regard to me? What can you mean?" said Leslie. "Let us go out somewhere," said Mr. Parker. "Somehow it seems to me that these walls may have ears, and there are such a lot of girls coming and going. So this is what you call a college, is it?" "This is one of the houses of residence at St. Wode's College," replied Leslie. "The college and lecture rooms themselves are in a separate building, but of course we attend a great many lectures at the men's halls." "Very improper indeed, young lady, but if it's the fashion, why, I can't say a word. In my time such an opportunity for indiscriminate flirtation—" "Oh, we'd none of us dream of flirting," said Leslie with a laugh. "And then we are properly chaperoned, you know. I assure you the thing is most correct and proper." "Well, I'll take your word for it, though I don't quite believe it all the same. When pretty girls are about and young men to the fore, we always know what that sort of thing means. You ought to come here for a time, Mr. Parker. Seeing is believing." "Not I, not I, young lady. Do you think I'd mix myself up in a mare's nest of this sort? No, no, but I am bound to believe the words of a pretty girl like yourself." "Would you really care to go for a walk, Mr. Parker?" "Yes, Miss Leslie. I have got something to say, something not too pleasant either, but which of course you must be in a manner prepared for." Here Mr. Parker tried to fix Leslie with his eyes. She gazed up at him in astonishment. He sighed and felt himself coloring. "You remind me of my own girl," he said. "You don't know what a keen pleasure it is to me to do anything for you on that account. But there, time presses, and I must go back by the 5 o'clock train." "Well, I will just get my hat. I am most anxious to know how you can possibly have heard bad news of me." "She does not look a bit like it," muttered the merchant to himself as Leslie ran out of the room. End of Chapter 20. Recording by Pam Castile.